Chapter 365. I'm not here to borrow money. Chapter 365. I'm not here to borrow money. Roar. When Princess appeared, horror was written all over Rhea's pretty face. She sat on the ground and began to scream as loudly as she could. Having never seen such a terrifying creature before, she backed away with her buttocks rubbing against the ground. However, after she backed away for a meter, Princess stopped chasing her. Instead, Princess sat at the door and stared at her. Only then did Rhea stand up. She still took a few steps back and watched Princess from a distance. Not a wild bear. No, a wild bear couldn't have entered this place. It was Beverly Hills, after all. It was impossible for such a dangerous beast to appear here without alarming the security. Is the bear his pet? Mr. Chin, come out. Can you hear me? Rhea shouted at the villa. Fuck! Half naked, Chen Zhao stood at the windows and cursed. Are you insane? Rhea saw Fei Lai, who only had her bra on, beside Qin Zhao and roughly knew what they had been doing. Come down. I need to speak to you. Give me half an hour. No, I want to speak to you now. You either leave now or wait for half an hour. Ask the bear to leave. I'll wait for you inside your house. Princess, come back. Princess turned around and left. Rhea was still somewhat scared of Princess, not daring to go too close to her. After entering the living room, Rhea realized that there were many frightening eyes staring at her. Immediately, she regretted coming in. Nevertheless, euphoric screams were heard from the bedroom on the second floor very soon. Another woman received mental pollution from Qin Zhao and Fei Lai. Rhea bit her lower lip, her eyes filled with anger. Half an hour later, the voices still did not stop. Rhea could not take it anymore. It was too torturing. No normal lady could tolerate it. Rhea only regretted not bringing a gun. If she did, she would definitely charge into the bedroom and kill the bitch couple. Mr. Chen, it's almost an hour. Rhea had to remind Qin Zhao. However, the screams in the bedroom became increasingly loud and hurried. Finally, in an eruption, the voices subsided. After a few more minutes, Qin Zhao walked out in a pair of loose shorts. Rhea glanced at Qin Zhao's strong and aesthetic body and swallowed some saliva uncontrollably, after which she quickly lowered her head. She could feel her cheeks growing hot and sweat seeping out from her forehead. She did not even know where to place her hands. Indeed, she looked very panicked before Qin Zhao. Miss Rhea, please sit. Why are you standing? Rhea tried to calm down. Mr. Qin, I need your help. Look at my family of pets. My life's already tough enough. If you're here to borrow money, the door is over there. Please. Rhea was furious. Would I even borrow money from you? I'm not here to borrow money. Oh, why didn't you say earlier? Rhea realized that she would always become very impatient in front of Qin Zhao. Because you were dragged away by the killer whale 2 days ago. My sister has hydrophobia now. Wait, if you're here to question me, I don't accept it. You asked me to make it realistic, and I did. Wasn't that realistic? And then you tell me your sister has hydrophobia. What's this? I'm not here to blame you. Rhea was even more impatient. Can you let me finish first? Fine, go on. I want you to appear before Rena, Rhea said. Isn't that simple? Bring your sister to me, no? The thing is, Rena isn't even willing to leave the house now. She closes herself in a small black house every day. With her temper, she'll only be a pest to the world if she comes out. I feel that keeping her in the small black house isn't that bad after all. Qin Zhao did not care about Rena at all, by whom he was truly disgusted. Rena isn't as bad as you think. She's just a kid. Stop whitewashing your sister. Don't forget what she did to me. Also, is your definition of kid a bit too broad? Just tell me what you want so that you can go and see Rena. It's late. Goodbye. Rhea slapped a check onto the table. Qin Zhao looked at it and sat back onto the sofa. I'm busy tomorrow morning, so afternoon. Time, venue. Oh, you're not trying to deceive me and kill me, are you? I want you to go tonight. Rhea sounded firm. Do you know what time it is now? Not even 10. Are you sure that if I go now, she won't think I'm an evil spirit looking for revenge? Rhea still compromised in the end. Tomorrow afternoon. I'll send someone to fetch you. In the morning, Fei Lai went to work. Chen Zhao slowly got out of bed. Blackie, I got you a very large castle when I visited Hell. You don't have to build it yourself anymore. How big is it? About 5 or 6 times bigger than your last one, and 3 to 4 times taller, Qin Zhao said. What? I think the space crevice isn't large enough. Then how? I need to expand the crevice. Lend me some demonic crystals. Chen generously gave Blackie some demonic crystals as he asked. By the way, apart from the castle, there's also about 1,000 underlings and maybe a dozen wyverns. Can I place them in the crevice too? Sure. Anyway, you don't have to rush. Let's go to the hospital first and heal your patient. Dr. Ants, are you the doctor checking my father today? Suma leaders walked into the ward and saw her father's doctor before the bed. Ants Ronan turned his head and looked at Suma. Miss Suma, is there another doctor apart from me? Don't we have a new neurosurgeon a few days ago? He's an Asian. Our hospital does not have an Asian doctor, not even an Asian staff, Ants Ronan said. Are you sure he said that he's a neurosurgeon? Yes, I am certain, Suma said with a serious tone. What did he do to Mr. W.A.T.? Check up. Anything else? He inserted very thin needles into my father's head. Ans's expression changed. You sure? Yes, doctor. Is he not a doctor in the hospital? Absolutely not. If there's a new neurosurgeon, I cannot possibly not know it. But why would he pretend to be a doctor here? Was he wearing a doctor's white coat? No, he was in casual wear, but there was a female doctor beside him. She's from this hospital. I've seen her a few times before. It's the female doctor who told me that he's the new neurosurgeon here. Chapter 366, Conflict. Chapter 366, Conflict. Do you know which doctor is it? What department? A very pretty female doctor, Suma Leader said. I think her name is Four. Dr. Four? Are you sure it's her? Yes, I'm sure. Miss Suma, please come with me, Ants Ronan said. I'll give you an explanation. Ants wasn't sure what Four's motive was. He wasn't sure if there were any negative effects either. However, a doctor from another department was taking an outsider to do unpredictable tests and treatment on his patient. He must take this seriously. Otherwise, if anything happened to the patient, he would definitely be the one responsible as his doctor. Ants knocked on Four's office door. Seeing him outside, Four immediately stood up. Mr. Ants, how may I help you? Four, you must explain why you took an outsider to see my patient. Four froze. This was difficult. How could she explain? She couldn't explain at all. The most important thing was that she'd lied in this. Now that her lie was revealed, she felt the trouble coming. That's my friend. He's an expert in this. I think he can awaken the patient. For could only lie through her teeth, continuing to turn Chen Zhao into an expert. If Ants knew that Chen Zhao was an illegal doctor, the problem would worsen. By expert, do you mean a Chinese man who likes poking needles into people's heads? How can you call that unscientific thing medical knowledge? How did you get your license? How did you get into UCLA? Ants Ronan was furious. Hearing Ants's unfounded accusations and insults toward Qin Zhao, For lost her temper too. Dr. Ants, I understand if you don't accept traditional Chinese medicine and are angry that I found an outsider to interact with your patient. However, you can't deny a medical system. You can't deny something that you do not understand. For had once been a staunch believer in modern medicine. But after getting to know Chen Zhao, She realized that Chen Zhao's methods had shadows of Chinese medicine. Perhaps he was able to have such unprecedented skills because he was an expert in both Chinese and modern medicine. Because of this, for even went to read books about Chinese medicine. Unfortunately, the translations couldn't accurately describe the essence at all. Even reading it was difficult. Anyway, I don't allow it. You brought an outsider to interact with my patient without my permission. You must come with me to explain to the director. Suma didn't say anything the entire time. She just stood to the side and watched their argument. For was helpless. She could only follow Ants to the director's office. Knock, knock. Come in. When Ants, For, and Suma entered, they saw that Director Kathiri and Tim Waltz were both there. Ha, Tim, let me introduce you to the two best doctors of our hospital, Kathiri said, a bit proud. Dr. Ants, a neurosurgeon. He's the best in this profession and was once the chief physician and doctor in charge of New York Angie's Hospital. Then he pointed to For Johnson. I know Dr. For. I approve of her skills and professionalism. Tim Waltz nodded, continuing, Miss For, I am the only shareholder of Chantilly Hospital now. I've already bought the entire hospital. Are you willing to become the chief physician of your department? I object. Taken aback, Kathiri stared at Ants Ronan in shock. Ants was very talented, but he didn't understand how to act. Before coming to Chantilly Hospital, he'd been kicked out of New York Angie's Hospital for offending their shareholder. Now he was going up against Tim Waltz. This was practically suicide. Ants, what are you doing? Tim is the shareholder of Chantilly Hospital. He has the right to appoint anyone, including me, the director. Director, Mr. Waltz, for maybe a skilled doctor, but I do not approve of her professionalism. Ants was emotionless as he spoke. He didn't know to check for people's reactions and didn't notice Tim Waltz's change of expression. Kathiri was nervous for Ants. Of course, as his favorite, Kathiri still hoped to save Ants. Why do you suspect Miss For's professionalism? She brought an outsider to secretly see my patient. He even used methods not proven by science to treat my patient. Kathiri frowned. For's actions truly were forbidden in the hospital. A doctor from another department getting involved in a doctor's treatment wasn't approved of. Bringing in an outsider to treat a patient was even illegal by law. Director, I suggest firing Doctor. For now, and investigating this, Ants said. I suspect that she and that man have done substantial harm to my patient. The man she brought used acupuncture on my patient. Thus, I seriously suspect that she and the man have harmful intentions. Kathiri's expression grew troubled. Tim Waltz had just bought the hospital, and this kind of situation happened under Kathiri's watch. It felt like even he was in danger. Deep inside, he blamed Ants for saying this in front of Tim instead of in private. Wasn't this just to cause trouble for Kathiri? But now that everything was revealed, he couldn't cover it up anymore. Miss For, can you explain? There's nothing to explain. I admit my mistake, but I still insist on my view. Chinese medicine isn't without any benefits. We can't view it as witchcraft just because we don't understand it. Then I will fire you temporarily and make a final decision after we investigate this thoroughly. Wait, Tim interrupted. After hearing Chinese medicine and acupuncture, the first person he thought of was Chen Zhao. Miss For, the man that Ants mentioned who performed acupuncture on the patient, is it Mr. Chen? Chapter 367 didn't come at the right time. Chapter 367 didn't come at the right time. Yes, it's him, For nodded. Kathiri looked at Tim Waltz, confused. Mr. Tim, do you know him? Yes, Mr. Chen is the person I admire the most. To me, he's the best doctor. Actually, I bought Chantilly Hospital in the hope that he could become the vice president here, Tim Waltz said, looking at Kathiri. He had deliberately told Kathiri so, hoping that he could understand the situation. If Kathiri still allowed the conflict to continue, the vice president would become president. As a mature and smart man, Kathiri clearly understood what Tim meant. Mr. Tim, since you approve of him, he must be an outstanding doctor, which means 4 wasn't wrong. But 4, the next time you make any decision, do talk to Aunts first, lest there is another unnecessary misunderstanding. Kathiri was already planning to end the conflict, but Aunts Ronan clearly did not get his intent. Then what's Mr. Chen's specialty? Where has he worked at? Does he have any contributions? Has he published any papers? He's a TCM professor at UCLA, For answered. It was Chen Zhao's only appropriate identity. But I still don't think that his treatment has any effects on my patient. Now I really suspect UCLA Medical School's professionalism. Kathiri was really astonished. Aunts was too brave. Does your family know that you speak like this? If the people from UCLA hear your words, they'll actually dig your ancestors' graves, you know. Kathiri even forgot that someone in this very office had graduated from UCLA Medical School. Four's hair stood up in anger. Mr. Aunts, do you dare to be responsible for your words? Everyone had feelings for his or her alma mater. Humiliating Four's alma mater and questioning its professionalism before her had turned her into an irreconcilable enemy. How can a person who performed acupuncture on a patient's head before a thorough checkup be a college's medicine professor? How do you know that he didn't perform a thorough checkup? Do you think that a thorough checkup can only be achieved by a precise machine? Do you think that the only correct data are the ones produced by a machine? Of course, Aunts replied confidently. If a machine judges a person as being dead, must it be accurate? Although that's not guaranteed, it's definitely more accurate than a person's judgment. For looked at Tim Waltz. Tim finally said, Dr. Aunts, now I start to suspect your professionalism. Mr. Tim, did I say something wrong? Not long ago, my son was pronounced dead by a machine. His EEG and ECG readings were all 0, but a person insisted that my son wasn't dead. He saved my son from the hands of death and completed a surgery that 4 doctors could not, Tim Waltz said. Is that person Mr. Chin? Aunts was surprised. He originally thought that Chen Zhao was only a fraudulent amateur and did not expect him to actually be a doctor. Of course, Aunts still upheld his view. So he's a cardiology expert. Why did he treat a neurology patient? Why can't a cardiology expert be a neurology expert? I don't think that there's a more professional neurosurgeon in this hospital than me. More importantly, I don't think that TCM and acupuncture have any effects on my patient. That's why you're so narrow-minded, for said in response. All right, you two stop arguing. Doctor, for since you think that Mr. Chin can heal Aunts' patient, can you invite him here? I didn't say that he can definitely heal the patient. Aunts' patient is in a vegetative state. Vegetative state? Kathiri was surprised. After arguing for so long, he discovered that the patient was actually in a vegetative state. It was not a condition that could be actively cured by modern medicine. What's there to argue about? So all you've just said are based on something uncertain. Just like how Dr. Aunts couldn't wake the patient, I've never promised that my friend definitely can. All right, this thing's over. I believe that Dr. For and Mr. Chen have no evil intentions. They were just trying to help the patient out of goodwill. Kathiri could only try to reconcile the group and end the argument quickly. Aunts still wanted to say something, but Kathiri immediately waved his hand and stopped him. If the conflict were to continue, something unexpected might happen. Chen Zhao had saved Tim's son's life. Even if Aunts was correct, could they even send Chen Zhao to the police station? Go out now. Just then, someone stuck his head into the room. For are you busy? I need to speak to you. Everyone looked at the person outside the door. Aunts immediately pointed at Chen Zhao. You're the person whom For brought here to treat my patient randomly, right? Huh. Chen Zhao did not expect this to be exposed. Were they in the middle of an argument? Shit, I didn't come at the right time. Chin, why are you here? The nurse told me that you're here. Answer me. Why did you perform acupuncture on my patient? Do you know that your action can be very dangerous for the patient? Ants roared and pointed at Qin Zhao as if he had the goods on Qin Zhao. Treatment, of course. Or else. You think I was trying to kill him? Who are you to interfere with my patient? I can wake him up. Ridiculous. He's been in a coma for 5 years. From his EEG, he has almost no brain activities. There's no sign of him waking up. You can't do it doesn't mean others can't. The data obtained with your machines might not reflect the patient's full condition, Qin Zhao said. So you're saying you can wake the patient up? I can, but because he's been in a coma for too long, he'll probably lose some of his memory. Qin Zhao looked at Suma. Ms. Suma, are you sure that you want me to wake your father up? Can you really wake him up? Chapter 368, Awaken? Chapter 368, Awaken. Yes. Qin Zhao nodded. Bullshit. Aunt scoffed. You know nothing about the patient's condition. For was worried too. Qin, do you really have a solution? Don't force yourself. The first 2 times that Chen Zhao had come to check on WA leaders, he'd been clueless. This was why, for worried Qin, Zhao had purposely said this, so he could get out of trouble. I came today just to awaken the patient, Qin Zhao said. Miss Suma, will you be able to accept it if your father loses a part of his memory? Yes, I can. As long as he can wake up. I don't care if he can remember me. I want him to wake up, instead of sleeping on the bed like a piece of wood. Miss Suma, he's lying to you. Ants tried to convince Suma to be on his side. What if I succeed? Then I'll quit, Ants Ronan said determinedly. Don't. That's boring. How about we do something more realistic? If I win, you give me your salary this month. How about that? Everyone's expressions turned strange. You're such a good doctor. Why do you want someone else's salary? And if you couldn't do it, I'll give you however much your salary is. I don't need your money. I just want you to never step foot inside Chantilly Hospital. Sure. Qin Zhao shrugged. Can you prepare a room for me? I don't need a surgery room. Just an absolutely silent room. And I hope there's no camera. I'll allow it, Timwalt said. WAT Leaders was pushed into an ICU room. For stood at the door. Qin, are you sure you don't need help? Or any machines? No need. Please don't disturb me before I come out. With that, Qin Zhao closed the door. Tim Waltz also wanted to see if Qin Zhao really could awaken someone in a coma. Blackie, pull his soul out. Blackie pulled out Wit's soul. The wooden figure appeared before Qin Zhao. Blackie, give me a soul fragment. Qin Zhao took the fragment that Blackie gave him and started extracting the essence from it. If the soul left the body after it died, it would slowly lose its sense of self and memories. This was different from souls left in the human world. Those were formed by human will and contain the deepest impressions. These wills greatly affected the soul's actions. Because of these deep thoughts, their actions would be extreme or radical. This was why most souls left in the human world were known as evil spirits. Blackie's soul fragments were from evil spirits. They obviously couldn't be pieced together like a puzzle to form a complete soul. However, they could be smelted and have their soul essence extracted. To souls, soul essence was the purest nutrition, especially for damaged souls. The essence could heal their injured parts. The essence extracted from a dozen soul fragments filled a small bottle. Qin Zhao poured it on Wit's head and then cast a spell so the essence could quickly fuse into his soul. Nourished by the soul essence, Wit's soul suddenly reacted. It was like enjoying something it was addicted to. It's still not fully mended, Blackie said. There are some cracks in his soul. Only one bottle couldn't fully heal Wit's soul. Qin Zhao created another bottle and repeated his actions. Wit's soul suddenly woke up in shock. It looked around. Where am I? Okay, I'll put it back into his body. Blackie grabbed Wit's soul and stuffed it into the body. Ah! Suma broke through the door and rushed in at once. Dad. She looked excitedly at her father on the ground. Who are you? W.A. asked, confused. Dad, it's me, Suma. No way. Suma is only 8 years old. Who exactly are you? Why are you here? Everyone stared at each other. He lost too many memories, Qinzhao said. All memories after Miss Suma turned 8 are gone. He turned toward W and said, Sir, you were in a car accident 5 years ago, causing you to fall into a coma until today. You are awake now, but you lost a portion of your memories. You and Miss Suma can have a chat now. We'll go out. Ans was lost and in utter disbelief. This is impossible. How is this possible? No. Tim Waltz and 4 were also shocked. Chen Zhao had actually woken up someone who was in a coma for 5 years. Waking up someone in a vegetative state wasn't unprecedented, but most of the time they would be in a coma until death. Current science couldn't wake up someone whose brain had stopped running. Of course, a brain that didn't operate wasn't the same as being brain dead. These were two different concepts. The former meant that thoughts had stopped, but there were still brain waves. Brain dead in medical terms meant actual death. It was an even more direct standard for determining death than the heart stopping. Kathiri was in shock too. Mr. Chen's skills were too powerful. He could even wake up someone in a coma. He was practically the first in the world to purposely and actively wake up someone in a coma. Mr. Chen, I apologize for my words earlier, Aunt said. I accept your apology, but our bet still holds, Chen Zhao clarified. Of course. Aunt nodded seriously. Mr. Chen, I hope I can become your student. After witnessing your skills, I realize that I lack too much. I hope that I can. Stop. I don't have time and don't plan on taking students either. I'm too busy for my own stuff, let alone teach students. But aren't you a professor at UCLA? That's just a title, Chen Zhao said helplessly. I've only taught one class, and that was as a substitute. And halfway through the class, one student's heart suddenly stopped. Oh, right, it's Mr. Waltz's son, Hoffman. Please don't pressure me. Then can I stay by your side? You don't need to teach me. I just wish to see you treat your patients. No. Was this a joke? He was an illegal doctor. Was he going to let this man watch how he collected money? Chapter 369. Did you come here to argue with me? Chapter 369. Did you come here to argue with me? Oh, I also need to treat another patient in Chantilly. He's my student. President, sir, may I? Of course. No problem. Didn't you say that you don't accept students? Aunt said in envy. He's my boxing student. By the way, I'm also a boxing coach. If you want to learn boxing, I can teach you. Everyone was speechless. Don't be like this. You're wasting your medical skill. God will punish you. Mr. Chen, can you teach Hoffman boxing too? Tim Waltz did not mind it. Actually, he hoped that Chen Zhao could coach his son. He would be relieved if Hoffman could stay with Chen Zhao. Boxing isn't appropriate for Hoffman. It's best for him to do an hour of aerobic exercise every day. Actually, let him swim. It's more comprehensive. Boxing is mostly anaerobic and isn't good for Hoffman. Okay, I got it. Tim Waltz fully trusted Chen Zhao's judgment now. Chen Zhao did not have to find Tiger surreptitiously this time. Tiger was very cooperative in the treatment. The hospital also turned a blind eye. Tiger's original doctor complained at the start, but very soon he closed his mouth shut. Mr. Chen, where are you now? Rhea called Chen Zhao. Chantilly Hospital. Are you injured? I'm in a hospital. Why can't I be ill? No, why do I have to be ill? I'm a doctor. Must I be in a hospital to see a doctor? You're illegal. You can't possibly have a client in a hospital, right? Rhea said. All right, give me the address. I'll go there now. I'll go and fetch you. You can't fetch me. All my pets are here. You want to drive a truck here? The place Rena and I are staying at doesn't have an address. Then send someone here to show me the direction. Soon, Rhea appeared before Qinzhao. She left her sports car in the hospital car park. Nevertheless, when she boarded Qinzhao's RV, she was still astonished. You drive the RV around every day. The RV's big. Rhea turned her head and saw Princess, as well as her babies, lying on the floor and watching cartoons. Black Ma and White Ma were also running up and down. Rhea kept silent. Isn't it dangerous to live with so many animals? I'm a professional animal trainer. There's such a saying in China. Those who drown are all good at swimming. Is it? Did you board my vehicle to argue with me? Rhea began to direct Qinzhao. Indeed, she lived on a remote farm. When Rhea alighted from the van, a few shepherd dogs immediately dashed over and interacted with her intimately. However, when Princess alighted, their hair stood up in fright. When Black Ma and White Ma alighted, they even started to bark wildly. Just then, a quad bike drove toward them. A man with a cowboy hat and in cowboy attire alighted from the bike. Rhea, where did you find him? Is he from the circus? Jimmy, he's here to help Rena overcome her fear. You better respect him. Hey, kid, you can enter the farm, but you better look after your pets carefully. My children won't let off those who behave wildly. Qinzhao looked at Rhea. Can I beat him up? Jimmy's face darkened as he stepped forward. Rhea immediately extended her arm and stopped Jimmy. Jimmy, do you really think that you're the owner here? Rhea, can you not see my love for you? Jimmy said. Qinzhao whistled. Rhea frowned and widened her eyes at him. Hurry up. Qinzhao followed Rhea, while Jimmy was clearly displeased. Rhea, when did I offend him? Qinzhao walked closer to Rhea and pretended to talk to her intimately. Several meters behind them, Jimmy's eyes were burning with fury. Rhea knew that Qinzhao did it on purpose. If the woman you like comes down from another man's RV, what would you think? Rhea, don't go to my house at midnight again, all right? Qinzhao suddenly said loudly. Rhea was so angry that she smiled. Jimmy quickened his steps and grabbed Qinzhao's shoulder. Kid, I'm going to kill you. Qinzhao turned his head and looked at Rhea. Can I beat him up now? Jimmy, if you keep doing this, scram out of the farm. Do not think that this place will close down without you, Rhea said with her face darkening. Rhea, you're chasing me away because of him? Am I not as good as him? You're great. But after flirting outside, remember to clean the lipstick marks on your body first, instead of pleasing me with another woman's smell. Jimmy's face flushed. Qinzhao made a weird laugh and followed Rhea into the farm. The main building on the farm was a 2-story wooden house. There was also a stable on the side. When Qinzhao entered the wooden house, he could even smell horse dung. Of course, it was not disgusting. The environment had greatly diluted the smell. After mixing with natural grass and mud, it actually felt somewhat refreshing. You're rich. Why would you live in such a place? There's nothing bad about this place. It's too noisy in the city. Fine, rich people like you just have a different style. Qinzhao shrugged. On the second floor, they stopped outside the outermost room and Rhea knocked on the door. Rena, open the door. Sis, leave me alone, Rena answered in the room. I want you to see a person. I don't want to see anyone. Don't disturb me. Bang. Qinzhao kicked the door open directly. Rhea roared, What are you doing? Let's be direct. I don't like to waste everyone's time. Qinzhao stood at the door and looked into the dark room. Ms. Rena, aren't you happy to see me? Aren't you surprised? Ah, ghost. Qinzhao glanced at Rhea, whose face had already darkened. Look, she's happy. Rhea, went into the room at once. Rena, stop shouting. He's not dead. This bastard's not dead. No way. I saw him being dragged away by the killer whale. How can he be still alive? He's a ghost. He came here for revenge. He once said that he wouldn't let me off even if he were to become a ghost. Rena backed away into a corner in fear. The killer whale is his pet. He's arranged all of this and deceived both you and me. Chapter 370. Can I hit him? Chapter 370. Can I hit him? You're lying. How can someone keep a killer whale as a pet? And not in the aquarium, but in the sea? Yeah, what kind of person would have a killer whale as a pet? Even Rhea felt a bit crazy, but it was the truth. What could she say? Okay, I came to take revenge. What are you still standing here for? Run. What are you talking about? Rhea was even more furious. I got you here to persuade my sister, not to scare her. But right now, Rena actually brightened as she looked at Qinzhao. You really didn't die? People were like this sometimes. They didn't know how to think logically, and instead had to think the opposite way. Now you're willing to believe me. Why didn't you die? Rena was still confused. Qinzhao didn't feel like replying to a question that had already been answered. He turned to Rhea. Can I leave now? You think the money is that easy? Fine. What else do you want me to do? If I apologize to you, will you forgive me? Rena suddenly apologized to Qinzhao. I'll forgive you after getting your sister's check. Can't you reply seriously? My sister is seriously apologizing to you. Oh, I forgive you. You're just patronizing. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to be moved to tears? Is that how I should show that I accept the apology? Can you go horseback riding with me? Rena looked at Qinzhao tearfully. Don't know how to, Qinzhao rejected quickly. Horses? He'd never touched that animal before. Plus, if he fell to the ground, the image he'd worked so hard on creating would be destroyed. Great, Rhea said. I finally found something you can't do. You're not allowed to refuse. Will you pay me more? Don't even think about it. Qinzhao was never much interested in things that he wouldn't get paid for. The three went downstairs. Jimmy, Rhea called. Lead the horses here. Jimmy and the cowboys pulled many horses out of the stable. Rena glanced at Qinzhao. I'll let you choose first. They all looked the same. Whatever. Idiot. Jimmy's voice wasn't quiet. Everyone present could hear it. Can I hit him? Rhea rubbed her forehead. This was Qinzhao's third time asking it, but she was more pissed at Jimmy. He really couldn't understand the situation. Jimmy usually just rode horses and hunted, or drank in the local town's bar and got into fights. Maybe he thought he was strong, but Rhea had no confidence in him. He was skilled at hurting. Rhea was afraid that Qinzhao would handicap Jimmy. Hiring another skilled cowboy would waste a lot of time. This was the reason why she endured Jimmy all this time. Asian, you really think you can beat me? Jimmy wasn't willing to admit defeat before Rhea. He thought that he must build up his image again. I can hit him now, right? Qinzhao asked again. You really want to fight that badly? Rhea was pissed. I called you here to play with my sister, not for you to beat up my men. Rhea, you think I can't beat him? Jimmy was kind of pissed too. Jarl is laying in the hospital right now. He won't get out of bed in 3 months. It's all because of this asshole. You really want to fight with him? Rhea glared at the dumbass Jimmy. Jimmy didn't mention fighting again. I'm a cowboy, not a barbarian. Coward, Qinzhao said with disdain. Asian, you dare to compete with horseback riding. Are all your men so shameless? Okay, don't compete. Why do you have to mock me? He's him, I'm me. No, why don't we compete? Qinzhao said, let's bet something. Otherwise, it's not fun. How about $1,000? Rhea squinted at Qinzhao. Are you sure you want to compete against Jimmy? He grew up on a horse. I also grew up watching people on horseback. You live in the plains. No, I saw it on TV. You really want to bet? Jimmy sneered inwardly. Since Chun Zhao wanted to give him free money, there was no reason why he would refuse. Of course. I accept your wager, Jimmy said. Choose a horse. Wait, how will we race? Go around the stable. Whoever does a lap first wins. Any problems? No problem. Chun Zhao nodded. Miss Rhea, which horse is the fastest? Black Cloud. Rhea pointed at a pure black horse. But it was a horse king. No one can ride it. Hey you, big black horse, come over here. You can't call it like that. It's not. Black Cloud suddenly broke free from the cowboy's rope and ran to Chun Zhao. Everyone froze. Did this work? I'll ride you later. You better do good. If you lose, I'll skin you. Mr. Chin, are you sure it can understand? Rena stared at Chun Zhao, speechless. Threatening a horse? Could it even understand? Chun Zhao patted Black Cloud's neck and took its reins. Rhea brought over a saddle and personally helped Chun Zhao set it up. Did you choose yet? Chun Zhao asked Jimmy. I choose fire. Jimmy, choose a red jujube-colored horse. If you dare take a step, Chun Zhao yelled at Jimmy's fire, I'll have that bear eat you. Rena, Rhea, Jimmy, and the cowboys were all speechless. Clown, Jimmy scoffed. Miss Rhea, I really want to hit him. What should I do? If you have the skills, then put it in the race, Rhea mocked. Only a barbarian thinks about fighting all day. Chun Zhao got onto Black Cloud, testing it. Rhea taught him on the spot. Lock your thighs, put your feet on the stirrups. Hold the reins with both hands. On the other side, Jimmy was obviously much more experienced. He settled into the saddle easily. Go over to the starting line. Go to the starting line. Chun Zhao patted Black Cloud's neck. The black and red horses reached the starting line. Ready? Rhea asked. Wait, I have something to say, Chun Zhao called. What do you want to say? Chun Zhao turned to fire. I wasn't joking. Just try and take a step. That bear will definitely be waiting at the end. Chun Zhao, enough. Stop fooling around. Ready, go. Let's go. Chun Zhao patted the horse's neck and Black Cloud started galloping. Go, go, go. Chapter 371, Cowboy You Lost. Chapter 371, Cowboy You Lost. On the other side, Jimmy also pulled the reins, but fire would not move at all. Click, click. Jimmy began to panic. Fire was unwilling to go and kept marching on the spot. Rena and Rhea were very confused. Was Fire not moving really because of Chun Zhao's threat? But he was a horse. How could he possibly understand Chun Zhao? Increasingly anxious, Jimmy continued to swing the reins. He tried his best, but Fire just would not listen. Chun Zhao rode Black Cloud at a moderate speed. It was his first time riding a horse. He did not dare to ask Black Cloud to charge. If he fell onto the ground at a speed of a few dozen kilometers, he would be injured too. Nevertheless, even though Black Cloud was running slowly, they would still easily win. After all, Jimmy and Fire were still going around in circles at the starting line. The route was a few hundred meters long. Black Cloud took 2 minutes and slowly returned to his original spot. Cowboy, you lost. No, this doesn't count. You cheated, Jimmy shouted. He could not accept the fact that he had lost to an outsider. In his opinion, it was not his mistake at all. It was the damn horse being disobedient. Jimmy also did not know what was going on. When he rode Fire on other days, such a thing never happened. But today, Fire just would not listen to his commands. Can I beat him up now? Rhea glanced at Chun Zhao. She also found the outcome surprising. However, she could not see any problem, at least not on the surface. Chun Zhao did win. Jimmy, don't let me look down on you. Take the gamble and pay the loss. Jimmy trembled in anger and very unwillingly took out $1,000. His hands were shaking and he could feel his heart bleeding. His monthly salary was only $3,000. Nobody would be willing to lose $1,000 just like this. Let's have another round. Jimmy looked at Chen Zhao, unwilling to give up. No, it's too boring. You're obviously not a professional cowboy. It was clear that Chen Zhao would not agree. Jimmy felt like vomiting blood. Chen Zhao would not even give him a chance to take revenge. Is there nothing fun at your farm? Chen Zhao was disappointed. I'm leaving. Rhea hesitated for a while. Why don't you stay here for a bit longer? With his back facing Rhea, Chen Zhao waved his hand. Goodbye. Marguerite, I'm at the entrance. Come out and carry the things. Chen Zhao waited at the entrance for at least 20 minutes. Marguerite finally walked out of the forest. He had already stayed in the forest for more than half a month. His clothes were all black and dirty, and his face was also filled with a messy beard. Come into the van and clean yourself up. I'll carry the things to the cave, Chen Zhao said. Marguerite did not want to be over-polite, but when he boarded the van, he saw Princess's enormous body. Ah, Bear. You've met each other before. She's the one that attacked us back then, but I adopted her and her family later. She's called Princess now. She won't bite me, right? No, don't worry. Princess, come and carry the stuff. Marguerite watched as Princess actually stood up and carried a huge bag on her paw. To be honest, Marguerite really envied Chen Zhao. Having lived in the cave for so long, he knew very well the taste of loneliness. If he could tame an animal into a pet, just like Chen Zhao, it would make an excellent friend. After showering in the RV, Marguerite felt really refreshed. Chen Zhao had brought him many items, all of which he needed urgently. You had a fight with someone? Marguerite discovered the bruises on Chen Zhao's face. Had a conflict with a girl. She asked a few people to beat me up. Do you want? When Marguerite was in deep trouble, only Chen Zhao was willing to help him. When he was in his most dangerous moment, Chen Zhao even saved him unconditionally. Hence, he was willing to do anything for Chen Zhao. Stop, it's just a girl. Don't be so serious. Chen Zhao looked at Princess. Princess, bring Briar and Bramble away before they dirty Marguerite's new blanket. Chen, how did you tame her? I can't really teach you, Chen Zhao said with a bitter smile. Marguerite had only asked out of curiosity. Never mind. Bring me some game consoles next time. I feel like going insane here. Chen Zhao also wanted to help Marguerite to get out of his predicament, but he did not know how. Marguerite was now being hunted by both legal and illegal parties. His social network was almost useless. By the way, I'm probably going to Sacramento for a few days, so I won't be able to visit you. All right. Marguerite was really grateful to Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao had a long chat with Marguerite, who had such a lonely time in the forest. He had too much to tell another person. When Chen Zhao was about to leave, he could clearly see the reluctance in Marguerite's eyes. Marguerite, the next time I come, I'll bring you a pet. Sure. Marguerite nodded firmly, his eyes flashing with anticipation. Why are you so late today? Went to see an old friend. Home was always the most relaxing place. When Chen Zhao returned home, the anxiety that had followed him for the entire day vanished. Chen Zhao hugged Feilai and did not harass her, which was really rare. Feilai, have you applied for leave? Yes, Robio approved it. How many days? 5. 5 days, that's nice. When we come back, we can get ready to move house. Chen Zhao hugged Feilai tightly. Oh, is Four going with us? Feilai asked. I told her about it, and she said she would consider it. As her sister, you should probably talk to her yourself. Feilai took out her phone at once and called Four. So are you going to Dad's birthday? Let me think about it. Chun and I are leaving the day after tomorrow. What do you have to think about? The day after tomorrow? Isn't it on the 18th? We can't go on Dad's birthday itself, right? I'm really busy here. Which means you're not going. I'll think about it. Again, just tell straight me if you're going or not. All right, I'll try my best. I'll give you a reply tomorrow. Great, I'm waiting for good news. After Fei Lai hung up, Qin Zhao said, If Fer isn't going, we won't have a driver anymore. If she hears that, she'll die of anger. Perhaps I should teach Princess how to drive, Qin Zhao muttered. Even if she learns it, she won't get a license. You need to have a dream. What if it comes true? Just then, Qin Zhao received a call. He took out his phone and realized that it was from Pierce South. After their cooperation at that time, they had gone their separate ways. Why would Pierce call Qin Zhao? Chapter 372. The story starts with an impotent king. Chapter 372. The story starts with an impotent king. Hi, Qin. Have you eaten? Qin Zhao thought that Pierce South had purposely gone to learn how Chinese people greet each other, but it sounds weird coming from a foreigner's mouth. Pierce, please get to the point. My time is precious. Qin, don't act like we're unfamiliar. After all, we'd gone through dangers and challenges together. I think we're friends now. Friend, please get to the point, Qin Zhao said impatiently. Friend? Qin Zhao really didn't dare to be friends with an old fox like Pierce. I want to buy some things from you. What things? That Chinese painting, the sailor's diary, and copper smoker. Qin Zhao was surprised. He'd sold the smoker long ago, and not for a low price either. The painting and diary were still laying in his spatial ring. Was there anything special about them? He'd planned on hanging the painting in his new bedroom. As for the diary, Mr. Doman had appraised it and said it had no value. No artistic value and no historical value. Qin Zhao suddenly remembered that Pierce hadn't seen the painting before. But as a Chinese, Qin Zhao had naturally chosen it. He'd sold the smoker through a legit channel, Mr. Doman's company auction. It wasn't a secret either. So, Pierce didn't want the painting or the smoker. Instead, he wanted the diary that Mr. Doman had said was valueless. He'd just mentioned 3 things to confuse Qin Zhao, so he wouldn't raise the price. The diary's owner was a Spanish sailor called Bellard Cambris from the 17th century. It was a diary of his voyages. I'm sorry, Qin Zhao said. I've already sold these 3 things. It seemed that he had to find someone to reappraise the diary and translate the content. Qin, I'm willing to pay a high price. Oh, what price? $400,000. What do you think? Qin Zhao kept rolling his eyes on the other end of the phone. Was Pierce actually stupid or just pretending? Mr. Doman had bought the smoker for $350,000. If Pierce offered $400,000, it meant that he'd only pay $50,000 for the diary that he truly wanted. This could confuse the other party, but once they perceived his true intentions, it would only cause them to be guarded against him. Basically, this old fox wanted to get what he wanted, but also wanted to take advantage. Sorry, bye. Wait, Qin, we can negotiate. Okay, old fox, if you can't move me with your next sentence, I'll put your number on the blacklist. Come on, didn't we have a nice partnership? Bye. Do you want a royal family's treasures? In the movies. Please, it's a real royal family's treasures. Do you know the war for the inheritance of the Spanish throne near the end of the 17th century and the beginning of the 18th? No. Basically, England, France, Netherlands, and Austria all participated in the war. Isn't it the Spanish throne? What does it have to do with these other countries? Anyway, there's a king called Carlos II. He had problems and couldn't have any descendants, so he wanted to pass the throne onto the grandson of Maria Theresa, sister of the French king. But in his will, he required that France and Spain could never be merged. Then England thought that France wanted to take over Europe, so they came out to cause trouble. Also, Leopold I, the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, Duke of Austria, King of Bohemia and Hungary, wanted his younger son Duke Charlie to inherit the Spanish throne. He thought that Spanish Princess Maria Theresa had promised to give up the Spanish throne for her descendants when she married the French King Louis XVI. Get to the point. Chen Zhao's thoughts were in a mess. European royalty loved marriage alliances and then caused a bunch of problems afterward. Anyway, the Spain-French alliance lost to the anti-French alliance. The Philip family was worried they'd all get killed, so they had the son escape from Spain. He began his refugee life on the sea. This son chose the alias Bellard Cambris. And then, on the surface, Bellard Cambris looked like a regular sailor, but he was actually the leader of a pirate fleet. Between 1714 and 1740, he attacked more than 100 merchant ships in the Spanish seas. So you're saying that the diary doesn't have records about royal treasures, but pirate treasures? Chen Zhao asked. After a pause, Pierce said yes. Chen Zhao felt like Pierce was hiding something, so he asked, while fleeing for his life, did this Bellard Cambris bring some memento to prove his identity? If a member of royalty was fleeing, they'd have to bring a royal item with them to prove their identity when needed. This made more sense. Plus, since Pierce had mentioned royal treasures, Chen Zhao refused to believe that it had nothing to do with royalty. Pierce finally spoke. As the grandson of King Louis XVI, Philip the Apostle arranged for his son to flee and gave him the King of the Sun Golden Chalice, bestowed upon him by Louis XVI. Chen Zhao knew that some Louis XVI from France called himself the King of the Sun. He'd been really cocky when he was in power. King of the Sun Golden Chalice? Chen Zhao touched his chin. So you're saying that the most valuable thing is the King of the Sun Golden Chalice? No, it's precious, but you can't sell it for money. Why? It's a magic tool. It was made from the blood of the top 100 strongest witches of that time. Anyone who drinks wine from the cup will receive a witch's entire magic power. This King of the Sun Golden Chalice can produce 100 strong magic warriors. Of course, if the warrior dies, his magic power returns to the cup. You want the King of the Sun Golden Chalice? Yes, of course, we can share it. But this diary was burned. I appraised it once, and the expert said that it's useless, so I didn't save it carefully. My house got set on fire. You must have heard about it, right? My diary was inside my house and was destroyed in the explosion. What? It's such a precious diary. How could you be so careless? I didn't know, Chen Zhao said helplessly. Chapter 373 Departure. Chapter 373 Departure. Do you remember its contents? Pierce South sounded rather desperate. What do you think? Is it really destroyed? Pierce South was still unwilling to give up, hoping that Chen Zhao was just lying. Even if the King of the Sun Golden Chalice really exists, I'm not interested. Actually, Chen Zhao was not uninterested, but he did not want to cooperate with Pierce South. In their last cooperation, Pierce did not do much, and yet he benefited more. Chen Zhao was clearly unhappy about it. It was not how cooperation should work. In the end, Pierce South hung up disinterested. The next day, Chen Zhao did not go out. Instead, he stayed at home and packed what he could. After all, he was going to move to a new house after returning from the journey. He planned to give his old home appliances to Sienna and the rest. In fact, giving one's old appliances and furniture to others is quite a common thing and not embarrassing at all. When some people are about to move, they will even tell their neighbors to come and take their unneeded furniture if they want them. They might donate the last few pieces to charities, which will eventually be given to homeless people. Of course, Chen Zhao did not have much to give. Most things in the villa were not his, after all. He would certainly not give something that did not even belong to him. Shortly after he gave Sienna a call, Sienna, Chris, and Cheryl showed up. To them, nothing was too old. For example, toasters and dishwashers were perfectly good as long as they were functioning and not broken. Indeed, they were very excited to obtain these appliances for free. Chen, if there's anything else that you don't need, remember to tell us. The three received more than 10 appliances of various sizes. By the way, how are you doing in Movich's company? Nothing's happened till now. Supernatural events don't just happen every day, Sienna said. Mr. Chen! Cheryl lifted her head and looked at Chin. Call me Chin, just like they do. Chin, can you invite Mr. Werewolf here again? I have some questions to ask him. What do you want to ask? Recently, I find it more and more difficult to control my emotions during a full moon. I want to know what I should do. I can ask him for you, but it won't be easy to invite him here, Qinzhao said. Sienna and Chris had also heard from Cheryl that Qinzhao knew a real werewolf. They were actually not surprised by this. After all, in their eyes, Qinzhao was a mystery. There was therefore nothing strange about him knowing a real werewolf. Just then, Fur arrived and saw Chen Zhao carrying things around. Sienna, Chris, and Cheryl bid goodbye and left in a car. Chin, are Fei Lai and you moving? For had gone to Mirror Lake and seen their lakeside villa before. She was actually somewhat jealous that Fei Lai could find such a boyfriend. Not yet, but when we return we should be able to move in. Why are you here? I've decided to go to Sacramento with you. If you're just here to inform me, you could have given me a call. I'm on annual leave, starting from today. I realized I have nowhere to go now, so here I am. Come in and take a seat. Chin, Zhao poured for a glass of water. Just then, a few more people entered the house. It was Risfar, Laura, Vera, and Ronnie, as well as Laffer. When Risfar saw four, he was clearly stunned. When he was trying to ask Qin Zhao to treat his wife, he had investigated for. Johnny, Laura, why are you here? We heard that you're moving, so we came to say goodbye. Please, I'm not leaving America. I'll still be in LA. But it won't be as convenient for us to meet up. Uncle Chin, where are you going? Can we never see Princess again? Can we never see Black Ma and White Ma again? Of course not. You can go to my new house anytime. Now you walk for 20 minutes, and next time you'll sit in a car for 20 minutes. It'll be the same. In fact, Beverly Hills was at least an hour away from Mountain Town. The two places were quite far apart. But in order to comfort Ronnie and Vera, Qin Zhao deliberately set a shorter time. Is this beautiful lady your friend? Risfar asked despite already knowing the answer. Chin, you are alone with her at home. Aren't you scared that Fei Lai will find out? Laura could tell that Four and Chen Zhao did not have a special relationship, but this did not prevent her from teasing Qin Zhao. This is Four, Fei Lai's younger sister. Chin, I brought you a bottle of red wine. Let's eat grilled meat and drink this for lunch. I don't mind the combination, but I hope the wine's not over $10,000. I don't want to be that luxurious. Don't worry, it's only a few thousand. Do you really not have any red wine that's cheaper? I mean, that is its market price. Is there a difference? Of course. I own the brand's winery, so I determine the price. Four and Laura chatted in the living room, while Chen Zhao and Risfar talked in the courtyard. Soon, Dell and Faith also came. Risfar had called them here. It was like a farewell meal. In the afternoon, Fei Lai also came back early to join the gathering. For stay here tonight, Fei Lai suggested. I can stay, but you need to promise me you're not having sex tonight, or I'll kill both of you. All right, I promise, Fei Lai vowed confidently. After all, they were planning to leave the next morning. It would be more convenient if Four could stay over. That night, Qin Zhao did not touch Fei Lai, a very rare occurrence. He slept on the sofa in the living room instead. The next day, Chen Zhao, Fei Lai, and Four, together with the pets, boarded the RV and departed. Four, can you drive for a while? I'll prepare breakfast. The RV had a complete kitchen. For sat onto the driver's seat without any suspicion. In the end, just as the RV made its way out of the city, she heard moans from the back. "Asshole, you lied to me. You've planned all this." For cursed as she drove. "If the two of you make any sound again, I'll drive the van into the sea." "Shit, just be quiet." For was already mad. Chapter 374 on the road. Chapter 374 on the road. After messing around for an hour, Phalai put the late breakfast before 4. For realized that she'd been tricked into being the driver. Right now, Chun Zhao and Phalai were leaning against each other, enjoying the scenery along the way. For could only sit behind the wheel. The only thing that comforted her was that a cute little kitty was accompanying her. Meow, meow, meow. Samuel stood on the dashboard and monologued to 4. "Human, are you willing to become my follower?" "I just want to kill that annoying couple." "Become my follower, and all your wishes will come true." "You're so much better. Only you're willing to accompany me. Do you want a bacon sandwich?" "Very good. I am satisfied with your offering. When I rule the world, you will become my right-hand woman." Just then, a police car in front of them gestured at the RV to stop, for could only park the car behind the police car. The officer motioned for her to open the door. These highways mostly had state police. They would stop suspicious cars to search. For didn't know what she'd done to get the officer's attention, but she still obediently opened the door. "Hello, how may I help you?" For asked. "This is your car?" The police asked. "No, it's my sister and her boyfriend's." For pointed up. To be honest, it was indeed a bit dramatic to drive a car like this on the road. "I need to go up and check," the officer said. "Be my guest." Not even a few steps later, a bare head suddenly appeared. "Ah." The officer fell to the ground, frantically trying to pull his gun out of his belt. "Officer, that is a pet. We have a pet license." The officer was still terrified. Are you sure this monster won't eat people?" Princess walked over to the officer. She grabbed an apple from the table and took 2 bites. She seemed to sense that the officer was afraid, so she took another apple and offered it to the officer. Roar, roar, roar. "What is it doing?" "It's asking if you want to eat it." Just then, Chun Zhao and Phalai came down from the balcony. For what happened? "This officer got scared by Princess," For said. "No, I was just suddenly." The police glanced at Princess. "It's so big." "Officer, please sit." Chun Zhao sat on the sofa to the side. "Where are you all from?" "L.A." "Where are you going?" "Sacramento." "Why are you going to Sacramento?" "It's our dad's birthday," Phalai answered. "We're going to celebrate his birthday. Can you all show me your IDs?" The 3 all took out their licenses. In America, people could usually use their driver's license as their IDs. The officer checked their licenses and returned them after confirming there were no problems. "The speed limit is 60 to 80 kilometers per hour here," the officer said. "You best not be lower than that. I won't give you a ticket this time, but please be careful about your speed. Also, there's been 4 armed car robberies in half a month on this road. You guys should be careful." "Thank you for your warning. We'll be careful." When the officer went down the steps, he stopped and said, "Oh, can I have a picture with it, Princess?" "Of course." After getting a picture, the officer left the car satisfied. But the officer realized the RV didn't start driving. The 3 were instead arguing in the car. The officer tapped the window. "Are you all okay?" "Go drive," Chinzhao said. "Don't block the road with the car." "This is your car," For said angrily. "Why should I drive? Why should I be your chauffeur?" "Don't be so petty. Just drive a bit more. I'll take your place later." "You two have been fucking like rabbits the entire morning." For roared. "I've had enough." The officer outside looked at 4 with sympathy. This was honestly too much. "Okay, I promise we'll be quieter next time." Hearing this, More murderous intent flared in Four's eyes. "Don't park here for too long," the officer reminded. "Otherwise, I'll write a ticket." For wouldn't compromise at all, so Chun Zhao and Fei Lai's plan was ruined. In the end, Chun Zhao had to drive. Being a road trip driver truly wasn't fun. Thankfully, Fei Lai sat beside him, chatting with Chun Zhao. On the other hand, For put on sunglasses, rubbed in sunblock, and enjoyed the afternoon sunlight under the parasol at the top of the car. Fei Lai pointed at the GPS. "There should be a rest station up ahead. We can go there for a break." "Willis, where are you right now?" "I'm on Highway 5, around 120 kilometers from Trolley County. We've already checked the people injured from the 4 crimes. We've discovered that the criminals used a signal disturbance tool, affecting the direction that the drivers traveled in. Those unfamiliar with the route may drive into remote areas. The criminals also set up obstacles along the way. When the driver came out to check, they would attack the driver and the others on the car. There are hundreds of exits on Highway 5. How am I supposed to prevent it? Everyone along the route, watch out. Just patrol your area. If you discover any disturbances with the signal, it may be the criminals." "Okay, got it." Willis continued driving, patrolling on the highway. Just then, Willis saw the RV stopping at the rest stop up ahead. Thinking back to how scared he'd been of the bear, Willis suddenly found it funny. He also parked the car at the rest stop. When he entered the restaurant, he saw the 3 sitting there. "Hi," Willis greeted first. "Hello, sir," Chin Zhao answered. "Want to sit down?" Willis sat beside the trio. "You didn't bring Princess in." "This store doesn't allow Princess, so I left her in the car." "The law states that you can't lock pets in a sealed place," Willis reminded. "The car has an automatic oxygen system. If it senses that the oxygen level is low, it'll activate automatically. Plus, we only plan on sitting here for 20 minutes. Willis only mentioned it. He didn't plan on making a big deal over it. He knew how amazing the RV was. Chapter 375. The person who last said this to me is long dead. Chapter 375. The person who last said this to me is long dead. We should get going. Goodbye, Willis. After finishing their meal, Chun Zhao walked up and hugged Willis. "Oh, let me give you my number. If you encounter any trouble on your way, call me," Willis said. Although they could call 9112, the operator would still redirect the call to him. Calling him straight would save them a lot of time. Trouble? He's not afraid of trouble. Fei Lai glanced to Chin Zhao. She knew how strong Chin Zhao was. For example, just a few days ago he had beaten a boxer up. For had told her about it. The boxer had beaten Chen Zhao's student up. Then Chen Zhao took revenge in the same way. Willis smiled and glanced at Chen Zhao. Somewhat skinny and wearing decent clothes, Chen Zhao did not look like he could fight. Nevertheless, men always enjoyed boasting before their women. Willis was not going to expose Chen Zhao here. "Have a nice trip," Willis said. In the car park outside the rest area, there was an old Ford Mustang. A man was in the car, drinking some alcohol and looking at the RV not far away. "Boss, we found a prey. Activate the interference there and change the road sign. We'll follow them." "How many people are there?" 3, an Asian and 2 women. The 2 women are really beautiful. The man wiped his saliva, his eyes glowing with lust. Just then, the RV moved. The man immediately started the car and followed it. Meanwhile, Chen Zhao realized that the GPS screen was not changing. "Fei Lai, come and take a look at the GPS. I think it's malfunctioning." Fei Lai walked up and checked it. Indeed, it shows that we're still at the rest area. Why would the GPS on such an advanced vehicle malfunction? Even military navigation systems can fail. The quality of the vehicle is irrelevant. "Do you want me to drive?" Fei Lai asked. "No, there are road signs anyway. I can read." Just then, they saw the road ahead split into 2. Chin Zhao checked the road sign and changed their lane. Chin, I think you made a mistake. It's not this way. Didn't the road sign point here? Is it? Fei Lai looked at the road sign who had already passed. It seemed to be pointing in their direction. Never mind, keep driving. If it's wrong, we can turn back. Just as Willis walked out from the burger restaurant, his phone rang. But when he picked up the call, he realized that there was only a cacophony of noises. He could not hear what the other person was saying. Willis tried to call the person back, but it was still noises. What happened? An interference? Willis suddenly recalled that during his conversation with the HQ earlier, he was told that the gang on the road would use signal interference to misdirect unaware drivers. Nevertheless, their signal interference device was not military and could cover at most 10 kilometers. Willis thought about it. There had not been any interference on his way here, so the source must be ahead. He immediately boarded his car and drove toward the northwest. After a few kilometers, Willis saw a road sign. It was clearly wrong. Willis knew at once that the wrong road sign had probably been placed by the gang to misdirect passing drivers. This road is definitely not correct. Actually, even without Fei Lai's reminder, Qin Zhao would have realized it by now. They had already driven into the wilderness. The road was in poor conditions and, with only 2 lanes, was rather narrow. Because of that, it was difficult to turn around. Qin, have you realized that a car has been following us? Qin Zhao also noticed the old Ford Mustang a few meters behind them. He could smell something fishy. Ask Ford to come down from the roof and close it. If something happens later, stay in the van. Chen, you mean it's a trap? Very likely, Qin Zhao nodded. Fei Lai took out her phone and tried to call the police, but it was unsuccessful. Can you not make a call? My phone has full signal, but it just doesn't work. It's fine. Don't leave the van later. Just leave it to me. For also walked down from the roof. Chen, what happened? Nothing. Chen Zhao said lightly. We took the wrong path. Just then, the expected roadblocks finally appeared. A few logs lay on the road, blocking the path. The car behind also followed them closely and blocked their route of retreat. They could not even turn around. Suddenly, about a dozen people appeared from the mounds by the road. Their leader was a bald man. He had a big beard and was wearing a gray vest. Come out. Everyone on the van, come out now, the bearded bald man shouted. Chen, what do we do? For was horrified. Nothing, it's safe in the van. As long as we don't leave the van, they can't do anything to us. The RV and its glasses were all bulletproof. It was clearly impossible for them to threaten the people in the van with just the sticks they had. Even if they had iron rods, they would probably need a sentry to break the windows. Just then, police sirens were heard from behind. Qin Zhao, Fei Lai, and Four realized that it was Willis's police car. The 3 were delighted, thinking that danger was over. However, they clearly underestimated how fierceness of the gangsters. The bald man suddenly took out a shotgun and fired at Willis's car. Bang! The car hood flew out at once, and the police car smashed into a rock on the roadside. Qin Zhao frowned. The gang was more ferocious and dangerous than he thought. It was hard to imagine how such gangsters could even exist here. Just then, Qin Zhao saw a gangster walk toward the RV with a barrel of gasoline. If you still don't open the door, we'll burn the van, the bald man shouted. Chen, what do we do? Fei Lai looked at Qin Zhao in fear. Don't worry, I'm here. I'll go out and talk to them, Qin Zhao said. Don't go out. They're all brutal butchers. Fei Lai pulled Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao shook his head. We don't have a choice. After I go out, close the door immediately. Qin Zhao opened the door, and the automatic ladder extended. He strolled down the steps and immediately asked Fei Lai to close the door. A gangster attempted to prevent the door from closing, but Qin Zhao kicked him away right away. Then the bald man dragged Willis, now covered in blood, in front of Qin Zhao. Willis looked miserable, but his life was actually not at risk. He was mainly injured from the collision. The bald man hit Willis's head with the stock and then pointed its shotgun at Qin Zhao. "Ask them to open the door." "How much do you want?" "I can give you money," Qin Zhao said. "I want not just money, but also the two beautiful women inside," the bald man said. Qin Zhao's stare turned cold. "Do you know, the person who last said this to me is long dead." Chapter 376, Kill a Few. Chapter 376, Kill a Few. The bearded, bald guy immediately tried slamming the shotgun onto Qin Zhao, but Qin Zhao grabbed the barrel and twisted. Qin Zhao distorted the barrel directly. Before the bald guy could react, there was a boom. It had exploded. Qin Zhao took 2 steps back, but the bald guy's hands were covered in blood. "Ah, kill him! Kill him!" Without holding back, Qin Zhao punched the guy in the chest. The guy's voice broke off and he fell back stiffly. Blood sprayed out of his mouth. Qin Zhao's fist was stronger than a person slamming down with a steel hammer. What did it feel like for 1,000 kilograms of force to hit a body? The man was lucky that he didn't get a hole through his body. Qin Zhao held back a bit at the end. After all, there were 2 girls watching in the back. He didn't want to make the scene too bloody, but this bald guy was deader than dead. The surrounding thugs all held bats. Seeing that their boss had been killed, they immediately crowded over. "Qin, behind you!" Fei Lai saw a thug do a sneak attack on Qin Zhao. The metal bat was going down on his head. The bat smacked against the back of Qin Zhao's head, and he felt pain. After all, he had a body of flesh. Even though he was far better than others in taking pain, it was still painful to get hit in the head with metal. Qin Zhao spun around and punched. He bent both the man and the bat in his hand. He turned toward the group of thugs and smiled menacingly. The thugs still hadn't recognized the severity of this problem. They thought that they still had power in numbers, so they charged at Qin Zhao without any hesitation. On the ground, Willis heard a bunch of noise, but he couldn't get up. He could only tilt his head and watch the thugs surround Qin Zhao and beat him up. Just then, a thug fell down before him. He was shocked. The thug's injuries were horrible. His entire arm was bent unnaturally. Another one came, and a third, fourth. Willis climbed up with difficulty. He realized that there were 7 or 8 thugs lying on the ground already. 3 of them had died. 2 of the dead ones didn't have clear fatal injuries. However, the bald guy's injury was very obvious. His chest had caved in. Another one was kicked meters away. He smashed onto the rock. It didn't look like he was dead, but his condition was bad. Right then, Willis finally understood what Fei Lai had said at the hamburger joint. This guy was too scary. He'd killed and injured dozens of people while only getting a few minor injuries himself. At that moment, the RV's door opened again. Princess, White Ma, and Black Ma joined the fight. With Princess White, she could kill someone with a slap. Black Ma and White Ma stopped the people from escaping. They dragged back whoever dared to run away, bringing them back to Princess to get a slap. Within 10 short minutes, all the thugs were on the ground. Willis estimated that at least 4 or 5 of them had died. Fei Lai and Fu also came out. Fei Lai was all right, but Fu was losing it. She didn't think that the usually smiley Qin Zhao would be so terrifying when he was angry. These thugs were either dead or handicapped for life. Fu helped check Willis's condition while Qin Zhao searched for the source of the signal disturbance. Then he called the cops. When the police arrived, they discovered that the scene was much bloodier than they'd imagined. Qin Zhao had acted in self-defense and had saved Willis, so they didn't make it hard for him. However, the 3 were still brought to the nearby police station for a record. The 3 all had legit jobs. Qin Zhao was a UCLA professor, Fu was a doctor, and Fei Lai was a member of the Coastal Rescue Team. These 3 careers were all respected by people. This helped reduce a lot of trouble, even though Qin Zhao was suspect of overreacting. The police wouldn't give Chen Zhao trouble for this. They even spoke up for him. To the police, saving one of their brothers was like saving themselves. Plus, these thugs were all horrible criminals, responsible for many murder cases. Getting killed while committing a crime was just karma. When the three left the station, they even had a police car help lead the way. The officer brought them all the way to the patrol area before leaving. However, they'd also wasted 4 to 5 hours. They'd planned on reaching Sacramento at 4 p.m., but they ended up leaving the police station at 3, and they were only halfway there. 4 had the biggest shock, but she was a doctor. She still had a strong heart. She'd seen many dead people before, including those with even crueler deaths. She quickly readjusted her mindset. However, she'd gotten a new understanding of Chen Zhao today. He seemed so harmless usually, but he was actually terrifying when angered. The three didn't reach Sacramento until about 9 p.m. Fei Lai, when will you and 4 come? Mom, and I finished cooking dinner, but you're still not here. Lauren called to hurry them again. Our car broke down along the way, Fei Lai said. We were delayed for a few hours. She and 4 had agreed not to reveal what had happened today, so Lauren and Winnip wouldn't be worried. Lauren and Winnip lived in the suburbs of Sacramento. They had a small farm. The RV passed by a rye field and finally stopped before a white 2-story house. They're here. Get ready. Mr. Lauren, Howard's voice sounded in the darkness. Don't worry. Everything is set. That circus bear won't hurt Fei Lai and 4, right? That bear had grown up in the circus. It was tamed long ago. Plus, the circus mister. Grom is here. He's the best beast trainer. Grom patted the brown bear beside him. The bear licked Grom's palm, seeming very docile. Don't worry, mister. Lauren, Prince will complete this mission beautifully. Remember your mission. Scare that bastard. It's best if you can make him piss his pants. Kareem, is your camera ready? Ready, mister. Lauren. Kane, if Fei Lai and 4 enter first, pull them aside beforehand. Understood, Kane answered. But mister. Lauren, are you sure Chin won't kill us? Howard and Kareem couldn't help but shudder. The memory was still fresh. Back then, Chen Zhao had been tricked by them and was locked in the freezer for hours. The next day, he tossed them into the sea for hours. To be honest, they weren't willing to help but Lauren, but they couldn't refuse Lawrence wheedling and coaxing. In the end, they agreed with this plan. It was a given that they also felt resentment toward Chen Zhao. Chapter 377, Prince and Princess. Chapter 377, Prince and Princess. Why is the house dark? For asked in confusion as she looked outside the window. Are they not at home? They had just made a call when they arrived in Sacramento. Lauren and Winnip did not say anything about going out. Chun Zhao looked at the house. Do you want to bet that your dad has prepared a trap and is waiting for me to enter? Very likely, but isn't he afraid that the 2 of us will go in instead? For asked. He must be thinking that if the house is dark, I won't let the 2 of you walk in front, Chin Zhao said. No way. I feel that Chin and Dad had a good time in Los Angeles. Fei Lai might be the only optimistic person. She had always thought that the relationship between Lauren and Chin Zhao was excellent. After all, they had spent 2 days playing outside. Chin Zhao also seemed to respect her father a lot. Of course it's meant to be a joke. Chin Zhao shrugged. No matter how old men are, they always like to make fun of each other. It's how we express our friendliness. Fei Lai asked, Then what will you do? Don't tell me you're going to beat my dad up. Of course not. I'm a pacifist. Both Fei Lai and 4 rolled their eyes. They wondered who had just beaten a few gangsters to death. Turn the lights on the van off. Princess, go and knock on the door. Fei Lai and 4 glanced at each other, starting to worry for their father. They hoped that he would not have a heart attack. Princess moved her giant body, and approached the door. Knock, knock. Everyone in the house began to feel nervous. Laurent even cursed in the darkness. This bastard, doesn't he know how to ring the doorbell? Knock, knock. The door was smacked again. Facing Cain, who was hiding beside the door, Laurent said, Mr. Grom, ask Prince to stand before the door. Cain, get ready to open the door. 3, 2, 1. Prince stood before the door, with Grom hiding behind him. Standing up, Prince was a 2, 7 meters tall, 400 kilograms heavy adult male brown bear. He could easily cover Grom's body, who would be able to give him commands instantaneously. Cain opened the door and Grom asked Prince to roar at once. Roar! Prince roared, but right away the larger figure outside the door also roared. Roar! Everyone covered their ears. In his panic, Cain accidentally pressed the light switch beside the door. Immediately, everyone saw a terrifying monster, thrice the size of Prince, standing outside the door. It had just produced the deafening roar. Whimpering, Prince turned around and fled in fear, knocking Grom over in the process. In the house, the faces of Laurent, Cain, Kareem, and Howard paled. Where did the monster come from? Fire, fire. Shoot it now. Mr. Laurent, we didn't bring our guns. Just then, the giant entered the house. Everyone realized that it was a brown bear too. However, the originally huge prince, now, looked as tiny as a bean. Roar! The enormous bear roared again. Its voice was more like thunder. Everyone covered their ears, their faces filled with pain and horror. It was too frightening. Where did such a horrible, illogical monster come from? Everyone felt that they were dead for sure, especially Grom, who was lying just before Princess. Princess only had to open her mouth slightly to bite his head off. Prince, in his fear, stuck his head under the table, but his big buttocks were still outside. Princess strolled into the house as if she was patrolling her own territory. She looked at all the people present. Woof! Just then Black Ma and White Ma ran in. Black Ma, White Ma. Great, it's them. Come and save us. Laurent shouted in delight. Quickly chase this monster away. However, they ignored Laurent's call for help. Instead, they ran into the kitchen and took out a packet of dog food each with their mouths. They tore the packaging apart, pouring the dog food everywhere on the floor, after which they started eating. You bastards! Think about how well I treated you in Los Angeles. Laurent shivered in anger. Dad, Phalai and 4 finally entered the house. Leave, quick! It's dangerous here. Laurent shouted at once. Dad, don't be scared. This is Princess. She doesn't bite people. Princess? What princess? She's Chen's pet, Phalai said. What? That asshole's pet? Laurent's face flushed. Where's that asshole? Hey, Laurent, how you doing? Chen Zhao stood at the door and waved at Laurent, but his eyes glanced at Howard, Kareem, and Cain. You 3, aloha. Mister. Laurent, I have something else. I need to leave now. Me too. Me as well. The 3 turned around and attempted to escape. However, the doorway was blocked by abitos. The 3 stopped and were unable to move forward or backward. Don't you have something? Why aren't you leaving? By the way, where's Mom? Phalai and 4 realized that Winnip was not at home. Laurent kept silent. Chen Zhao said, he's put in so much effort to plan the prank. Surely he can't allow Winnip to be present. He must have found an excuse to make Winnip leave. Dad, how old are you? Can you stop playing such a boring game? For widened her eyes at Laurent. Why do you only target me? He almost shocked me to death just now. Well, you asked for it. For was not going to submit. Are you still my daughter? For look at your sister. She won't treat me like this, right? Defeated by 4, Laurent could only find some comfort on Phalai. Dad, Can we not have such a dangerous joke again? Dangerous? I've hired a professional animal trainer. Also, this bear has been raised in the circus since young. He's very obedient, Laurent said angrily, his eyes widened. But you have such a huge monster. She's the dangerous one. Don't say that. Princess is not dangerous. Feilai immediately talked back, as if she was protecting her own kid. The animal trainer Grom also said, Prince is the safest bear in the world. Feilai and Four glanced at the bear named Prince. Indeed, upon seeing Princess, he tried to hide under the table in fear. Now he was holding tightly on to Grom's leg, his face filled with tears and his body trembling. He seemed to be very safe. Chapter 378, Rich Man's Daughter. Chapter 378, Rich Man's Daughter. After paying him $1,000, Grom finally left with the trembling prince. Chen Zhao brought Karim, Howard, and Kane to the field to talk about life. Four and Feilai sat in the living room. When is Mom coming back? Feilai asked. Speaking of Winnip's car was already parked outside. Four, Feilai, you're here. Did Laurent do anything weird? Winnip clearly knew about Laurent's prank or had guessed his plans. Laurent and Chen Zhao had always been rivals. After hearing that Chen Zhao was coming, he'd plotted with Karim, Kane, and Howard for 2 weeks. Winnip didn't want to dampen his enthusiasm since it was almost his birthday. Winnip, your 2 daughters almost scared me to death, Laurent immediately complained. Roar. Just then, Princess came out of the kitchen. Winnip had a fright. This is Chen's new pet, Feilai said. Winnip thought for a moment and glanced at Laurent's expression again. She immediately looked at him with sympathy. Winnip had a special love for animals. Whether they swam in the water or ran on land, she loved them all. Feilai, is this Chen's birthday present for Dad? Mom, Chen didn't bring out his present yet, but you'll definitely like it. Why will I like a gift for your dad? Dad won't refuse either. What exactly is it? It's not time to take it out yet. Four, what are you giving me? I'm here, and I'm the best gift. Dad, what do you think? Laurent drowned himself in beer. He didn't dare to say no, because then Four would definitely lose her temper. For didn't have a good temper like Feilai. She'd been obstinate and stubborn since childhood. Where are Karim, Kane, and Howard? How come I don't see them? And Chin? Laurent didn't want to answer, but Feilai said Chin said he hasn't seen them in a long time, so he pulled them out to talk. Feilai didn't notice the sympathy in the other's eyes. What could Chen Zhao pull them out to talk about? An hour later, Chen Zhao and the 3 bodyguards finally came back. After everyone settled in, Laurent secretly called Karim. Karim, are Kane and Howard sleeping? Mr. Laurent, please let us go. We really don't want to play with Chen anymore. Chen Zhao had given them a very nice talk. Now, they'd rather die than pull a prank on Chen Zhao again. His pets were getting more and more terrifying. More importantly, Chen Zhao was petty. He would make them pay for every prank. They couldn't beat him either, so they were always pushed onto the ground and dragged around. Don't you want to take revenge? Revenge? How? We've never succeeded against him. This is why we can't let him go. Think about it. We don't know when he'll come to Sacramento again. We must leave a deep impression for him in these few days, even if we get hit. Easy for you to say, Karim thought. No matter what, you're his father-in-law. He hits us, not you. This is Sacramento, our turf. Are you going to surrender just like this? Mr. Laurent, do you have any plan? Come to my room. We'll talk about it. Isn't Boss in your room tonight? She's sleeping with Feilai and Four today. The 3 bodyguards snuck to Laurent's room. The 4 of them started discussing. In the morning, Chen Zhao stretched and got up to open the window. He was met with the sweet fragrance of the field. The environment was great here. The surrounding acres all belonged to Loran and Winnip. Phalai and Four were like a feudal lord's daughter. Adding on Winnip's chain store, they were authentic, rich beauties. When Chun Zhao went downstairs, Phalai, Four, and Winnip were making breakfast. Chun Zhao kissed Phalai. "Dear, what plans do you have today?" "Mom and Phalai are going shopping with me to buy Dad a gift," Four said. "What about me?" "You and Dad can stay home." "Fine." Chun Zhao shrugged. He just wanted to have a peaceful morning. Hopefully, Loran wouldn't cause any trouble. A while later, Loran, Kareem, Kane, and Howard came downstairs one by one, hearing that the women were leaving. Their eyes shone and kept darting at each other. After a while, Winnip, Phalai, and Four went out. Chun Zhao lay on a recliner in the yard, enjoying the warm sunlight. "Chun, get up," Loran said, coming to Chun Zhao. "We'll go have fun." "I'm not going." Chun Zhao didn't even have to think to know that Loran was plotting against him. "Don't be so boring. Get up." "What about Princess and the others?" "Just leave them at home. Kareem and Kane can take care of them." "Fine." Kareem and Kane all let out relieved breaths. Not having to face Chun Zhao directly was the best news for them. "I want to stay home and take care of them too," Howard said, looking depressed. "There are so many pets. Kareem and Kane might not be able to take care of them all." Loran gave Howard a look. Finally, Howard agreed, unwillingly. "Princess, Black Ma, White Ma, Abitos, if I don't come back in 4 hours, eat Kareem and Kane." Kareem and Kane were speechless. "I think Kane can take care of them by himself," Kareem said immediately. "How about I go with you all?" "Loran, where do you plan on taking me to? If it's another childish prank, I advise you to reconsider. Phalai isn't here, so I won't go easy on you. You're my father-in-law when Phalai is here. When she's not, you're just a sack of meat. Don't end up hurting yourself later. Chen, why don't you trust me?" Loran looked at him, hurt. "Why should I trust you?" Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. They were all adults. Why should Chun Zhao trust him? They both knew how the other was thinking, and they both disliked each other. "Okay, I'll tell you the truth. You must pass my test if you want to be with Phalai. Even if you don't agree, I'll still be with Phalai," Chun Zhao said nonchalantly. "You can't do anything about it. This wasn't some old-fashioned society where marriage had to follow the parents' wishes. I won't give my blessings, even if you and Phalai decide to get married. You might not care, but will Phalai not care?" "Whatever, let me just kill you now," Chun Zhao said, annoyed. Chapter 379. You Daughter Will Never Get Married. Chapter 379. You Daughter Will Never Get Married. "Chen, don't say that." "Then why do you keep putting me in difficult positions?" Chun Zhao said, displeased. Loran turned his head away. Chun Zhao was not a father, so he could not understand how it felt to see his daughter being pursued by an unsatisfactory man. "Anyway, do you accept it or not?" Chun Zhao thought, "Fuck, I'll do it for Phalai." "Just tell me what you want me to do." "First, I want you to fight with a lion to prove that you're brave enough." "You mean a cougar?" Chun Zhao asked. "Of course not. Even I can beat a cougar up. I mean an African lion," Loran said. "Howard, stop the car. I'm leaving." Chun Zhao's face darkened at once. "If you reject this, it means you don't have enough courage to protect Phalai," Loran said with a serious tone. "But you're just trying to kill me. Only a madman will play this game with you," Chun Zhao said, rolling his eyes. "Even if you want to torture me, can't you find something more realistic? Answer me, if one day Phalai is surrounded by a group of lions, will you fight to protect her?" "If it really happens, I will." "That's it. Prove to me now how much you love her." "I still think that you're mad," Chun Zhao said. "You just don't love Phalai enough. This being the case, you should break up with her. Don't tell me you require a man to fight with a lion before he can become your son-in-law. It's just for you. Why are you so unsatisfied with me? Have you forgotten? The first time we met, you made me pee my pants. It's the humiliation of my life. Do you think I should be happy with you? You asked for it yourself. You even threw me in the sea. You asked for that one yourself, too. Is it that difficult for me to win once? You want to win, or you want me to let you win? Laurent stared at Chen Zhao, gritting his teeth. Anyway, I won't bless you and Fei Lai. Then let me tell Fei Lai what you just said. I want her to know how childish her father is. Indeed, Laurent was defeated and quickly said, This is a conflict between men. Don't get Fei Lai involved. But you keep using Fei Lai as an excuse to attack me. All right, I'll be direct. Either you let me win once, or you let me realize that I'll never win. Otherwise, at any time and place, I'll be finding trouble for you. Qin Zhao turned his head and looked at Laurent. So if I fight with a lion, you'll never disturb me again, right? Yes. Do you promise? I promise. Qin Zhao thought about it. He should be able to fight a lion. He just had to carefully dodge its claws and teeth, since he was definitely stronger and faster than a lion. All right, but it's America. There are no African lions. A delighted smile finally appeared on Laurent's face. I know the zoo director here. Qin Zhao glanced at Laurent. Did he really have to devise such a plot? Laurent had probably contacted the zoo long ago and was waiting for Qin Zhao to jump into the trap. When they arrived at the zoo, the director came. It was an old black man who seemed to be in his 60s. His hair was already gray, but he looked very energetic. Laurent, are you still alive? Charmin, I won't die before you do. It seemed like Laurent and the zoo director were very close friends, or they would not have spoken in such a way. Charmin looked at Qin Zhao and asked, Is he the one? Yes, it's him. Qin Zhao felt that Charmin was staring at him with a strange look. Was it because he was about to fight a lion? Young man, are you sure you're taking the lion fight? Can I quit now? If you escape now, I'll look down on you forever, Laurent said. Qin Zhao felt that Laurent's trap would not be this simple. All right, Charmin, bring us to the African paradise. The zoo had great facilities and many tourists. The group of people strolled here and there as if they were visitors. On their way, Charmin introduced to them the various sections. Some were open to visitors, while others were restricted. Some tame herbivores were even interacting with visitors under the guidance of zoo staff. Soon, the group was brought into a seemingly high-tech building. The building was mostly white, surrounded by thick, tempered glass walls. Zoo staff would occasionally be seen walking around. Charmin looked at Qin Zhao. Are you sure you're ready? Yes, I'm ready. Charmin then looked at Laurent. How about you? Of course. I'm not the one going into the lion's cage, Laurent answered, unconcerned as he glanced at Qin Zhao. Charmin pressed a button on the remote control he was holding. The glass door opened, inside which there was another metal isolation door. Beyond the metal door was an environment that simulated the African grassland. It was about 100 square meters in size, with rocks, water, and grass. A glass cover acted as the roof. It was 3 meters high and very transparent. You can enter now, Charmin said. Qin Zhao walked past the doors, which then closed. Nevertheless, he could still see Laurent and the rest through the floor-to-ceiling glass walls. Qin Zhao looked around and did not see any lion. Where's the lion? Qin Zhao asked Charmin, who was on the other side of the glass walls. Just then, at the far end of the field, 2 metal isolation doors rose. Qin Zhao saw more than 20 lions behind the 2 doors. One of them was an adult male, while the others were females and cubs. Finally, Laurent smiled, as if his plan had worked. Open the doors. Qin Zhao knocked on the glass. His plan was to fight with 1 lion, not an entire lion family. You can still admit defeat now, Laurent said with an evil smile. He had been waiting for this moment, the moment Qin Zhao admitted defeat. Laurent, don't be so childish. Open the doors. No way, unless you admit defeat. If I die here, how will you answer to Fei Lai? If you admit defeat, you won't die. Mr. Sharman, I believe you're rational. You won't do such a stupid thing, will you? Realizing that Laurent just would not give up, Qin Zhao turned to Sharman, hoping that he was logical. I watched Fei Lai grow up. I don't want her to spend her life with a rogue. So you either break up with Fei Lai now or die inside. Shit, Laurent. How have you been describing me behind my back? Chen Zhao was furious. Sharman thought that he was a rogue. Chapter 380, Pride of Lions. Chapter 380, Pride of Lions. Qin Zhao had a feeling. Coming out of Laurent's mouth, he was a lazy gangster and player. Howard, if you open the door, I promise I won't hit you. Howard looked awkwardly at Qin Zhao on the other side of the glass. This is your family matter. You guys shouldn't involve me. Qin Zhao slammed a fist on the tempered glass. Duang. Nothing happened to the glass, but Qin Zhao's fist was in great pain. Tempered glass was as hard as iron, and this one was more than 10 centimeters thick. Even Qin Zhao's inhuman power couldn't damage it. Mr. Qin, Sharman said, these are wild lions. They haven't gone through any taming, so you better agree to leave Fei Lai. Otherwise, you'll end up as their meal. Qin Zhao looked at the 3 men outside. When I come out, I'll lock you all inside. Duang. He used more force this time. The entire tempered glass vibrated. The 3 all retreated in shock. Just then, the 2 doors opened. Sharman, why did you open the door? I got scared. Sharman had accidentally pressed the remote when he'd gotten scared. Seeing that the door was open, the lions came out immediately. The lions were already walking toward Qin Zhao. Open the door! Laurent yelled. Open the door! This was just a prank. He didn't want Qin Zhao to really die in there. But now, the situation was completely unplanned. I can't. There's a heat sensor inside that automatically senses if the lions are there. If they are, the door can't be opened. Qin Zhao looked at the incoming lion pride and rubbed his forehead. It seemed that he could only face them. Kids, come here. The male lion ran over to Qin Zhao with some wariness. The lion cubs were curious about Qin Zhao. They wanted to run over, but the lioness stopped them. Qin Zhao waved. Come here. After eating the beast language stone, Qin Zhao had the ability to communicate with wild animals. This didn't mean that he could speak in their language, but that he could understand what they were thinking. The beasts could also understand his words. Of course, he couldn't communicate with every beast. Some had low intelligence and only had their instincts and wildness. Lions didn't have low intelligence, though. They were even smarter than bears and wouldn't only think of eating. Cats all liked to play. Of course, they all wished to kill more. Roar. The male lion roared at Qin Zhao, but Qin Zhao could tell its emotions from the voice. Your mental state isn't well. Arg. Come here. I'll take a look. The male lion went over to Qin Zhao and lay down. Qin Zhao also sat on the ground and patted the lion's fur. This lion was actually a bit smaller than a brown bear. It wasn't as scary as imagined. Of course, to regular people, the lion was still the killer of the plains. The 3 outside the tempered glass gaped. Sharman, are you sure that lion is wild? Untamed? Of course. This pride was just brought over from Africa. They're hard to tame, so we haven't revealed them fully to the public. Then, why aren't they attacking Qin? How would I know? Mr. Laurent, you forgot that Qin came tame beasts. Sharman, is that how you tame beasts? No way. When a beast trainer starts, they have to tie up the beast and then whip it so it's scared of the trainer. Then he? I don't know. I've never run into a situation like this before. Sharman looked at Qin Zhao and the lions surrounding him. They didn't seem to want to attack him at all. Cats actually all love to be petted. Chen Zhao was petting the lion's fur, making it really relaxed. As for the lion's mental state, just think of its harem. It had to mate dozens of times per day. It was easy to imagine why it was in a bad state. Chen Zhao fed it some medicine to recover its energy. As for more, Chen Zhao was powerless too. The cubs went to Chen Zhao too. They kept jumping up, trying to attract his attention. "Mr. Laurent, what do we do now?" A bit horrified, Howard watched Chen Zhao interact with the lions peacefully. They were in a very awkward situation. If Chen Zhao died in the lion cage, they would definitely be responsible. But if he didn't die, then they would be the ones dying. When Chen Zhao wanted to take revenge, he never showed any mercy. "Chen, I think we should have a nice chat," Laurent called Chen Zhao through the floor-to-ceiling window. Chen Zhao ignored Laurent. He continued talking to the pride of lions. To be honest, he wanted to take the male lion, but taking it alone wasn't suitable. After all, it had its own family, but Chen Zhao couldn't take them all. Charmin called the zoo staff. When the staff saw someone with the pride, they were all terrified. They hurriedly changed the electric circuit, and Chen Zhao finally came out. However, Laurent and Howard had already escaped. Anger simmered inside Chen Zhao. That old Charmin kept apologizing to him. But if apologies worked, then why did people need the police? "Mr. Charmin, if you agree with my conditions, I won't report you and your zoo. If you don't, trust me, I can make the zoo go bankrupt." "What conditions?" "My condition is," Chen Zhao whispered in Charmin's ears. "This," Charmin looked at him with a troubled expression. "Mr. Chen, your request is a bit too much. I'm afraid I can't agree." "Then maybe you should get to know my lawyer." "Mr. Chen, I was tricked by that old bastard Laurent. You should go find him." "I'll definitely go find him, but no one can escape." "Mr. Charmin, have you thought it over?" "Oh, attempted murder has a sentence of 3 years, right?" Charmin shuddered. Okay, I'll agree." "That's good. This'll be all for now. What else do you want?" "I'll tell you later." Chen Zhao didn't live here. He was going to leave Sacramento in a few days. He didn't feel much animosity toward Charmin. After all, he just wanted the best for Feilai. But Chen Zhao would never forgive that old asshole Laurent. That asshole dared to do any kind of prank. If he hadn't run so quickly, Chen Zhao really would have tossed him into the lion cage. Chapter 381. I'm thinking about how to kill you legally. Chapter 381. I'm thinking about how to kill you legally. When Laurent and Howard returned home, Winnip, Feilai, and Four were already there. "Dad, why are you back so early? Where's Chin? Did he not come back with you?" He said that he wasn't feeling well and left first. Is he not home yet?" Lawrence's look was drifting away. Winnip glanced at Laurent. Having lived together for so many years, she knew from Lawrence's look that something was wrong. "Laurent, what did you do again?" "What? I don't understand. I'm a bit tired. I'm going to rest in the bedroom." Winnip looked at Laurent. After all, it was his birthday. She did not want to put Laurent in a difficult position before his daughters. Soon, Chen Zhao came back carrying a cake. "Chin, why are you only back now?" "I went to buy Laurent a cake," Chen Zhao said, smiling. "Did Laurent make another trap for you today?" "Why would he? We're good buddies." It was as if Chen Zhao had already forgotten about what had happened. Just then, Howard, Kareem, and Kane walked down from upstairs. Chen Zhao immediately shouted, "Hey, Howard, Kareem, Kane, where are you going?" "Lauren's birthday party is starting soon. Where are you going now?" Winnip also asked. Although the 3 of them were her bodyguards, they had been staying with Laurent most of the time. Therefore, they had no reason to be absent for Lauren's birthday party. The 3 looked at each other and finally looked at Chen Zhao. Kane and Kareem had already heard from Howard about how Chin Zhao was closed in a lion's cage. Last time, Chin Zhao was closed in an ice storage room for 8 hours, and then he forced them to swim in the sea for a few hours. This time, Lawrence's plan was even worse. Importantly, the three of them had helped in the planning. They were really worried that Chin Zhao would crucify them. Nevertheless, Chin Zhao would not assault them in front of Winip and the rest. They could go and hide outside for a few days. We have a buddy who's severely ill. He's in the hospital now, and we need to go and visit him, Kareem said with a serious face. They were all retired soldiers, even comrades, so the excuse was reasonable. Oh, must you go today? His condition is critical, so we have to go now, Kareem nodded. Yes, we're afraid that he won't be able to wait for much longer, Kane said. All right, quickly go then, Winip said. The three tried to control their fear and boarded the car calmly. Then the car fled from the farm at full speed. Let me go out and make a call, Chin Zhao said. Kareem, your phone is ringing. Why ain't you picking it up? It's from Chin. Kareem's expression was somewhat unnatural. We've already escaped anyway. Let's go somewhere and hide for a few days. As long as we don't return to Sacramento while he's here, he can't do anything to us. Pick up and listen to what he has to say. Kareem put Chin Zhao on speaker. Hey, Chin, what is it? Don't you feel that your pants are slightly tight now? What? Kareem adjusted his sitting position in discomfort. Is your thing very hard now? Oh, it's not just you. Kane and Howard as well. The three looked at each other. They could not help but put their hands into their pants and make some adjustments. The condition will persist for an entire day. Huh. Chin, this isn't a big problem, right? We'll each find a woman later. One is probably not enough. You need to find a few more. After all, after 24 hours, you'll never be interested in women anymore. Chin, stop scaring me. I don't believe that such a thing will happen. Whatever. Goodbye. Chin Zhao hung up. The three people in the car looked at each other in hesitation and doubt. Was he being serious? I don't know. It's impossible, right? Kareem sounded uncertain. But I need to find a woman right now. I feel like my thing is going to explode. The three reached the urban area and headed toward the red light district directly. An hour later, the three drove out from the red light district. How was it? Was it fun? I'm still hard. I didn't come. I couldn't. Me too. Me too. Is this really going to continue for a day? Suddenly, Kane pulled his thing out of his pants. What are you doing? We're not interested in your D*CK. Mine has turned purple. I think mine has as well. Me too. If this really continues for a day, I feel that we will really become impotent. Chin wasn't joking. Maybe he's really not. Their faces paled. They had already realized the severity of the problem. Chin Zhao's words might actually come true. The more they thought about it, the more scared they were. What now? You want to go back? Chin will kill us. But if we don't, we'll be soft forever. How? We're doomed either way. Let's go back. Finally, Kane made up his mind. Are you not scared of Chin? I am, but are we really going to avoid him for our entire life? Sounds reasonable. Let's just face him. Kane, Kareem, Howard, why are you back? Didn't you go and see your ill comrade? Actually, he's already dead, so we think that Mr. Lawrence's birthday party is more important now. Fine, as long as you're happy. Where's Chin? Kane asked. Outside, I think, Velai said. The three found Chin Zhao near the creek by the farmland. At the moment, he was soaking his feet in the water, his pants rolled up from the cuffs. Hey, Chen, what are you doing here? Daydreaming. You must be thinking of something important. Kane was forcing a conversation. Kareem and Howard stood at the side awkwardly, not knowing what to say. I'm thinking about how to kill you legally. Huh. This joke isn't funny. Their smiles were worse than crying. Do I look like I'm joking? Qin Zhao turned his head and looked at the three. Qin, we were not involved in this. It's all Mr. Laurent. Actually, we wanted to stop him, but he didn't listen. Chapter 382, Golden Key. Chapter 382, Golden Key. These three cronies were always present when causing trouble, but when they had to take responsibility, they would push all the blame onto Laurent. Chen Zhao didn't think that they were innocent. No one could escape from the blame. Anyway, Chen Zhao didn't plan on letting any of them go. No one can escape. I'll take care of all of you. Chen, just tell us what we have to do to be forgiven. I haven't decided. I'll tell you all later. Then, can you take care of our problem right now? We've been hard for more than 2 hours now. Having a boner for 2 hours was definitely not a happy thing. They felt that they'd definitely be disabled if this persisted. Then, how about you help me brainstorm how to punish you all? If I like your idea, then I'll help you take care of that problem. The three almost broke down. You want to punish us and ask us to help think of an idea, and the idea has to satisfy you. Just kill us. How about we help you prank Mr. Laurent? These three shameless bastards could sell out their boss without hesitation to save themselves. Laurent won't escape either. His fate has already been decided. You don't need to worry. It'll be better for you to think about how to pay for your sins. The three shuddered. Seeing how stubborn Chen Zhao was, their heads hurt more. Of course, their dicks hurt even more. It felt like it would explode soon. We'll do whatever you want. Kane was about to cry. How far is it to town? Chen Zhao asked. A few kilometers. I got it, Kareem said, a light bulb going off. You want us to run to town, right? Don't worry. We can definitely do it. It's not that easy. Run there and run back. Chen Zhao nodded. The three felt overjoyed. It was easier than they'd imagined. Running 10 kilometers was indeed tiring, but it'll be better than their situation now. Plus, even though they'd left the army, they were still in shape. Take off your clothes and run. What? All three of them cried. You heard me. I want you to run 10 kilometers nude. You're humiliating us. Yes, I'm humiliating you all. You think we'll agree to such an insulting request? Kane glared at Chen Zhao with clenched teeth. I was going to have you three men have a round with each other. Are you sure you won't run? The three quickly took off their clothes. What a joke! They were all straight, and having sex with their friends was disgusting. Chen Zhao happily returned to the house. He didn't know what Fei Lai for and Winnip were talking about, but they seemed happy. Chen, where's Kane and the others? They didn't find you? Oh, they might not be in a good mood. They went out for a run. Run. Winnip was confused. Are they in a bad mood because their friend died? Is Laurent still in his room? Chen Zhao asked. He might be too tired from earlier. He's old, after all. Just then, Winnip's phone rang. Seeing the caller, her expression turned uncomfortable, but she still picked it up after a few rings. Hi, it's Winnip. Mrs. Winnip, please help us. If you take our products down, our farm really will go bankrupt. I'm sorry. I can't tolerate it. Your products have severe product violations. I can't allow your products to appear in my supermarket anymore. Mrs. Winnip, I promise our products won't have the same problem anymore. I swear. No, there's nothing for us to say. You can try another supermarket. Winnip's attitude was firm. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Goodbye. When Winnip hung up, Fei Lai saw her expression. Mom, what's wrong? Your business made you upset? A rancher actually mixed meat of a cow that had died of sickness into the high-quality beef and was put on our shelves. My workers discovered it. There's no point in wasting time talking to people like that, Fei Lai said. Just put him on the blacklist. Whatever. Let's stop talking about these unhappy matters. Winnip clapped, putting away her upset feelings. She rose and walked to a shelf. She took out a detailed mahogany box. You and Phalai are moving to the new home, right? Phalai told you? Chen Zhao was surprised. This is for you. Chen Zhao accepted the box. Opening it, he saw that it was a dazzling golden key. This? Winnip, what is this? It's for you. I know that when you Chinese people move to a new home, family and friends would gift some symbolic things. I don't know what to give, but this key has been passed down through many generations in my family. I'll give it to you now. I hope you can treat Phalai well. Mom, if you give Phalai and Chin this key, then what about me? For asked jealous. I'll give you my business when you marry your invisible boyfriend. How's that? I don't want that. For rejected quickly. I like my current job. Chin Zhao considered it. He didn't refuse the gift. The key was expensive, but to Chin Zhao and Winnip it wasn't too bad. Plus, he really did like this. Oh, Chen, Phalai said. Go get Dad's gift. Oh, you two prepared a gift for Loran? Winnip really wanted to know what they'd prepared. Chen Zhao went to the RV and took out a pot of strange red flowers. Winnip and Four were confused. Why was he giving flowers as a birthday gift? Were these flowers expensive? Did they have some special meaning? Mom. Phalai whispered in Winnip's ears. Winnip's eyes brightened. Really? Of course. I promise it'll be helpful. Great. I love it. For was still confused. Phalai, isn't this a gift for Dad? Why is Mom so happy? Not telling, Phalai said, grinning. Mom. For glanced at Winnip, but she also shook her head, not telling Four. You're all isolating me. I'm upset, For said in mock anger. Unfortunately, no one paid attention. For grew more and more curious. What exactly were these flowers for? Just then, Winnip's phone rang again. Seeing the number, her brows furrowed again. What? Is it those guys again? No, it's the town's police station. Chapter 383. Please come and bring these 3 perverts back. Chapter 383. Please come and bring these 3 perverts back. Hi, I'm Winnip. Winnip, I adhere. What is it? Winnip sounded like she was chatting with a friend. I just received a complaint that a few people had been running naked near the town. I sent a few police out and caught the 3 perverts. How is that relevant to me? The 3 perverts are Kane, Kareem, and Howard. Spit. Red wine spouted out from Winnip's mouth. What? Kane, Kareem, and Howard had been running on the streets naked. Winnip was so angry that she almost smiled. You are serious? Yes, do you need to talk to them? Give the phone to the 3 assholes. Hi, boss. Winnip heard Kareem's dispirited voice. Could you please come here and bail us out? You 3 bastards. Do you want to be fired by me? Winnip roared. Mom, what's wrong? Phalai and Four had no idea why Winnip was so furious. Winnip, they lost a bet to me, Chin Zhao explained. So they went running naked. Chin Zhao shrugged. Yes. Winnip did not know whether to cry or laugh. Go to the police station now and bring them back. Chin Zhao drove Winnip's car to the police station in town. At the moment, the 3 bodyguards each only had a pair of shorts and a blanket on them. They were sitting on the chairs in the station, their heads lowered. Excuse me, you are? A stout police asked. I'm here to bail them out, Chin Zhao said. Did Ms. Winnip send you here? Yes. All right, it's $1,000. Please sign here. After signing, Chin Zhao brought the 3 out of the station. Okay, we're good again, Chin Zhao said with a smile. He had reconciled with Kane, Kareem, and Howard, but definitely not Loran. Chin Zhao was not going to let Loran off that easily. Chin Zhao would let him have an unforgettable birthday. When the three returned home, Winnip's face was still rather chilly. She pointed at all of them, including Qin Zhao, and scolded them in anger. "How old are you already? Don't you feel embarrassed to play such a childish game?" The four thought, "Why don't you scold your husband? He's the most childish one." Of course, Winnip was not really planning to fire the three of them. After all, they were very professional and, more importantly, trustworthy. In the end, Winnip used the party as a reason to end the scolding. The four conscientiously went to the kitchen to help Winnip. "Qin, did you go to the supermarket when you went to town to bring them back?" Winnip saw Qin Zhao carry an entire cow thigh into the kitchen. It weighed at least 50 kilograms. "Yup. Do we need so much food, though? We won't be able to finish them." "Winnip, you've forgotten about Princess and the rest. I eat a lot, too." "How much is a lot?" "I eat about 10 kilograms of meat every meal," Qin Zhao said. "If Princess really wants, she can eat 50 kilograms of food every meal. Black Ma, White Ma, Walter, and Abitos each can eat almost as much as I do." The eyes of Kareem, Kane, and Howard almost dropped out. So much. It was no wonder that Chen Zhao was so strong. The three of them combined could not finish that much food. "You sure Princess won't eat all your money away?" "It's all right." In fact, Chen Zhao had some financial pressure. After all, he had to spend about 10,000 on food every month. "Kane, Kareem, there's another cow thigh outside. Bring it in. Howard, go to the backyard and prepare a barbecue stand." Very soon, both the interior and the exterior of the house were filled with the aroma of meat. Unable to tolerate any longer, Princess approached the barbecuing Howard, wanting to have a piece of meat first. Howard did not dare to reject Princess's request, so he could only cut off a piece. In the end, all the pets ran to him. Usually, when Chen Zhao was in Los Angeles, he would not eat that much food in a single meal. It was weird to eat 10 kilograms of food all at once, after all. On the other hand, he would keep eating. As long as he was free, he would eat snacks or something to fill his stomach. Hence, there was always a large amount of food stored in his RV. Fei Lai and Four also entered the kitchen, helping to prepare the food needed for Laurent's birthday party later. In the evening, Laurent finally came down from upstairs. He had mustered his courage and believed that Chen Zhao would not assault him before everyone else. In fact, it was the case. When Chen Zhao saw him, his face was filled with a bright smile. It was as if Chen Zhao was only looking at a good friend and had no other intentions. Nevertheless, Laurent knew that Chen Zhao would place him on the barbecue stand if he had the chance to. After 3 or 4 hours of busy preparation, everything was finally ready. Fei Lai and Four even prepared a crown for Laurent. "Dad, happy birthday!" Qin Zhao took out the big cake that he had bought on his way back. Laurent cut the cake. Laurent stared at the cake, trembling. Did Qin Zhao put any drugs in the cake? Kareem, Kane, and Howard thought so as well. Laurent cut the cake and gave Chen Zhao a piece at once. "Chen, come, this piece is for you." When Fei Lai saw Laurent give the first piece of cake to Qin Zhao, she was delighted. She was convinced that her father and Chen Zhao were really close. "Thank you." Qin Zhao took the cake and started eating. When Laurent saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like the cake was fine. He gave a piece to everyone and took the last one. As much as he hated Qin Zhao, the cake was delicious. "Laurent, try this." Qin made them. Winnip took out a large plate of dumplings. "These are dumplings, right? I've tried them before, but I don't like them." Laurent was worried that Chen Zhao had poisoned the dumplings. "All right, we'll eat them then." The group took a few dumplings each, and there were not many left. Watching everyone else eating in relish, Laurent could not hold it anymore. Chen must have put in a lot of effort to make them. "I'll have some too. Give me more." As Laurent ate the dumplings, he kept guessing in his mind. The dumplings are fine. What exactly is wrong? Laurent glanced at Chen Zhao with the corners of his eyes and saw a sneer on Chen Zhao's face. There's definitely a problem. What is it? Laurent absolutely could not tell what had gone wrong. Chapter 384, Laurent's Nightmare Birthday. Chapter 384, Laurent's Nightmare Birthday. Laurent, you really love Chen's cooking, right? Winnip teased, seeing how he was into the food. How about we have him stay in Sacramento? This way, you can eat his food every day. It's SOSO, Laurent criticized while eating. It's not that good. You usually eat half that much. Just admit it. Laurent realized that he indeed ate more than usual. No, more accurately, he ate much more than usual. Plus, he was already full, but he could keep eating. He had a great appetite. Laurent eat more. Chun Zhao smiled at him. Laurent had eaten happily at first. He shoved anything into his mouth, thinking that Chen Zhao wouldn't do anything to him today. It was his birthday. Chen Zhao had to at least respect that. But as he ate and ate, he couldn't stop anymore. Laurent, don't eat so much, Winnip said. If you like it, he can cook more tomorrow. You've eaten enough. By the time he'd eaten his fourth serving, he couldn't handle it anymore. Laurent stopped eating. Laurent was still shoveling food in. Fei Lai also noticed that Laurent had eaten too much today. Chen, do something. Dad can't eat so much. Okay. Chun Zhao helped Laurent to the side and helped him purge. He also whispered in Laurent's ears, "You'll have a very unforgettable birthday. You'll keep eating, keep eating." Right then, Laurent finally realized that this was all Chen Zhao's doing. "You asshole. Be quiet. You don't want everyone to know how you locked me in the lion cage, right? Motherfucker." Next, Laurent started devouring food crazily again. He wiped at his tears while eating. "Chin, is Dad sick?" Fei Lai asked, worried. "Having a good appetite means he's in good health. There's no problem. If you don't believe me, ask for." Indeed, being able to eat meant that the body was normal. But the way Laurent was eating would cause problems. For thought for a long while without understanding what was happening. "Kane, Kareem, bring Laurent to the room." "No, I still want to eat. I still want to eat." Right now, Laurent was like a starving beast. He pushed the two aside. That terrifying appetite made it so that he couldn't stop at all. The people couldn't stop him, and he ate until midnight. Chin Zhao helped him purge 6 times. When the clock struck 12, Laurent finally lay onto the ground, exhausted. It was unclear whether his expression was one of hatred or satisfaction. Finally full. "I'll take Laurent to his room." Chun Zhao helped Laurent up. Laurent's expression was furious. "Don't think you can defeat me like this. You want to try this feeling again?" Chen Zhao asked, smiling sinisterly. "Whatever. We'll have a truce tonight." Laurent was truly scared. Chen Zhao didn't plan on continuing to torture Laurent. He'd already been messed with enough. If it continued, Laurent might really get health issues. Chen Zhao didn't want to kill Laurent yet. "I hope you have a great night." "Bastard, you haven't given me a present yet." "I already did. Winnip took it. Go ask her for it." "Why did you give my gift to Winnip?" "You can ask her for it when you return to the room." "Oh, other than tonight, you'll really love this gift." That night, everyone in the house could hear noises coming from Laurent like someone butchering a pig. The next day, Winnip prepared breakfast in the kitchen. She looked very spirited. On the other hand, Laurent came downstairs while leaning against the wall. "Dad, Mom, you two were too loud yesterday," Fur complained. Chun Zhao and Fei Lai lowered their heads, but their shoulders shook. Laurent was pissed. He didn't want to mention last night. It was like both he and Winnip had taken some drug. Neither could stop. He didn't even need to think to know that it was Chun Zhao's doing. His birthday ended so tragically. Chun Zhao, Fei Lai, and Four would stay for a few more days, but Winnip had to start working today. When she reached the company, she was stopped by someone. "Mrs. Winnip, give me 3 minutes. Only 3 minutes, please. Kane, I don't want to see him." Winnip strode into the company while Kane had already stopped the man. "Stupid bitch. You want me to go bankrupt. I'll pull you down too." Suddenly, the man whipped out a gun and pointed at Winnip. In shock, Kane hurriedly pushed the man's arm up. Kareem and Howard blocked Winnip too. Bang! The first shot hit the ceiling. Since he didn't hit Winnip, he suddenly aimed at Kane's head. Bang! Kane lost consciousness and fell to the ground. "Kane!" Kareem tackled the man and stole the gun. He shot 3 times, each one fatal. Finally, he tossed down the gun. Howard ran up to hug Kane. Kane's forehead had been shot through, but this was a small caliber pistol, so it wasn't that strong. At least, Kane didn't die on the spot. Winnip was stunned by this sudden change in events. She stood there, staring at Kane, not knowing what to do. "Call the ambulance." Kareem yelled. "Ambulance." Winnip finally reacted, dialing for the ambulance. What? Laurent was playing with the 2 baby bears. Chun Zhao and Fei Lai were cuddling and watching TV, ignoring the 3rd wheel that was Laurent. "Dad, Fei Lai, something happened to Mom." Fe rushed into the house. What happened? Laurent was shocked. "A shooting." Chun Zhao and Fei Lai jumped up too. "Is she okay now?" "She's okay. She's just scared. But something happened to Kane. He got shot in the head to protect Mom. Then Kane..." Laurent was good friends with the 3 bodyguards. They often stayed by his side, so they were unusually close. He also knew a lot about the 3 guards. In reality, he was the one who'd introduced to Winnip to be her bodyguards. "The situation is bad," for said expression grave. "He's in the emergency room." The 3 were like brothers to Fei Lai and Four. Kane, Kareem, and Howard had been by Winnip's side since they were young. Back then, they would help Fei Lai and Four take care of annoying guys too. "To the hospital," Chun Zhao said. Chapter 385, The Trickiest Situation. Chapter 385, The Trickiest Situation. When the group arrived at the hospital, they saw Winnip sitting outside the operating room, crying. Kareem and Howard walked around in panic and kept looking at the operating room door. Mom. As soon as Winnip saw them, she charged into Laurent's arms and cried loudly. "It's all my fault. If not, Kane wouldn't be injured." Laurent comforted Winnip. Perhaps he would only display his maturity as a husband in such a circumstance. Chun Zhao and Four pulled Kareem and Howard and asked them about the situation. Soon their expressions changed. Kane's injury was very severe. Although he did not die immediately, the gunshot was still fatal, given that he was so close to the gun. According to a preliminary investigation, the bullet penetrated his skull, slowed down, and was stuck inside his skull. However, the scraps entered his left cerebral cortex and were embedded in his telencephalon. The scraps were the most deadly. If they were not taken out, Kane might die any time. Moreover, the doctors had yet to confirm the impact of the damage to his brain. There was very little information available. Chun Zhao and Four could not even know enough, let alone make a judgment. On the other hand, Winnip kept asking if Kane would die. Although she would frequently scold the 3 bodyguards, she really treated them as her family, her children. She could not accept the fact that Kane was injured this badly in order to protect her. For looked at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao waved his hand. "If it's within my capabilities, I'll help, but I don't know the exact situation." Finally, after 3 whole hours of waiting, the door of the operating room opened. The surgeon walked out with a solemn face. "I'm sorry. You can go in and see him for the last time." Winnip fainted at once. Laurent quickly hugged her. "Doctor, I need to know his exact condition." Chun Zhao stopped the surgeon. "You are." "I'm a doctor too." The bullet scraps are now scattered in his telencephalon. They're all small and very difficult to remove. Some have even caused functional impairment and intracranial hemorrhage. Nobody can save him, the surgeon said. I hope to perform surgery on him myself, Chen Zhao said. You. The surgeon stared at Chen Zhao. Sir, please do not joke around. You're not a doctor in our hospital. In fact, I don't even know if you're a doctor, so you can't perform surgery on a patient here. I'm a medical professor of UCLA, Chen Zhao said. That doesn't change anything. It's a clearly stated rule in our hospital. Chen Zhao glanced at the name tag before the surgeon's chest. Hill Nans. Mr. Nans, since you've already determined that the patient is dead for sure, why don't you give me a chance? It can't be worse than this, can it? Hill Nans was somewhat hesitant. I can't decide on this. Then who can? Our dean. Can you please talk to your dean? I'll try, but can you show me your license? I didn't bring my license. You can call UCLA instead. You should be able to get the college's number. Also, the head of LA Chantilly Hospital can prove it too. I'm an oncologist in Chantilly Hospital. Here's my medical license. I can confirm that my friend is an expert in both neurosurgery and internal medicine. Hill Nans glanced at 4 senior medical license and said, I know you, Ms. 4. I was present during your talk on an advanced medical seminar, so I believe in you. Still, I can't confirm if the dean will agree. Then please go and tell the dean. All right, I'll go now. Once Hill Nans left, the group entered the operating room and surrounded the operating table. You all go out now. Leave the rest to me. Chen, what are you doing? Saving him, Chen Zhao said. But the dean has yet to agree. So are we not saving him? Chen Zhao asked. Howard, Kareem, stop anyone who attempts to enter later. Before I come out, don't let anyone disturb me. Chin, can you really save Kane? Kareem asked in reluctance. Just go out now. Don't waste more time. Kane can't wait. Do you need my help? For asked. You know the answer. All right, please save Kane. I'll try my best. For was even more worried. It was the first time Chen Zhao said he would try his best. In the past, he was always so confident. No matter what illness his patient had, he was so confident. Even against a patient who had been in a coma for 5 years, he showed no signs of retreat or doubt. But now he would only try his best. Kane's injury was definitely more serious than Four had imagined. After the operating room door closed again, Chen Zhao destroyed the camera in the room. Then he cut open Kane's skull again. After some examination, Chen Zhao summoned a few brain-eating insects. Brain-eating insects were very tiny, each perhaps only as large as the tip of a needle. Chen Zhao controlled the insects to climb into Kane's telencephalon, searching for scraps. Because of the fragility of the brain, doctors could not open the telencephalon with the current medical technology. After all, it contained the viscous brain plasma. It could not be opened physically. Brain-eating insects avoided the problem perfectly. The insects climbed inside the brain, looking for and devouring any scraps. Of course, consuming the scraps was fatal for the insects, and they would react after eating 2 or 3 pieces. Chen Zhao was not really concerned, since the insects were more like consumables. He only needed the brain-eating insects to bring the scraps out of the brain. If any of them died, he would summon more. Just then, Chen Zhao heard some people arguing outside. The people from the hospital must have returned, but they were stopped by Kareem and the rest. Nonetheless, Chen Zhao could not care about what was going on outside. He had to focus on the surgery. Chen Zhao also used the brain-eating insects to bring medicine to specific places. The places were all bleeding, which could hardly be stopped by surgery. Chapter 386, and who are you? Chapter 386, and who are you? Move aside. Don't you know that you're breaking the law? My brother is inside and Chen is performing surgery. I don't want anyone to disturb him before the surgery ends. Kareem and Howard blocked the surgery room's door like two door gods. The patient was shot in the head, the dean said. Hill Nance already said that he has no hope. You're just causing trouble now. Then he said to the bodyguards beside him, pull them away. But the bodyguards were quickly sent to the ground by Kareem and Howard. If you keep doing this, I'll call the cops, the dean threatened. Mr. Dean, since you already decided that Kane has no hope, why can't you give someone else a chance? For was still calm. She didn't want a conflict to happen and affect Chen Zhao's surgery for Kane. She wasn't sure if Chen Zhao could save Kane, but at least there was still hope. As long as Chen Zhao hadn't come out, there was still hope. You're using my surgery room. I won't lend the room to an outsider with an unclear background. Dean, Kill reminded from the side. That man is a medical professor from UCLA. So what? Are professors allowed to break into other people's hospitals? The dean asked matter-of-factly. Does being a professor mean that he has a license? Dean, lending the room to him, actually doesn't pose any problems. How do I know if he's doing anything illegal in there or not? That man damaged the surveillance camera as soon as he entered the room. I have reason to suspect that he's doing something unthinkable. I don't wish to take responsibility for any risks. I don't care. That man needs to come out. If there are any damages to your room, I can pay for it, Winnip said. I said no. The dean insisted on his own decision. Seeing that Winnip and the others wouldn't back down, he called the cops. The police came shortly after. The two sides had different stories, giving them a headache. Winnip's side insisted that Kane still had hope and that man was performing surgery. The dean believed that Chen Zhao wasn't performing surgery. Instead, he was doing something illegal. You two move aside, the police advised. Kareem and Howard stayed in their spot, not willing to move. Right then, Winnip said, if my man dies in there, I have reason to suspect that the surgery of this hospital had a serious mistake. So you're stopping an expert from saving him to hide the truth. Nonsense. Hill panicked. This had nothing to do with him, but Winnip was pulling him under the water. My surgery follows the hospital's standards. How would I know? Winnip scoffed while looking at the dean. If my man dies because you guys broke in, I'll sue you until the hospital goes bankrupt. I am not joking around. The dean's face alternated between red and pale. Gritting his teeth, he said, Okay, I'll wait until he comes out, and then I'll see what you can say. You could have said this earlier, Winnip said, sneering. The dean's face was red with anger. Nance, he called to Hill Nance. Call the principal of UCLA. I'm going to report that their staff is breaking the standards of medical practitioners. I want him fired. Winnip couldn't help but get worried. Will UCLA really fire Chin over this? She asked for softly. For was worried, but she couldn't do anything except for John. It's okay. He doesn't really need this job anyway. It's just a title for him. Dean, the call is connected. Wright's voice came from the other end of the call. Hello, Wright speaking. Who are you? I am Razakwan, Dean of Sacramento Toffagate Hospital. Hello, sir. How may I help you? A professor from your school, named Chen Zhao, is acting crazily in our hospital. He's performing surgery on someone already pronounced dead and using our surgery room without getting permission. He refuses to come out too. I demand that you fire him. Fuck you. Who are you to make demands? Wright's voice suddenly changed. The last second, she was still a benevolent elder. The next second, her voice was a cold and harsh dictator. I am the previous president of the California Doctors Council and the principal of UCLA. The current president is my student. Do you qualify to make demands from me? Or do you think the dean of a hospital can order me around? I think I should send someone to your hospital for a health and safety check to see if your hospital meets the requirements. Let me tell you, Chun is performing surgery in your hospital right now. so you better cooperate with him. If your disturbances cause irreparable damage to the patient, I will shut your hospital down. I've already checked. You're a private hospital, right? Perhaps I should suggest to the council to recheck if your hospital is qualified for the license. You. I am not joking. Chin is the best teacher in our school, and the best doctor. Since he thinks that the man still has a chance, that means he shouldn't have died. If you have any questions about my words, you can come and visit me at UCLA at any time. But don't say I didn't warn you. UCLA is very dangerous. A professional boxer recently got his arms broken here, recently. Clunk. The dean perspired after hearing this. Did he just get threatened by a college principal? She'd threatened him so shamelessly, too. He couldn't even reply. He'd given up on refuting her head-on when she'd revealed her status. She was the previous president of the Doctors' Council and the teacher of the current president. If he angered her, they could void his hospital's license. No, even just lowering the rating could send his hospital into the abyss. He was furious, but he had to stay clear-headed. Now, he just wished that the surgery room's door could open soon. A result was more convincing than anything else. Chen's status in UCLA is quite high, Nip whispered to Four. The principal seems to place high importance on him. The principal mentioned that a professional boxer got his arms broken. Chen's responsible. On the side, Laurent shuddered. This bastard really did every bad thing. Chapter 387, Beating the Dean Up. Chapter 387, Beating the Dean Up. Finally, the operating room door opened. Chun Zhao walked out, exhausted. You finally opened the door. Police, arrest him. Dean Rozek shouted. Chen, how was it? For asked at once. I saved him, Chen Zhao said, rubbing his forehead. Kane's not dead. Kareem and Howard looked at Chen Zhao in excitement. Yes. Chen Zhao turned to look at the two policemen. Do you need to bring me to the police station? The two policemen felt really awkward. Formally, what Chen Zhao had done was illegal. However, he saved someone who had been pronounced unsavable by the hospital. It was really a tricky situation. No way, he can't be alive, Hilnans denied immediately. He has a severe brain injury. The bullet scraps can't be removed, and there is also a massive intracranial hemorrhage which can't be handled. When I came out just now, his brain was already deprived of oxygen, and he would die in 30 minutes. Chen Zhao glanced at Hilnans. Can't you just go in and see for yourself? Hilnans glanced at the operating room and then at Chen Zhao in hesitance. It was probably the most conflicting moment in his many years as a surgeon. On one hand, he hoped that his judgment was correct. On the other hand, he also hoped to see the patient alive. It was not just his professional ethics. More importantly, he wanted to witness a miracle. Of course, Dean Rozek beside him did not have such a complicated feeling. Rozek purely hoped that the patient was dead so that he could attack Chen Zhao. You heard it. He's a trickster. Pow! Chen Zhao delivered an uppercut, and many teeth flew out from Dean Rozek's mouth. Arrest him. He's trying to kill me. He's trying to kill me! As Rozek screamed, 2 more teeth fell out. Now you have enough reason to arrest me. The 2 policemen smiled bitterly. They had to arrest Chen Zhao now. Sir, please follow us back to the station. Chen, go with them. I guarantee that you'll be fine, Nip said. Kareem, contact my lawyer. I want this hospital to compensate $10 million. Hilnans entered the operating room and looked at the heart rate monitor. It was stable. He then looked at the EEG monitor, which was similarly active and stable. A dead person would clearly not have such data. At the moment, Hilnans really wanted to cut Kane's head open again to see what kind of surgery he had undergone. No way. Puff! Dean Rozek spit out another tooth. Fake. This is fake. He's dead. He must be dead already. Everyone was annoyed. Winnip shouted, "Beat him up." Kareem and Howard had been tolerating the dean until now. When they heard Winnip's instruction, they immediately walked up and gave the dean a combo. "I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you for malice." "Go ahead. As the dean of a hospital, you cursed a patient who had just survived a surgery. You can't wash that away. I'll buy all the media headlines in Sacramento and make you the most famous dean here," Winnip said lightly. "I didn't mean that." Dean Rozic finally realized his unwise remarks and attempted to deny it. However, with so many people present, he could not wash it away. Even Hill Nans would not help him. Chin Zhao was released from the police station by Winnip's lawyer in less than an hour. When he returned home, he went to bed directly. "Is Chin all right?" "Yes, he's probably just too exhausted. Let him sleep," For said. "It's just like the last time." "How's Kane?" "He's out of danger now. He's still in a coma, but a comprehensive check confirmed that all the scraps in his brain have been removed. To be honest, I've seen his X-ray image, and I can't imagine how Chin managed to save him. If it were me, I would probably pronounce Kane dead just like Dr. Hill Nans." Chin Zhao slept for 18 hours, from noon till the next morning. Although For promised several times that Chen Zhao was only too tired, Fei Lai was still panicked. She kept asking if they should send Chen Zhao to the hospital. Of course, she was really being overconcerned. When Chen Zhao woke up the next day, the first thing he did was to drag Fei Lai onto the bed. Fei Lai was finally relieved to see Chen Zhao energetic again. Being able to sleep with her indicated that Chen Zhao had fully recovered. When Chen Zhao and Fei Lai went downstairs, they realized that the atmosphere in the house had already restored. "Chen, that's a long nap." Winnip's face was written with ease. After all, Kane was already out of danger. "How's Kane now?" "He woke up briefly last night, but he's asleep again now." "Then I'll go and visit him in the afternoon," Chen Zhao said. Winnip nodded. It would be best if Chen Zhao could visit Kane. After all, Chen Zhao had saved Kane and definitely knew his condition very well. Winnip had also just discovered how amazing her prospective son-in-law was as a doctor. He had actually saved a person who was shot by a gun in the head. It was an unimaginable feat for the commoners. Of course, it was because Kane was shot by a small-caliber pistol. And also, Kane's head was harder than the average person. Laurent also came downstairs and sat at the dining table. He was about to eat the egg and sandwich before him when Winnip slapped his hands away. "Don't touch it. It's for Chin." "Winnip, it was just a coincidence that he saved Kane. You don't have to treat him differently," Laurent said, displeased. "If you can save Kane by coincidence, I'll prepare breakfast for you too." "I had credit yesterday," Laurent said in dissatisfaction. "What?" "Beating that asshole Dean up. Look, my hand even bled." "You injured yourself by hitting someone else? What trash?" Chen Zhao proudly enjoyed the special breakfast. "Laurent, do you want me to teach you how to beat someone up? I'm really good at it. Also, I'm happy to teach you." "Forget it. You're just trying to find an opportunity to hit me." Laurent would not fall for the trap, given that he knew Chen Zhao too well. Chen Zhao was stingy and revengeful. Laurent could still vividly remember how Chen Zhao had taken revenge. He would probably remember them for life. The birthday last night was particularly bad. It almost became his nightmare. Chapter 388. Start of the script. Chapter 388. Start of the script. To Laurent, being afraid was one thing. Attitude was another thing. He knew he would be at a disadvantage, but he still had to insult Chen Zhao. He had to do it, even though he knew Chen Zhao would treat Fei Lai well. There was no reason other than that he didn't like Chen Zhao. It was just that simple. "Mom, are you going to the office today?" Fei Lai asked. "Yes." "Kareem and Howard are still at the hospital with Kane. You won't have anyone with you. What if you run into danger again?" Fei Lai looked at Winnip with worry. I can't get behind on work, Winnip said helplessly. I must go and take care of matters. How about Chin goes with you? Phalai suggested. Winnip, I'll go with you, Laurent said. What use does this kid have? He doesn't look like a good guy. How about we all go? For suggested. I haven't gone to Mom's supermarket yet. Then what about Princess and the others? Bring them with. Winnip didn't object. They were family, so it was okay to bring pets to the office. After Laurent got onto Chen's RV, he kept muttering and complaining. You'll go bankrupt like this. This car must be a few $1,000,000. Why couldn't you invest that money? Oh, shut up. You were a senator for more than 30 years, and you still can't afford this car. How can you scold Chin? Winnip found Laurent so annoying. Hearing that, Laurent finally shut up. Bradley failed. Boss, he failed. He couldn't kill that old hag Winnip. Failure. Russville's expression couldn't be darker. Boss, if we allow Mara's supermarket to keep expanding, our market will be in danger. Our customer volume last month already went down by 32%. Russville obviously knew this, but 2 supermarkets competed in commodity flow, prices, and saved capital. Mara's supermarket always had a high credit and borrowed easily from the bank. Its capital was always more stable than Russville's New Association supermarket. Even if they sold the same products, Mara's prices would always be lower. Their transport networks extended over many cities. Its scale was much larger than New Association supermarkets. This caused New Association to suffer great losses in Sacramento instead of opening up a new market. What really widened the gap was because of the food safety scandal. The one who exposed this scandal was Winnip or Mara Supermarket. She took out the beef as soon as she discovered the first batch of diseased beef in the supermarket. She also compensated the customers and reported the case to the police and FDA. The media even reported this. Of course, Mara's actions received high praise from everyone. Later, it was revealed that New Association also got diseased beef from the same ranch. They'd also discovered the problem, but chose to hide the fact. This caused a reduction in New Association's customer flow, while Mara had a new high. After Bradley Ranch's scandal was exposed, the owners started pleading with them. However, they had extremely different attitudes toward Bradley. Winnip refused him directly, refusing to ever sell beef from his ranch in her stores. However, Russville gave Bradley a request to kill Winnip. As long as Bradley could kill Winnip, then his ranch's beef could be sold in New Association again. The ranch would be saved. At least his family could continue managing the ranch. After Bradley pleaded with Winnip multiple times, he finally gave up and chose to take the risk. Russville thought for a moment and said, "Go find 2 men." "Boss, what do you want to do?" "Do you think they'll still be like this if Mara has a food poisoning case?" Russville's lips twitched. "Boss, this is pretty risky." "Do it cleanly," Russville said. "No one will get evidence pointing to us." "Boss brought 2 dogs instead of bodyguards today. Those 2 dogs are huge." "Those aren't dogs. Those are wolves. How can dogs be that big?" "No way. How can Boss bring wolves around?" As Winnip walked into the office, the silly twins stood by her side like guards. They basked in everyone's attention majestically. "Boss." Winnip's assistant was just about to report to her when... Roar! The silly twins put on a menacing expression, glaring at the assistant who was 3 meters away. The assistant immediately stopped with a terrified expression, not daring to approach Winnip. "Black Ma, white Ma. Everyone in the office is our own people. Don't be mean." "Arf." Winnip patted Black Ma's head. "Daisy, come over." "They don't bite." Daisy still didn't dare to get closer. Winnip waved her hand and pointed at the room in the distance. "Go play there." "Arf." As if finally freed, the silly twins ran away overjoyed. "Boss, This is the financial report for this season. Please take a look. Just then, Winnip's office phone rang. Hello, Winnip speaking. Boss, a few people are at the supermarket's entrance with a bear and some pets. They want to come in. They say they know you. Oh, Winnip said. Let them in. They're my family. She hung up and said to Daisy, Help me take Black Ma and White Ma to the supermarket. The office is too small. It's not enough for them to play. Boss, will it be okay to take them to the store? Won't they scare the customers? Don't worry, Winnip said confidently. They're very safe. They look big, but they're very likable. Black Ma and White Ma were very popular at L.A.'s Angel Beach. Whenever they appeared, they would attract cheers. At first, Daisy was a bit scared of Black Ma and White Ma. Soon, she discovered their cute side. These two looked big and scary, but they were just two silly things. There was a cactus in the office. Black Ma took it by the mouth and threw it onto White Ma. White Ma purposely knocked over an employee's cup and then pointed at Black Ma. They even knew how to ride the elevator and which floor the supermarket was on. Under Daisy's guidance, White Ma and Black Ma successfully entered the store. They were naturals and went straight for the kids section to play. The kids playing there didn't know to be scared of White Ma and Black Ma. They all started playing with the silly twins enthusiastically. Hey, are you Black Ma and White Ma? A kid suddenly asked in shock. Chapter 389, Quality Inspector, Princess. Chapter 389, Quality Inspector, Princess. Daisy realized that a boy had just yelled. There was another 7 or 8-year-old boy beside him who should be his older brother. Mom, Black Ma, and White Ma came to find us. Ackley and Perry had originally been sitting at the side. Alarmed by their children's voices, they walked over. It's really Black Ma and White Ma. Great. What a surprise to see them here. Perry was delighted too. Last time, they had brought their kids to Angel Beach. Their kayak overturned on the sea. Luckily, they were rescued by 3 dogs. They even took a photo with Black Ma, White Ma, and Walter afterward. They clearly did not expect to encounter Black Ma and White Ma again in Sacramento, hundreds of kilometers away. Hello, did you bring Black Ma and White Ma here? Ackley and Perry approached Daisy. Hi, they're my boss's dogs. Do you know them? Yes, they saved our family. Perry and Ackley told Daisy what had happened, which renewed her opinion of Black Ma and White Ma. Just then, Daisy saw a few people walk toward her with an enormous bear behind them. Are they boss's family? The bear is really big and scary. But why is the bear pushing a trolley? There were even 2 smaller bears sitting in the trolley. Chun Zhao walked over, and the silly twins immediately ran toward him. How come you're here? Aren't you with Winnip? Hi, sir. Boss asked me to bring them here and play, Daisy said, approaching Chin Zhao. Oh, thank you. They're really mischievous. Roar. Suddenly, Princess stopped and grabbed a child candy bag with her paw. Take it if you want it, but don't eat now. Put it in the trolley and eat when we're outside. Daisy stared at Princess in curiosity. Can it understand you? Chen Zhao did not even have to reply as Princess put the candy bag in the trolley. Roar. Princess saw another thing and asked Chen Zhao again. Take whatever you want. You don't have to ask me. Wow. Big bear. Strong big bear. The few children ran toward Princess. Both Perry and Ackley were astonished. Sir, it won't harm the kids, right? Don't worry. She's more obedient than Black Ma and White Ma. Just then, Princess took a candy bag from the trolley and passed it to the children who were surrounding her. Everyone stared at her in disbelief. The bear was way too smart. She was also too gentle, somewhat unbelievably gentle. The initial fear in the customers around them was slowly taken over by curiosity. Just then, a customer carefully walked up to Princess and placed a huge sausage before her. Do you want it? Princess smelled the sausage and then pointed at the barcode on the packaging. Roar, roar. What did she say? She said she can only eat this outside, not here. Sir, can I take a photo with her, please? Of course. The small area was soon crowded with people who wanted to interact with Princess. Do you eat beef? Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, Princess's voice became loud and high. Chen Zhao, who had been sitting at the side, stood up upon hearing her voice. Mister, where did you get the beef? The shelf over there. What's wrong? Can I take a look at the beef? Chen Zhao asked. Is there a problem with the beef? Princess smelled something on it. Chen Zhao took the beef, which was stored in a package. However, the edge of the film seemed like it had been opened. The beef felt rather grainy, which was definitely unusual. The surface of the beef was slightly darker than it should be. Chen Zhao's expression changed. It was N-nitroso-dimethylamine, a highly toxic substance. Ms. Daisy, call Winip now. Someone poisoned the food in the supermarket, Chen Zhao said at once. Princess, stand outside the checkout counter. Check the things every customer buys, especially food. Black Ma, White Ma. Search the area for a similar smell. Products and people. Daisy's expression also changed. Mr. Chen, are you sure? Yes, I am very certain. Daisy called Winip at once. Boss, Mr. Chen said that our products have been poisoned. What? Winip was shocked. Poison products could not be taken lightly. If someone was poisoned by the products in the supermarket, it might be forced to close down. Where's Chen? He's asked his pets to search the shop for poisoned products and poisoners. Princess is at the checkout counter to check if anyone has bought poison products unknowingly. I'm coming down now. Ask all the staff in the supermarket to cooperate with Chen and his pets. Sir, $89, please. Also, because there's been a safety accident in the supermarket, we need to conduct a check on your food items. Please come here. In his confusion, Jekyll was brought by the cashier to Princess. Princess was just sitting there, but Jekyll's legs trembled in fear. It won't bite right. When Princess was brought to the cashier earlier, she was terrified as well. However, she soon discovered that Princess was really checking the products of each customer carefully. Roar! Suddenly, Princess took out a packaged turkey. The cashier hesitated for a moment. Princess, are you sure the turkey has been poisoned? Roar! The cashier took out her walkie-talkie at once. Sir, Princess discovered a product that might have been poisoned. Very soon, the supervisor appeared. He said to Jekyll, Sir, I apologize for any inconvenience caused by our negligence. You can take all the products you've got for free, and we'll compensate you this product for 10 times its price. Hi, did someone deliberately poison the products in the store? Jekyll cautiously turned on the pen voice recorder in his clothes. He was a freelance journalist, so he would always carry his camera and pen voice recorder with him. He immediately realized that this was going to be a huge piece of news. Yes, fortunately, our boss's pet was in the supermarket, and she discovered the problem immediately. Now, we're taking every customer here, and she'll make sure that no poison product will leave the supermarket. We have to ensure the safety of all our customers. Can you introduce the bear to me? Jekyll stared at Princess, his eyes glowing. A quality inspector bear was in a supermarket. Nothing could be more novel than this. Chapter 390, Supermarket Espionage, Pet Storm. Chapter 390, Supermarket Espionage, Pet Storm. Its name is Princess. I only know that it's our boss's pet, but it's really smart. Do you know who's the culprit right now? We can't confirm it yet. We only know that the culprit used N-nitroso-dimethylamine. Our boss's other pets are searching the store now. Just then, Black Ma jumped down from the cash register with a piece of beef in his mouth. He tossed it into the basket with the turkey already confirmed to be poisoned. This is... Jekyll looked at the big black dog with amazement. No, this was a wolf. Its name is Black Ma. It's also our boss's pet. It's responsible for searching for poison products. This beef must be poisoned too. Is it possible for it to make mistakes? As of now, the 4 products they found and were sent to be tested all came out to be poisoned. Daisy, be ready, Winnip said, expression grave. Start the PR as soon as the media starts reporting the scandal. How many poison products have been found so far? 12 have been found. Winnip's spirits were low. Her expression was even more depressing. Whoever poisoned the products was truly crazy. If these 12 items were sold and someone died from food poisoning, Mara's supermarket would really be in trouble. Not even God would be able to help them. Is the culprit found? Winnip asked. Not yet. The poisoned items were all in the camera's blind spots. The culprit is really smart. Winnip thought for a moment. Then we'll wait for the crowd to thin. The culprit won't be able to hide even if he wants to. Princess was guarding the entrance. The culprit couldn't escape. Black Ma and White Ma were patrolling the store too. If they found the guy, he would have nowhere to run to. Boss, our customer flow hasn't thinned. Instead, it's 40% more than usual. What? How is that possible? Earlier, there was already a report about the poisoning, but it emphasized that Princess, White Ma, and Black Ma are doing safety checks in the store. A lot of customers want to see just how smart they are. That works too. Winnip was stunned. 2 newspapers also contacted me. They want to come and film inside the store. More accurately, they want to film Princess, Black Ma, and White Ma. Winnip was tempted. Give them permission, as long as they don't disturb the animals' work. She decided. The poisoning had already happened, so she should at least use this chance in Princess, Black Ma, and White Ma for promotions. Boss, the police are here too. They brought dogs. Let them in too, but the searching for poisoned items and the culprit still depends on us. Dumb, what's wrong with you? Russ Bill yelled in anger. I told you to poison them, not to give Mara free advertisement. Boss, what did I do wrong? I followed your instructions and poisoned Mara's supermarket. Dumb looked troubled. Now, me and 3 other guys are stuck in the store. The police are here too. Boss, you have to help us, or else the police will find us out. You want me to get you guys out? Don't you know that because of your mistakes, not only did we not hurt Mara, we even gave them free advertisement? They have 40% more customers than usual now. How many of them went to Mara after leaving our store? But we were just following your instructions, Dumb refuted. You can't blame us. I don't care. You couldn't complete the task. Boss, if I and the 3 guys I found get caught, I can't promise we won't rat you out. You're threatening me. Boss, I don't care what you're thinking about. Since I did this for you, you better prepare $1 million for me. Otherwise, you better get a good lawyer. Dumb sneered. He wasn't Russville's dog. If everything went smoothly, anything could work. But now that he was in danger, he had to get something good for himself. You're blackmailing me? I'll kill you. Boss, I'm asking for the payment that I deserve. After all, what I did for you is really risky. Dumb hung up. He didn't see that a small cat on a shelf witnessed the entire thing. Dumb felt something, but when he looked up, there was nothing there. Samuel was already back at Chen Zhao's side. Master, I found a suspect. Chen Zhao held Samuel up and patted his small head. Good job. Mr. Chen, you got something. We found 1 culprit, he said to Daisy. There are 3 more. The kitty found him? Daisy asked in disbelief. Yes. Lowering his head, Chen Zhao said to Samuel, Go tell Black Ma and White Ma not to catch him now. See who else he interacted with. Daisy grew even more doubtful. Are you sure it can send your message? He's really smart. It's just a kitty, right? That's why I say he's smart. Lester was a cameraman for a TV channel. This was his first time following a white dog. For today's job, most of his time was spent running around the store with this dog. He felt like this was a complete waste of time. Could this dog really catch a suspect? Meow. Just then, a cat's meow caught his attention. It caught the dog's attention as well. Lester saw a fist-sized kitty standing on a shelf. The white dog went to the cat. Lester thought the dog would attack the cat. After all, he'd seen many fights between dogs and cats. Much to his surprise, the white dog actually looked up at the cat. The cat meowed a few times, and then the dog nodded. They're talking? This thought appeared in Lester's mind. After they talked for a while, the white dog looked back at Lester after telling him to follow. So, Lester followed the big white dog, and it started searching with a target in mind. Lester didn't know what it was looking for. Just then, the dog lowered its body and looked at Lester. Woof. You want me to get low? The dog nodded. Lester also lowered himself and pointed the DV at a shelf in the near distance. A hooded man seemed to be looking around. As soon as Lester saw him, he thought that something was wrong with the guy. Chapter 391, Pets in Charge. Chapter 391, Pets in Charge. Aren't you going to arrest him? Lester asked. The white dog shook his head. A strange thought appeared in Lester's mind. Is he going to stalk the man? No way. Is he really that smart? Lester crouched down and pointed the camera over White Ma's back at a hooded man. The hooded man stood there for a long time. Suddenly, a man with colorful hair passed by the hooded man and stopped before the opposite shelf. With his back facing the hooded man, he pretended to be selecting a product, but they were clearly having a conversation. Just then, White Ma started to back away. Lester felt that the dog was literally a human. After leaving the hooded man's visual field, Black Ma appeared. There was also a cameraman beside him. Black Ma, we've found the second person. It's the guy with colorful hair. Go watch him and see if he speaks to anyone. The two cameramen watched the twin dogs have their conversation. Although they had no idea what the dogs were barking, they felt as if the dogs were really communicating. Just then, a red giant lizard climbed out from the bottom of a shelf. Both cameramen were astonished, but the red lizard had no intention of attacking them. Instead, it began to communicate with the two dogs. Is this really a supermarket? This has to be a zoo, Lester muttered. Abitos brought them the clue to the third poisoning suspect. However, they just could not find the fourth suspect. Suddenly, a commotion erupted near the checkout counter. Someone attempted to dash past the counter, but Princess knocked him onto the floor with one slap. Then the police dogs around surrounded and bit the person tightly. The police also walked up and arrested the person. Shit, why can't Sot just be patient? Dumb cursed softly. Dumb, what do we do? Wait, I don't believe that they'll block the exit forever. Suddenly, Black Ma appeared on one side of the aisle together with his cameraman. Dumb and the man with colorful hair lowered their heads at once and tried to leave through the other side of the aisle. However, White Ma and his cameraman also blocked the other side. Dumb and the man were stranded in the middle of the aisle. The two cameramen realized that, unlike police dogs which would attack criminals straight away, Black Ma and White Ma slowly approached the two suspects. When Dumb put his hand into his clothes, Black Ma attacked immediately. His slow movement earlier was just an illusion. When he launched his attack, he flew across the aisle like a black bolt of lightning. In an instant, he knocked Dumb onto the floor and bit Dumb's arm tightly. On the other hand, White Ma had been staring at the man with colorful hair. As long as the man did not move, White Ma would not move. The man did not dare to move and raised his hands. White Ma slapped the floor with his paw. Confused, the man asked, "You want me to lie on the floor?" White Ma nodded. Woof! The eyes of the two cameramen glowed brightly. It was truly an excellent material. This piece of news would certainly go viral. Suddenly, on the other side of the supermarket, the last poisoning suspect started to run wildly. Lester, I think something happened there. Go there and film. Leave this scene here to me. Lester immediately chased after the person, but he realized that Abitos, the huge red lizard, was already pursuing the suspect. Abitos was not slow at all. Panicked, the suspect saw a little girl in the way and charged at her directly, attempting to subdue her as a hostage. However, suddenly, a silver beam of light flashed past. A silver fox leaped from one shelf to another, leaving a bloody mark on the suspect's face. Shit! The suspect attempted to grab the silver fox with his hand, but he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his leg. Beelzebub had already torn a piece of flesh off the suspect's leg. Ah! The suspect collapsed onto the floor, covered his leg, and screamed loudly. Meanwhile, he took out his gun, wanting to shoot Beelzebub. At the next moment, something appeared on the suspect's arm. A colorful snake wrapped itself around the arm and bit the suspect's hand. The suspect used all his might to fling Raymond away, but Abitos was already in front of him. Slap! Abitos hit the suspect's chest with his huge tail. The man flew backward and knocked over an entire shelf. Lester captured the complete series of actions with his camera. Wow! The various pets had jointly overpowered the atrocious criminal. Each and every pet was unique and useful. Lester could hardly contain his excitement. This would definitely cause an explosion in the media. Boss, all 4 suspects have been caught. All? You sure there are only 4? That's what Mr. Chin said. All right, I suppose it should be correct then. Have you found out who sent them here? The owner of New Association Supermarket, Daisy replied. Damn, I knew it was him. Winnip's face darkened. Also, when we interrogated down one of the suspects, we found out that he had actually instigated Bradley to shoot you yesterday. That bastard. Do they really think that I'm a pushover? Boss, what do we do now? Tell the media immediately. Let everyone know what New Association Supermarket and Russville have done. That day, the media in Sacramento erupted. The supermarket poisoning case was staged in various engrossing forms. Mara Supermarket became totally famous, in addition to receiving another name, the Zoo Supermarket. After all, the poisoning case had actually been solved by a group of different pets, from discovering the problem to capturing the suspects. The police supported them. The pets had displayed their astounding intelligence and capability. The final scene, with a group of pets teamed up to deal with the evil criminal, even became a tale to be told. Of course, all of this had another direct consequence. Mara Supermarket became unbelievably popular. Those who would not usually shop there especially rushed to the supermarket to meet the group of little heroes. Of course, Princess was no little hero, but she was surely the most glorious and important character. After all, she was the first to discover the attempted poisoning. Then, she even stationed herself behind the counter to search for poison products and caught a suspect who tried to escape. Chapter 392. Another screenplay sold. Chapter 392. Another screenplay sold. Chen, give them to me. I'll give you both of my daughters. I love them so much. Winnip hugged Princess' head and kept patting and ruffling. Mom, I don't care about Phalai, but am I that cheap? For asked unhappily. Winnip rarely got the chance to be playful. Her moods were really like a roller coaster today. When she learned that someone had poisoned her store, it felt like she'd fallen into an abyss. Who would have guessed that there would be such a theatric development? Not only did nothing bad happen, but Mara's Supermarket also got great publicity. Go ask them. Whoever's willing to stay can stay. Speechless when Nip rejected him. Of course. She didn't expect Qin Zhao to accept her proposition. It had just been a joke. Chen Zhao would never agree. Okay, I know it's impossible, but you have to lend them to me for these few days. Half of the store's customers are here for them. Ring. Qin Zhao's phone went off. Hello? Rasfa, what's up? You're in Sacramento, right? How do you know? Your entire family is in the news, and you're asking me how I know. You saw the news too. I don't usually watch this kind of news, but my company had a copyright meeting and I hosted it. Our employees think that what happened to your family has a great market. If we adapt it into a movie, it can have a lot of potential. You want to buy the copyright again? Yes. How about it? Sell it to me. Your company bought the copyright to that other movie, but you haven't started filming it, right? It's not conflicting. What price? No bargaining. $500,000. Qin Zhao considered it. The price is okay, but I hope that Mara Supermarket's name can be included in the script. What's your relationship with the supermarket? It's Feilai's mother's store. Sure, Raspa agreed easily. Usually, this kind of product placement had to be paid for. It could cost a few million or even $10 million. However, since the business was related to Qin Zhao, Raspa didn't mind giving it to him. After discussing with Raspa, Qin Zhao told Winnip about it. After all, if this event could be turned into a movie, it would be very beneficial to her store. After hearing that a film company bought the rights and may turn it into a movie, she was immediately interested and started asking Qin Zhao questions. Qin Zhao couldn't give any exact answers. After all, whether the movie could be filmed wasn't up to him. Some companies bought the rights, not to film a movie, but to make sure competitors couldn't get the rights. Qin Zhao estimated that PLM wouldn't start this project in at least half a year. Right. Did you catch Russville, the guy that hired the poisoners? Qin Zhao asked. Winnip smiled. It was Qin Zhao's first time seeing such a cruel smile on her. The police will probably never find him. Qin Zhao didn't keep asking. Some things were better left unspoken. The fourth day after the shooting, Kane was brought home. Kareem and Howard came back too. Kane's condition wasn't bad anymore. He didn't have many problems other than being a bit weak. If you insisted on a problem, it was that he was bald now. He wanted to cry because Princess kept coming over to touch his head. Stop touching my head. I can feel my skullcap moving. Stop licking. I feel spit getting into my wound. Qin, are you sure Raymond doesn't want to hibernate on my head? Qin Zhao glanced at Kane. It couldn't be helped. Earlier, Qin Zhao had used the perfect potion when treating Kane. There were still remnants inside Kane's head. It was good enough that Princess and the others didn't open up his skull again. I'm so bored. Let's go fishing, Laurent suggested. Not going. Qin Zhao refused directly. Anyway, he decided that he'd rather die than ever go out with Laurent again. Who knew if Laurent wanted to prank him again? Laurent glanced at him. I wasn't asking you. Kane, Kareem, Howard, let's go. Laurent took the 3 bodyguards fishing. Feilai and 4 went shopping again. Winnip brought the group of pets to the supermarket because they were very popular. Mara's customer volume expanded greatly recently. No one would have thought that these pets could double Mara's customers. Qin Zhao didn't laze around by himself at home. The new house at Mirror Lake was getting decorated. There were many things that he needed to be asked about. Bant and Fellwood had to communicate with him often. The housekeeping system was installed already. They had to discuss with Qin Zhao about installing other furniture too. Otherwise, it would be more troublesome to fix things afterward. Mr. Qin, I think this wall should have some color. White is the main theme, but if everything is all white, it's too monotone. You can add a scenic painting here to add some color. It also complements the river view from the floor-to-ceiling window across from it. Sure, but I don't want it to be too flashy. Also, are you sure you don't want to add anything to the second basement? No need. It doesn't need any style or design. Just whitewash the walls. He thought for a moment. Oh, go to the first basement. I want to see how it feels overall. Fellwood rode the elevator to the first underground floor. He opened a video chat and showed Chen Zhao what the floor looked like after construction. From the bottom of the stairs to the floor-to-ceiling window on the outer wall, don't do anything other than whitewash the walls along the path. I'm going to put a large-scale piece of art there. Okay, understood. Can you tell me what kind of art? A skeleton model. I found a Hollywood expert to make a monster skeleton. Then, how about I make the walls darker? Okay. Also, help me try out the housekeeping system. Notify me if there are any problems. Okay. Chun Zhao was the most satisfied with the first underground floor. The curved floor-to-ceiling window was 12 meters long and 3 meters wide. You could see the bottom of the river. However, construction had just finished, so the water needed some time to settle before it cleared up. Chapter 393, Leisure Mode Fishing. Chapter 393, Leisure Mode Fishing. Then, Chun Zhao asked for some of the electrical appliances to be moved into the house. He spent the entire afternoon talking to people regarding his new home. In the evening, Laurent, Kane, Kareem, and Howard came back. They were carrying a giant catfish that weighed over 50 kilograms, which looked really awesome. Chen, look at what we've caught. Laurent flexed proudly in front of Chen Zhao. Isn't it just a big catfish? Look at how happy you are. Go and fish one too if you can, Laurent immediately taunted. Chen Zhao twitched his lips. He would not go fishing because of such an inferior taunt. Soon Win-Nip, Fei-Lai, and Four returned one after another. When Laurent saw them, he incessantly showed off to them what he had gained. Unfortunately, just like Chen Zhao, none of them was slightly excited about it. Laurent was very much displeased by their perfunctory tone. Nevertheless, everyone relished the barbecue. Unlike mammalian meat, which would become tougher as the mammal ages, fish would only become more tender. Win-Nip, Fei-Lai, and I plan to go back the day after tomorrow. So soon? Why don't you stay for a few more days? I don't think so. Our new house is more or less completed. We need to go and sort things out. All right. Dad, Mom, when will you come to Los Angeles again? Ask your mom. I'm free every day, Laurent said. Dad, I welcome you to come alone too, Fei-Lai said. Laurent glanced at Chen Zhao and sneered. If he were to go to Los Angeles by himself, he would surely be killed by Chen Zhao. He was not stupid enough to run into a tiger's mouth. In their final day here, Fei-Lai and Four activated their shopping frenzy. On the other hand, Chen Zhao entered a rest mode. Lying down was perhaps the greatest happiness he could receive. But things just would not go as planned. Bump, bump. Chen Zhao opened his eyes and realized that Laurent was kicking the lounge chair. What? Chen Zhao asked. Look at the lovely weather. Let's go fishing. Chen Zhao was really annoyed by this childish father-in-law. No. Chen Zhao was convinced that as long as he ignored Laurent, Laurent's plots would not succeed. Don't be stubborn. Let's go. I can't leave you here alone. Who needs your sympathy? Chen Zhao did not even want to give a reply. Stop pestering me. Just as he closed his eyes, he suddenly felt some pain in his arm. Opening his eyes, Chen Zhao realized that Laurent was standing at the back of the small truck, hooking him with the fish hook. Laurent, do you really want to die? Come and hit me if you can. Laurent shouted in satisfaction. Kane, drive. However, the truck did not move. Kane, did the bullet destroy your intelligence? Quickly drive. Mr. Laurent, did you forget to refuel the truck? Laurent watched as the enraged demon walked toward him. He immediately smiled in fear. Chen, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Chen, let's go fishing. It's so boring to stay at home alone. Yeah, let's go. Fishing is actually quite interesting, Kareem and Howard also persuaded. Chen Zhao thought about it. Unable to reject their coaxing, Qin Zhao eventually jumped onto the back of the truck. 2 kilometers away from the farm, there was a turbulent, fast-flowing river that was more than 20 meters wide. When the group alighted from the truck, there were already a few people fishing by the river. "Laurent, why are you here again?" an old man said with a mocking tone. "Why can't I be here?" Laurent really wanted to ignore the old man. "Laurent, did something happen?" Qin Zhao asked softly. Although he hated Laurent, it was only their family business. Qin Zhao would not deliberately embarrass Laurent outside. Nothing. Laurent did not want to tell Qin Zhao about it. "Yesterday, the 4 of you did not succeed. Do you think you can make it with an Asian shorty?" "Huh." Qin Zhao glanced at the 3 bodyguards. They all turned their heads away and kept silent. Suddenly, the old man who had just mocked Laurent leaned forward and fell onto the ground. With his fishing line taut, he was soon dragged into the water. The people around him quickly rushed into the river and pulled him out. "Cough, cough." "Ha! Powell, looks like you're not doing much better than me." "Ha!" Laurent laughed loudly. Qin Zhao frowned. Something had just dragged the old man into the river. "What's in the river?" Qin Zhao asked. "A monster," Laurent said. "Actually, Laurent asked you here because he wants us to fish the monster together," Kane said. "Yesterday, all 4 of us were dragged into the water. Shouldn't the fishing rod break first?" Qin Zhao asked in surprise. "This fishing rod is meant to be used at sea. Even the biggest swordfish can't break it," Laurent said. "What fish is in the river?" "An enormous catfish, estimated to be over 5 meters in length," Laurent said. Qin Zhao gasped. "A 5 meters catfish?" The largest catfish that had been caught was 7 meters long and 300 kilograms heavy. What would a 5-meter-long catfish look like? Let's compare it to Princess. Before Princess demonized, she was about 3 meters tall and 500 kilograms heavy. After becoming a demon, she was now 5 meters tall and about 1,000 kilograms heavy. Her weight roughly doubled. The weight of a catfish should grow at approximately the same rate, too, as its length increased. Hence, the catfish would very likely weigh over 500 kilograms. It was no wonder that Laurent, Kane, Kareem, and Howard would be dragged into the water all at once. So Laurent had been trying so hard to bring Qin Zhao here in order to deal with the gargantuan catfish. Of course, although the 4 of them had been dragged into the river the day before, Kane was still recovering and could not use too much strength. Qin Zhao was interested as well. "But are you sure that it will definitely bite the bait?" "Dunno, depends on your luck. It's very cunning and will hide in the aquatic grass to observe the fishers. If there are too many people, it will not take the bait. Then I'll fish it myself. Don't stand beside me. Don't force yourself. It's not something that a single person can handle," Laurent said. "I'm not as weak as the 4 of you." Qin Zhao was not kind at all. Chapter 394, Being Old but Unrespectable, No Contradiction. Chapter 394, Being Old but Unrespectable, No Contradiction. "Kid, you have stick arms and legs. Be careful you don't get dragged down by Earl Eric later." The guys who didn't get along with Laurent started mocking when they saw Qin Zhao sitting there and fishing alone. "Old grandpas, your bodies are all old now." Qin Zhao didn't back down at all. "Don't play these physical games here. Just sunbathe and take in the fresh sea air. Probably even a small fish can drag you into the water, let alone Earl Eric." There was no need to respect the elders now. They didn't look like gentlemen either. They started mocking Qin Zhao as soon as they saw him. Qin Zhao wouldn't respect them either and just shot an insult back. "So uncultured. No manners." The old men immediately started yelling. "Laurent, where did you get such an unmannered kid from?" Laurent and Qin Zhao had the same thought. "This is my in-law. I don't have to like him, but I won't let you outsiders talk about him." You old things have 1 foot in the grave already, Laurent cursed. It's none of your business where I got him from. If you don't like it, then get the stick out of your ass first. Laurent, don't think you can talk like that just because you have more guys. Yeah, I have more guys. Laurent yelled. So what? Want to fight? Chen Zhao's combat power was great. He wouldn't lose to anyone. The old guys grew furious too. Okay, you want to fight with numbers, huh? I'll call more guys. They all started calling people. Powell, who'd been dragged into the water earlier, seemed to manage a farm. He immediately yelled into the phone. Pacey, get everyone on the farm and come to the fishing hole. Do what? Fight, obviously. Whoever doesn't come can fuck off forever. The others were similar. They were either the owner of a farm or ranch. This was like a party for farm and ranch owners, and each one had angry expressions. It seemed that conflicts weren't rare. They all looked experienced at calling men over. Mr. Laurent, I think they have more guys than us. Mr. Laurent, you offended too many people. Chen Zhao was speechless too. Was this old guy digging a ditch for themselves here? Offending 1 or 2 guys was okay, but going against the whole world. Laurent faltered too. Chin, you'll help me fight later, right? We can put our rivalries behind first. When there are other enemies, we have to fight them together. Chen Zhao was clear about this, at least. You could fight however you want behind closed doors, but when there were outsiders, they had to unite. That's good. But those old guys kept calling more and more people. Even Chen Zhao wasn't sure anymore. Those farm and ranch owners could call 7 or 8 guys each. For groups came, totally to more than 30 men. They were men who spent their days doing farm or ranch work. Each one was tall and muscular. Many of them were even bigger than Kareem's trio. Laurent, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Powell said arrogantly. You and that Asian apologize to us now. Otherwise, all of you will feed the fish in the river today. Laurent and Chen Zhao's expressions were both unnatural. The other side had too many people, while they only had 5 men. One of them, Kane, was also injured and definitely couldn't fight. Laurent was a bit old. He was useless even if he tried. Only Chen Zhao, Kareem, and Howard could fight. Chen, how many can you take? Kareem asked. Howard also looked at him. Chen Zhao calculated a little. How about you guys? I can take 6, Kareem said. Then me too, Howard said. Okay, Chen Zhao said. Give the rest to me. Are you sure? Everyone looked at Chen Zhao. Kareem and Howard took 12, so there were at least 20 left. Could Chen Zhao really take care of 20 men? I don't know. I've never fought with so many people before. Powell started speaking again. If you're scared, it's not too late to surrender. Yeah, don't get your brains smashed later. You think you're so powerful just because you have more people? Try one-on-one. Laurent yelled. You're the one who wanted to compete with numbers. How come you're scared now? Coward. Weakling. Politicians are all like this. It seemed that these ranch and farm owners didn't like Laurent, who'd been a senator before. They excluded him from their little clique. Laurent's expression was very uncomfortable. American society was like this. You could see these concepts in the movies. In American movies, most politicians were evil, while soldiers were brave. This was politically correct. The people liked these concepts too. The feelings that were present in China were also present in America, such as hating the rich. Everyone here knew that Laurent had been a senator and his wife, Winip, was the owner of a chain supermarket and worth millions. On the other hand, the farm and ranch owners had to scrimp and save. This naturally widened the gap between them, causing conflicts. Do I have to pay the medical fees when I injure these pieces of trash? Chen Zhao asked. No. For fights like this, no one cared about medical fees. Everything was all right as long as no one died. The people here had always been dowdy. Ranch and farm owners often fought over the smallest things. "Hey, what did you just say?" Such big words. "Don't stand in the back. Bring it on." These cowboys and farmers were all egging him on. Chen Zhao took off his jacket and walked forward. "Come on," Chen Zhao urged at the 20 to 30 men. Lawrence's group was honestly scared for him. They couldn't act so fearlessly. What a joke! If they were the ones facing so many people, they'd piss their pants. Just then, a 2-meter tall guy walked out of the group. He was muscular and wearing a tank top. His figure was already scary enough. "You guys don't need to fight. I'll do it," the big guy said with a rough voice. "Hey, monkey, let me teach you about respect." "Chin, this guy is an underground boxer," Kareem whispered behind Chen Zhao. "He was jailed for 2 years. Be careful. Don't get cocky." They knew that Chen Zhao was strong, but his opponent wasn't weak either. They worried that Chen Zhao would be too cocky. If the first opponent won, it would be embarrassing. "You called me a monkey?" Chen Zhao loosened his shoulders while looking at the big guy. "What, you don't like it?" The guy curled his finger. "Come on, I'll let you have 3 punches. Chapter 395 Fight. Chapter 395 Fight. Bam. Chen Zhao walked up and punched the big guy. Everyone heard the grating sound of his fist moving through the air. Then, the big guy slowly fell backward and collapsed on the ground. Oman, get up. Stop pretending dead. Stand up now." Nobody believed that the seemingly weak Chen Zhao could knock Oman out in one blow. Loran and the bodyguards also watched in disbelief. Oman was the best fighter in the region. If it was just fighting, even Kareem, Howard, and Kane were no match for Oman. However, Chen Zhao had just defeated the bull in one punch. No matter how the crowd tried to call him, Oman did not wake up. "What a mean person. You sneak attacked him. Are Asians all so mean?" Chen Zhao shrugged. "He invited me to hit him thrice. I've just made 1 punch and he's already down. How disappointing. It's not a boxing tournament. Go and beat him up." Powell shouted in anger. Everyone charged toward Chen Zhao. A cowboy hugged Chen Zhao, but he was immediately flung into the river. And then went the second and the third. Kareem and Howard also took part in the fight, adding to the chaos. Although it was a mess, Chen Zhao, Kareem, and Howard were actually not losing. Nevertheless, they were being hit as well. They were clearly hit more often than they were able to hit others. Kareem and Howard could not take the fight for much longer. In the end, Chen Zhao had to help them. "Fuck off." Chen Zhao threw another person into the water. "Fool, don't throw him into the river. He'll be uninjured when he climbs up. Punch him instead." Loran watched the battle anxiously. Bam! A farmer punched Chen Zhao's face. But Chen Zhao was completely fine except for a minor wound on his lip. Chen Zhao returned a punch, and the farmer fell unconscious at once. After 10 minutes or so, both Kareem and Howard were lying on the ground, but Chen Zhao was still standing. On the other side, 20 people had fallen down, most of which were due to Chen Zhao. Only a dozen people were standing. However, they were also somewhat injured. Chen Zhao did not kill anyone. After all, they were not irreconcilable enemies. It was like a street fight. No sane person would stab another person with a dagger. The dozen people did not really dare to go close to Chen Zhao. They had seen how terrifying Chen Zhao was. It was almost impossible to hurt Chen Zhao without a weapon. "Chen, beat them up. Beat all of them up." Loran had no intention to bury the hatchet. Of course, Chen Zhao had no such intention too. This time, instead of counterattacking passively, Chen Zhao charged into the crowd. Immediately, the place was enveloped in painful groaning. None of the people were actual fighters. Chen Zhao could easily finish a person with 1 punch, although he had to be careful with his strength. He could neither attack too heavily nor attack too lightly. Qin Zhao beat the rest of the crowd up as quickly as he could. Howard and Kareem felt that even if they were not present, Chen Zhao would have won the fight. What a humanoid monster! Why would they even provoke such a monster in the first place? Old men, would you like to apologize or be thrown into the river? There was no way Chen Zhao would hit these old people. If he was slightly careless, he might very well be sued. Nonetheless, he could throw them into the river and nothing would happen. The few old ranchers and farmers looked as if they had just stepped on dog shit. Who's this Asian? How could he have defeated so many people? Is he a Chinese? Does he know Kung Fu? Right, all Chinese know Kung Fu. All right, you win, Powell said in indignance. And I apologize for what I have said and done. There were no right or wrong in this fight, only win and loss. The person who won was right. Chen Zhao won, so he was right. Suddenly, the bell on a stationary fighting rod began to ring, and the line went taut. Chen, we have a fish! Loran shouted. Chen Zhao rushed to the fishing rod at once. He grabbed the rod and tried to pull it up. However, he did not manage to. Chen Zhao used more strength, but he still could not pull the fish up. The fish was really powerful. Was it that big guy? Although Chen Zhao could not pull the fish up, the fish also could not break free. Come here, Chen Zhao roared. Then, an enormous creature jumped out of the river, but it immediately fell back in, creating a huge wave. Earl Eric! It's Earl Eric! It's huge! Wow, this guy could surely eat a human. Everyone started to scream in excitement. Those who had been lying on the ground also got up on their feet. Everyone knew that there was an Earl Eric in the river, but not all of them had seen it, including some people who had been fishing here for many years. Today, they were fortunate enough to see Earl Eric for themselves. Chen Zhao clutched the fishing rod, unable to pull it. The fish was too powerful. With its own weight, Chen Zhao felt that it was at least a ton of force. The situation went into the stalemate. The fishing rod had already been bent into an arc. As Earl Eric continued to struggle, ripples appeared constantly and the water became muddy. Chin, do you need help? Kareem and Howard asked, rolling their sleeves upward. Chin Zhao shook his head but did not speak. He had to use all his strength to fight Earl Eric. Kareem and Howard would only affect him instead of helping him. In fact, Chen Zhao and Earl Eric were not only testing their strength, but also their endurance. It all depended on which of them could persist till the end. Everyone held their breath as they watched Chen Zhao and the creature struggling in the river. While they looked forward to Chen Zhao pulling Earl Eric out of the water, they also hoped that Earl Eric could escape. They did not want Earl Eric to be caught by an outsider, especially when he was their enemy. Moreover, Earl Eric was also a belief and obsession for them. If the river lost Earl Eric, they would lose their interest. Everyone watched the fierce battle nervously. Loran looked at the fishing rod, which had almost been bent to the maximum. Chen, you can do it. Chapter 396, Simba and Nala. Chapter 396, Simba and Nala. Crack! A sharp crack rang through the air. The fishing pole whipped back, making Chen Zhao stumble back. The string had snapped. Everyone was a bit disappointed, but also happy. They were happy because Earl Eric wasn't caught by an outsider. Their belief and wishes could continue. But they were disappointed because even someone as strong as Chen Zhao couldn't catch Earl Eric. Could anyone fish it out? Chen Zhao shrugged helplessly. It wasn't his fault. Even the tempered fiber string had a limit to what it could bear. Even though he was disappointed, he didn't obsess over it. Plus, even if he did catch such a large fish, he probably had to let it go in the end. Loran didn't see Chen Zhao pull Earl Eric onto land, but he'd brought Chen Zhao here, so he was still proud. Huh, Powell, how's Chin? Better than your failures, right? Powell didn't speak. After all, he'd lost the fight. As of now, Qin Zhao was also the only one who could go up against Earl Eric. In the past, everyone who'd tried to go against Earl Eric had failed. In fact, Earl Eric's highest record was pulling 6 guys into the water at once. It was the King of the River. Today, the King of the River met its match. So, he'd lost utterly and completely today. On the way back, Qin Zhao was upset. He'd come out to fish, but didn't catch any. Instead, he had to fight and go home with a face of bruises. How could he be happy? On the other hand, Laurent looked satisfied as if he'd won a fight. As expected, Chen Zhao couldn't fool around with Laurent anymore. Whether he did it on purpose or not, Laurent was just bad luck. Chen, if you can catch Earl Eric, I'll let you be with Fei Lai. You're crazy. Chen Zhao didn't feel like caring about someone as immature as Laurent. He had no hope. It was his last day here, though, so he didn't give Laurent a hard time. When they got home, Fei Lai, and Winnip had returned too. They saw Chen Zhao, Kareem, and Howard come in with bruised faces. You guys went to fight. It was amazing, Laurent said, spittle flying. We taught that old asshole Powell a lesson. You can't imagine how pissed he looked. It was great. Winnip glanced at Laurent, completely unimpressed. What does this have to do with you? Did you fight? I didn't fight, but if I didn't give strategic pointers from the side, Chin wouldn't have been able to win at all. Laurent shamelessly assigned the honors to himself. Qin Zhao didn't feel like refuting him. Do whatever you want as long as you're happy. Next day, Qin Zhao, Fei Lai, and 4 packed up and prepared to return to L.A. Winnip bid farewell to them one by one. As for Laurent, he still looked at Qin Zhao with a hateful expression. Chen Zhao didn't act nicely either. When they hugged, they expressed their hatred without holding back and cursed each other. Come to L. When you have time, I'll let you enjoy a near-death experience. You better never come to Sacramento again. Next time, I won't welcome you so gently. Ha! As if you can do anything to me. Don't get cocky. I didn't prepare well enough. Next time, I won't let you leave Sacramento alive. I'll be waiting. Don't disappoint me, old asshole. Qin Zhao went to the car. Winnip then said goodbye to each pet. When they left, Winnip cried. No one knew if it was for Four and Fei Lai or Princess and the others. What did you say to Dad? You guys seemed unwilling to part, hugging for so long. Fei Lai was still fooled by the fake friendship. She didn't see the truth at all. I invited Laurent to L.A. He says that he's excited to go next time. You guys have a great relationship. Are men's friendships all so pure? Huh. For glanced at the rear-view mirror and scoffed. For would drive this time, but she demanded that Chen Zhao and Fei Lai had to be within eyesight. They couldn't do inappropriate things as if no one was around. 4. Drive to the Sacramento Zoo. Why? Say bye to a friend, Chen Zhao said. You made new friends in Sacramento. Fei Lai and 4 were shocked. If Chen Zhao went to say bye to him, then they must be great friends. When they reached the zoo, Chen Zhao went to the Africa part. Charmin was already waiting. Fei Lai and 4 were surprised to see him too. Charmin, you and Chen know each other? When did you guys meet? Charmin chuckled wryly and changed the subject. My princesses, how are you two? I'm very well. I'm good too. Oh, Chen said he's here for an old friend. Who is he meeting? Charmin glanced at Chen Zhao, who looked back at him. He made the staff leave and open the door to the lion cage. Chen Zhao walked in. Fei Lai and 4 watched as Chen Zhao went to interact intimately with a pride of lions. They were immediately frightened. After a while, Chen Zhao walked out of the cage with 2 cubs. Chan this, Fei Lai and 4 were both confused. These were 2 newly born lion cubs, right? Chen Zhao had promised the lioness to take her babies that were about to be born. She didn't want her babies to be trapped in this tiny cage. "Don't let anyone see," Sharman said. "Thank you, Mr. Sharman. We're even now." Sharman clearly didn't have a good impression of Chun Zhao. After all, he was stealing 2 baby lions right before his eyes. Back in the car, Fei Lai asked, "Chun, are we going to raise them?" "Yes." "Is Sharman the friend you wanted to say bye to?" "No, it's their parents," Qin Zhao said. Fei Lai could tell that Qin Zhao loved these cubs. "What are their names?" "Simba and Nala." Qin Zhao had already decided on these names. It was the pair from Lion King. They were a couple in Lion King, but these 2 were siblings. If he had the chance, he would send them back to Africa. Of course, he needed both the chance and the ability. He didn't have the ability right now. They also couldn't survive on the African plains. Merely a baboon could kill them. Chapter 397, New Home. Chapter 397, New Home. The return journey was much smoother. Nothing really happened, except for Four's complaints. Shortly after they departed, Qin Zhao and Fei Lai disappeared from the rear view mirror, and their voices began again. The whole journey took 8 hours. Qin Zhao sent Four back first. Then they went straight to their new home at Mirror Lake. It was the first time they saw their new home in its complete form, apart from the small saplings that had yet to be fully grown. When the planted trees were fully grown, half of the villa would be covered, leaving only its top visible. By then, it would look like a white gem among the sea of trees. When they arrived, there were still people inside putting the finishing touches. Mr. Qian, Ms. Fei Lai, hi. Fellwood approached them and shook their hands. Then he led the 2 into the villa, introducing them to the various areas. Chun Zhao had to admit that buying the piece of land and building such a villa here was really a wise choice. The villa fitted perfectly with the environment. From the master bedroom to the guest rooms, there was glamorous scenery. The rooms faced either the lake or the waterfall. On the first floor, there was a living room connected to the forecourt, which, situated on the left side of the villa, was connected to the lake and the small dock. The backyard was huge. Covered with grass, it was enough for all of Chun Zhao's pets to play on. On the second floor, there was a master bedroom, a working room, and a bathroom. The third floor had 3 guest rooms and a living room. All the guest rooms had individual bathrooms. Above the third floor was the rooftop, which would be an ideal place for one to spend one's leisure time. Using the elevator, Fellwood brought Qin Zhao and Fei Lai to the garage. The garage was underground, for otherwise it would destroy the aesthetics of the entire building. Right above the garage was the swimming pool. The swimming pool was beside the waterfall. If one were to play in the pool, one would even feel the water vapor blowing from the waterfall. However, if a rainstorm caused the waterfall to flood, polluted water would easily enter the swimming pool. This was the only drawback. After every rainstorm, the swimming pool would need to be cleaned, which was nonetheless acceptable. Considering the climate of Los Angeles, it was unlikely for a rainstorm to occur here. It would probably happen no more than once or twice a year. "What's the soonest time we can move in?" Qin Zhao asked. "Actually, you can move in now, but let my workers leave first," Fellwood said. "If you encounter any problems with the quality of the building, you can call me anytime. I'm available 24/7. To be honest, Fellwood was really grateful to Qin Zhao for giving him his first major project. In addition, Risvar, Qin Zhao's friend, even introduced him to other projects. Because of that, Fellwood's construction company had gotten through the difficult survival period and was on track. "Sure, thank you." Qin Zhao paid Fellwood the remaining amount. Both he and Fei Lai were very satisfied with the villa, which they thought was truly flawless. Fellwood's workers helped Qin Zhao and Fei Lai to carry some of their luggage into the house. "Mr. Qian, Ms. Fei Lai, please open all the windows for the next 2 days, so that fresh air can blow away some of the gases in the building. Of course, we've used toxic-free and harmless materials and paints, so you shouldn't be worried about pollution and harmful gases. Every floor also has an air quality monitor, which is connected to the automation system. Everyone else left. Only Qin Zhao and Fei Lai were left in the villa. Fei Lai, do you want to try our large bed? Qin Zhao pulled Fei Lai and could not wait to try the super large bed. Wait, you promised me that when we move, I'll see a legendary creature. Where is it? Let's go to basement 1. Qin Zhao held Fei Lai's hand and they went to the basement. Where is it? Fei Lai scanned around, but there was nothing. Qin Zhao pulled Fei Lai to the windows. Look outside. At the moment, the lake water was somewhat dusky. Aquatic grass was swaying in the water, and Fei Lai could not see anything clearly. Suddenly, something flashed past the windows. Fei Lai was astonished, but she still did not get a good view. What was that? A snake? Fei Lai asked, uncertain. Qin Zhao knocked on the window. Finally, the thing began to approach them. It was a snake, but it had 9 heads. It was Little Nine, the hydra that Qin Zhao had obtained in hell. When he first received Little Nine, it was only as long as a finger and definitely less than 20 centimeters. It had been staying in Blackie's space crevice since then. Now, it was already more than 2 meters long, and its 9 heads were also much bigger. It looked like a small python. Fei Lai placed her hand on the window. Her face filled with bewilderment. 9-headed hydra? I mean the hydra in the legends? It's called Little Nine, my pet. While Fei Lai was shocked, she was not scared. After all, having stayed with Qin Zhao for so long, she was already very tough-minded. Moreover, the silly twins could even combine into a 2-headed wolf. Qin Zhao had also warned her in advance. Mentally prepared, Fei Lai was not afraid at all. Furthermore, Little Nine did not look very fearsome at the moment. In the house, there were a few pets larger than it. Princess was obviously one of them, weighing over 1,000 kilograms. Black Ma and White Ma were also over 100 kilograms heavy. Abitos had been growing quickly too. He was almost 200 kilograms heavy, while Walter weighed 80. And there was also Raymond. Although Raymond was not a python, he had also grown from a small, colorful snake into an enormous one. At the moment, he was 2 meters long. What does it eat? Snakes. Snakes? It eats its own kind? Actually, it eats everything, but snakes are its favorite. The more poisonous the snakes are, the more it likes them. Is it stronger than Raymond? Fei Lai asked another weird question. Perhaps she was worried that Raymond would be eaten by it. Raymond is stronger, but it's rarer. Who is smarter? Raymond, Qin Zhao said. The cleverest ones we have are Beelzebub, Raymond, and Carrie. They can understand whatever you tell them. Black Ma and White Ma are idiots, but they can also understand most things. And then Abitos and Samuel. Abitos is a kid, so he is really mischievous. Samuel is small too, right? Samuel is quite special. He should be very clever, but he just isn't. Qin Zhao said, how about Walter and Princess? And Briar, Bramble, Simba, and Nala? Water and Princess should be about as clever as Little Nine. They can understand most of your commands, such as taking a bottle of wine for you, but they may not understand why you ask them to do that. Briar, Bramble, Simba, and Nala are still ordinary animals now. I don't plan to develop their intelligence yet, maybe when they're older. Chapter 398. 3 Dogs Entering New Home. Chapter 398. 3 Dogs Entering New Home. Suddenly, a black shadow loomed over Little Nine. Amon had come. He'd gotten even bigger. Swimming past the glass window, the entire view turned black. Fei Lai had seen Amon before, but it was her first time seeing Amon's full body. He was like a prehistoric beast. His figure contained a repressive aura. The current that he created overturned Little Nine. Can killer whales be in fresh water? Fei Lai asked in shock. Yeah, Qinzhao answered. Actually, there had been records of killer whales entering fresh water from the sea long ago. For example, there had once been a group of killer whales in the Thames River in England. Of course, they couldn't stay in fresh water for too long. Most of them were used to the salt in seawater. Being in fresh water for too long would damage their bodies. This was unrelated to Amon, though. He was a demon, not a true killer whale. Freshwater and seawater were the same to him. Chun Zhao took out the monster skeleton and placed it on the side of the basement. The bones were close to 10 meters long, and the creature was four-legged, similar to a beetle's. Of course, there was no way that it was a dragon. Chun Zhao and Fei Lai took a long time to assemble the bones. Chin, are you sure it's okay to put this skeleton here? What problems can we have? We'll just say that it's a man-made piece of art. No one will suspect anything. That's true. Fei Lai was reassured. The house was habitable now, but they couldn't stop. After all, they still had to buy large amounts of everyday items and groceries. Chin, I think you should buy another car so you can go places more easily. You can't drive an RV to buy groceries, right? Okay, I'll go buy one tomorrow, Qin Zhao said. Oh, let's invite all our friends for a housewarming party since we've moved now. Sure, let's invite the members of the Coastal Rescue Guard too, especially Robio. He designed our house. They obviously had to invite Robio. Qin Zhao had to invite his friends too. He just didn't know what the scene would be like when Ethan, Caprice, and Robio met. Oh, we have a special pet too. What special pet? My friend asked me to take care of it. It's not an average pet, right? A three-headed hellhound. Three-headed hellhound. Fei Lai was both scared and excited. When can I meet it? You should say them. The three heads have separate minds, Qin Zhao said. I'll introduce you tonight. Are they dangerous? They're like Walter. They're not dangerous as long as they know you. At night, Qin Zhao and Blackie went to the basement one last time and took the three dogs out. Qin Zhao rode them back to Mirror Lake, taking advantage of the darkness. These three were the biggest of Qin Zhao's pets, other than Amon. Even Princess was 3 times smaller than them. The three dogs' body was also very muscular. They ran as quickly as a sports car. Qin Zhao planned on introducing Fei Lai to the three dogs because he didn't want them to be stuck in the tiny space crack like before. It was like how a lion shouldn't be locked in a cage for people to gawk at. Dogs were naturally energetic and wanted people to accompany and play with them. They looked like monsters, but they were still dogs deep down. Fei Lai, we're almost at Mirror Lake. You can come out to wait for us. Fei Lai stood at the door. She could hear a light wind. In the distance, she saw a huge shadow galloping in the dark. There were also some eerily glowing eyes. When the three dogs came before her and the three heads looked down, she stiffened. Facing them felt different than facing Little Nine. Little Nine wasn't big, so it wasn't that shocking. Plus, there was a glass between them, so she didn't feel any danger. However, she was face to face with the three dogs. Fei Lai stiffened like she was faced with a lion, not daring to move. Qin Zhao jumped down from their back. Little 3, Little 2, Little 1, let me make introductions. This is my girlfriend. You have to treat her like you treat me, okay? The three immediately went forward and slobbered over Fei Lai's face. She couldn't really take their enthusiasm. But after getting over her fear, they gave her the same feeling as Black Ma and White Ma did. Fei Lai, this is Little 1, this is Little 2, and this is Little 3. She took out the meat that she'd prepared. Qin Zhao had instructed her to do this beforehand. She gave an entire roasted cow, thigh to the head in the middle. The other two tried to steal it, and Fei Lai immediately comforted, everyone has food. Don't fight. Then she gave food to the other 2 heads. The 3 heads all ate tastily. Next, Qin Zhao introduced the dogs to Amon. They'd actually already met the other pets, especially Little 9. It had been kept in the space crack before too. They were companions and were now extremely familiar with each other. The dogs hadn't met Princess, Briar, Bramble, Simba, and Nala before either. They were honestly too excited to meet so many new and old friends. They practically went crazy. After playing for a few hours, the three dogs finally went through the hole that connected the bottom of the river to the house and ducked into the second basement. Chun Zhao had left this entrance to the basement just for the three dogs and Little Nine. Little Three's head was too big. It couldn't go into the basement from the front. With the three dogs' size, going in from the living room would destroy the newly constructed room. Little Nine wasn't big, but Chun Zhao learned from Beelzebub that a Hydra's final form would be much, much bigger than Amon. By then, Little Nine would have to go into the sea. At least, Mirror Lake wouldn't be big enough. The other pets also went to rest in the second basement. It was very spacious there. The big and small pets piled together without seeming cramped. There was even room left over. Chun Zhao wasn't sure how many more pets he would get, so he left some space just in case. This was an unfamiliar place for the pets. It was also Chun Zhao and Fei Lai's first night here. It was unfamiliar but made them feel reassured. After all, this was truly their home. Chapter 399, Inviting Friends. Chapter 399, Inviting Friends. The next day, Chun Zhao and Fei Lai went to different places. Fei Lai went to the coastal rescue team to invite her friends and colleagues. On the other hand, Chun Zhao invited his friends, David and Kate Leonardo, Bant and his family, Ethan, Caprice, Vincent, Dell and Faith, Risfar and his family, Rasfa, Zola, Daniel, Manny, Stephen, Wright, Normans, and Mr. Doman, Evely, Sienna, Chris, Cheryl, and Rufford. He had to invite all of them. Whether they could attend the party or not, he had to display his sincerity. Chun Zhao created a name list to see if he had missed anyone out. Wright, Dion Sloat, and his daughter Azina. Dion had helped him to get this very piece of land. After all, Dion was the mayor back then. Regardless of how the other people in the town thought about him, Chun Zhao did not have a bad impression of Dion. Ethan, I've just moved to my new house. I'll be organizing a party. Remember to come with Auntie Lee. Sure, I'll be there. Remember to bring a present. The signal is bad. What did you say? David, I've moved. I'm having a party tonight. Okay, I'll definitely go. Remember to tell Kate about it. Leonardo. Okay. Rasfa. I'm sorry, Chin, but I'm on holiday. All right. But I think Zola, Daniel, and Manny will be there. Sure. Stephen. Chin, I'm inspecting the filming locations, so I can't attend the party. I'm sorry. Don't worry. Also, remember to tell me when you start filming. Of course. Rufford. Chin, I'm in a closed-door training. Got it. Mr. Doman. Chin, I'm in the UK right now. I'll ask Normans to go. Congrats anyway. Caprice. That old asshole's going, so I won't go, but still, congratulations. Most people could attend the party. Clearly, Chun Zhao thought that the more, the merrier. Nevertheless, to those who could not come, Chun Zhao expressed his regrets and understanding. Nobody had to leave their work just for his party. Moreover, some people really could not make it to his party in time. At the moment, Chun Zhao had a name not on the list, Yafen. He was reluctant to invite her. Although they had no official relationship, there had still been some emotion between them. In the end, Chun Zhao still decided to call Yafen. Yafen, I've moved to my new house. I'm holding a party. Are you coming? Congrats, Chin. Of course I'll be there. Yafen agreed. Actually, she was a very clever person. Chun Zhao had helped her a few times, so she was also willing to attend his party. Chin, I have 8 friends here. Fei Lai called Chun Zhao. Got it. We need to prepare sufficient food. I don't want to run out of food at night. Chun Zhao gave Fei Lai a positive reply. He indeed had to take note of this. Although they were all friends, it was a party, so it was important for everyone to feel happy and satisfied. Chen Zhao first went to buy a truck. Instead of spending time to make his choice, he bought a random small truck. Like what Fei Lai had said, both the RV and the sports car were not suitable for shopping. The small truck cost less than $10,000, but it would be really useful. Then, Chen Zhao went shopping. However, he could not find huge beef pieces in the supermarket. When he was in Sacramento, he could easily find entire beef thighs in the supermarket. Chen Zhao thought of Rhea. Hey, Rhea. What? Are the cattle in your ranch for sale? You're going to raise cattle. No, I need beef, so I would like to purchase a cow. A slaughtered cow, of course. We do not sell them one by one, Rhea rejected directly. Wait, are you holding a party? Yes, I've just moved. I'm expecting a large number of guests. Tell you what, I can offer you a cow, but you need to let Rena and I attend the party too. Chen Zhao was stunned. They were not even friends. In fact, there had even been conflicts between them. Why would Rena and Rhea come to his party? Of course, I'm honored to have you. All right, give me your new address. Because it was a party, Chen Zhao would not have enough time to prepare it all by himself. Hence, he called David and Leonardo again and asked for their help. Soon, Rena and Rhea arrived. They even had many bodyguards behind them, some of which Chen Zhao found familiar. Those few bodyguards ignored Chen Zhao completely. To be honest, their encounter with Chen Zhao that day had left such a deep impression. Chen, are they your enemies? Fought once. Why didn't you call us? Go away. Why do you want to be in everything? Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. Go and prepare the barbecue stand. Leonardo and David prepared the stand, which was used specifically to roast beef thighs. Rena and Rhea approached them. Rhea brought Chen Zhao 2 cows, which had both been slaughtered. The few bodyguards carried them down the truck. This place is so beautiful. Rena admired the scenery. Why are you still here? Didn't you go back to San Francisco? Chen Zhao said. Are you chasing me away? Why would I? Chen Zhao glanced at Rhea, who was beside them. Can I play on the lake? Rena asked. Sure. There was a small wooden boat by the dock. Fellwood had prepared it especially for Chen Zhao and Fei Lai, although they had yet to use it. Do you need help from me or my men? No, you can go inside and rest. The party has yet to start, and the guests yet to arrive. Let me help you with the roasting. All right. Rena rafted on the lake alone. Suddenly, Rena saw a black thing on the surface of the lake, not far away from her. Ah! Rhea and the few bodyguards charged toward the lake at once. Rena, what's wrong? Whale. There's a killer whale here. Chin, why is there a killer whale here? Is it the same one you had? Rhea asked, worried. Chen Zhao said lightly he won't bite people. Can killer whales enter a freshwater lake? Why are you so surprised? There are records of killer whales entering freshwater areas. Fine, are you sure he won't hurt Rena? However, when Rhea raised her head again, she realized that Rena's initial fear was nowhere to be seen. Instead, she jumped right on top of the killer whale. Chapter 400, Such a Big, Big Fish. Chapter 400, Such a Big, Big Fish. Just then, a white yacht cruised over. Chen Zhao looked up and saw Risvar, Laura, Dell, and the 3 kids, Ronnie, Vil, and Faith. Daddy, look. Big fishy, big fishy. A big, big fishy. I want to go up. I want to go up. The 3 already saw Rena on the river and Amon floating in the water. It was Laura's first time seeing such a big killer whale. It was 3 times longer than their yacht. So big. Laura was a bit afraid. After all, this was her first time. Daddy, I want to go. I want to go. Faith wouldn't stay still either. If Dell wasn't holding her, she probably would have jumped into the water. She was only 1 year old, but she was already a good swimmer. They were still far from land, so Rispar could only call Chinjiao. Chen, Faith, Ronnie, and Vil want to play with the killer whale. Is that okay? No problem. Don't worry. Amon is really gentle. Just then Amon moved. The huge body cut through the water and jumped up. Ah! On his back! Rena yelled, not in fear, but excitement. When the people on the yacht saw the huge beast's full figure, they couldn't help but make sounds of surprise. Ronnie, Vil, and Faith's mouths dropped open. Their eyes sparkled. Under Chun Zhao's command, Amon poked his head out and interacted with the people on the ship. He made dolphin noises. After messing around for a long while, the yacht finally got to land. Everyone was wet from Amon's sprays. Just then, Black Ma and White Ma came out with a cluster of bananas for Faith, Ronnie, and Vil. Princess also came swaying into the front yard. Every now and then, she would ask for food from the people cooking. The 4 kings, Briar, Bramble, Simba, and Nala, were playing around. They quickly caught the attention of the 3 kids. They started petting the 4 kings crazily. Chen, this is the gift I prepared just for you. Chen Zhao accepted Rispar's red wine. The packaging was very detailed and looked expensive. Thank you. Chen Zhao wouldn't reject Rispar today. Chen, my gift for you is on the boat. Come get it with me. A while later, Del and Chen Zhao rushed out one after another. Don't run. I'm going to kill you today. Why? Chen, why don't you like the gift? It cost me a few $100,000. A famous Italian artisan made it himself. Don't you know that you can give a Chinese person anything, but not a clock? Chen Zhao caught up to Del and tossed him into the river, but in the end he still accepted the thoughtless gift. It wasn't evening yet, but many of the guests had already come. Mary and Bant definitely came together too. As soon as Mary arrived, she went straight to the kitchen to help. Bant gave Chun Zhao a wood carving of Chun Zhao's whole family. Chun Zhao, Falai, Walter, Black Ma, White Ma, Princess, Briar, Bramble, Beelzebub, Carrie, and Raymond were all there. Why aren't I there? Why aren't I there? Why aren't I there? Samuel stared at the carving, very upset. Okay, stop it. I'll add you in later. Is this your new home? Some women from the coastal rescue team stared at the tall house in shock. Along the way, they thought there couldn't be a nice house in such a remote place. When they arrived, they realized how laughable their thoughts had been. The house before their eyes was too beautiful. Just imagining living here made them go crazy with jealousy. Robio designed it, Falai said. It's too beautiful. They couldn't look away. Falai brought them to the living room, but they couldn't stay sitting. They looked around the entire house, checking out the inside and outside. Chin really knows how to enjoy life. He's rich. Too bad Falai got him first. Falai is so lucky. How come I didn't realize that Chen has potential? Do you see that yacht in the river? What's wrong with it? That's a limited edition designed by Azimuth Benetti. It's like a limited edition sports car. That one would cost around $5 million. All the women expressed their amazement. Just then, a roar of an engine came from the road. The women on the balcony all looked down at this noise. They saw a gray sports car zoom over. It was a limited edition Bugatti Veyron. The sleek car was filled with power. It only gave off one feeling: expensive. A young man and woman came down from the car. The girl seemed to not be of age yet. Chen, Daniel, and Manny greeted Chen Zhao. Manny studied Chen Zhao's new home. Your house is pretty, much prettier than Grandpa's house. Raspa will be sad if he hears that, Chen Zhao teased. The truth is the truth. Grandpa's house is so ugly. Not just the outside, but the inside is ugly too. I don't get his taste. The entire house just screams, tear me down. Oh, your mom didn't come. She did. but she's helping Grandpa prepare a gift for you. A while later, Zola came over with Paul. Their gift was a Bodhi tree bonsai around 1 meter tall. Chen Zhao thought that this gift was very suitable. At least he liked it a lot. It would definitely be a shining point in the living room. Chen, congrats on your new home. Thank you. Come in and sit. Paul, you too. Thank you, Mr. Chin. More and more guests came. The atmosphere grew hotter and hotter. After welcoming Paul and Zola, 2 more cars stopped before Qinzhao. Yafin and Lucy came one after another. Yafin had put away her usual sexiness. Her makeup was light too. Lucy also came dressed like a businesswoman. It was evident that they knew what today was and didn't plan on stealing the show. However, Chen Zhao didn't expect them to show up together. They weren't friends, right? There weren't any true friends in Hollywood either, but anyone who saw them would think that they were good friends. Chen Zhao and Fei Lai were busy hosting the guests. In the evening, Ethan and Li Qing finally arrived. But the scene that Chen Zhao worried the most about happened. Ethan saw Robio. The father and son met. Chapter 401, It's Just a Mode. Chapter 401, It's Just a Mode. All along, Chen Zhao knew from their conversations that their relationship was really bad. In fact, Robio had a poor relationship with not just Ethan, but also Caprice. Chen Zhao had no idea why the family of 3 would view each other as enemies. Luckily, Wright arrived in time to separate Robio and Ethan. Chen Zhao was really scared that the 2 might end up in a fight, which would be a tricky situation to handle. Moreover, if they did, Chen Zhao would not know who to help. Right, you look amazing today. Huh, you're still so sweet. Chen Zhao helped Wright get into the house and introduced her to Fei Lai. Fei Lai just realized that the elder before her was the principal of ULCA and also Four's teacher. Nonetheless, Wright did not stay for long. She did not enjoy the noisy party atmosphere after all. She visited the house and praised Robio's design, after which she left by herself. The party was still in full swing, but Chen Zhao realized that Leonardo was busy asking for numbers again. Leonardo, come here. Chen, what's up? How's your partner, Rose? How are the 2 of you? I don't want to talk about her. What happened? Well, Chen Zhao had only met Rose once. He felt that Rose should be into Leonardo. However, they apparently did not have a good time. Can you tell me what happened? I don't want to talk about it. Fine. Chen Zhao shrugged. He could not help Leonardo if Leonardo would not tell him the situation. Anyway, you don't chase girls like this. Firstly, you can't just go around and ask for their numbers. Then what should I do? First, you cannot let her feel uncomfortable. So what do I do? Leonardo asked patiently. Tell me, what did you say to them? May I have your number, please? Leonardo answered. And that's all. Chen Zhao rubbed his forehead. First of all, you shouldn't pick someone who has friends around, whether her friends are guys or girls. Why? If there are a few girls together, don't I get a better chance? Of course you get a better chance. If you're charming enough, you might hook all of them. But if you can't even get one of them, do you think it'll work? Also, women have chain reactions. If one of them likes you, then the others will also like you. If one hates you, then the rest will hate you as well. If any of them thinks that you're too low, then, in order to maintain consistency in their style, they'll all reject you. Do you understand? All right, so what should I do? Leonardo was a good student because was eager to learn. But no teacher would want to teach him. Do you see the girl who's drinking alone beside the bar counter? Her name's Bradley's, Fei Lai's colleague. She doesn't really mix with the other girls. Leonardo nodded. Yes, she looks pretty. That's not the important thing. Listen to me. Okay. Hi, are you alone? Chen Zhao said. She will look at you and then nod. And then, it's really noisy here. Do you want to go outside instead? There are many people outside, too, Leonardo said. Go to the waterfall. Nobody's there. Isn't it even noisier there? What an idiot. It's noise from the people, not the environment. Also, throw away the can of beer. Go to the counter and take a bottle of red wine. Chen Zhao patted Leonardo's shoulder. Leonardo mustered his courage and walked toward the girl named Bradley's. David approached Qin Zhao. Qin, are you teaching Leonardo how to hook up with a girl? Qin Zhao and David touched their cans of beer. I'm just worried that he'll chase all the girls in the party away. If that happens, there will be no girls in my parties ever again. Do you think he will succeed? That girl probably just broke up with someone. If someone can walk into her heart now, she'll accept him quickly. Qin Zhao glanced at David. How about you? How are you and Kate? Not bad, although we're both very busy with work. Yeah, a cop and a reporter. Qin Zhao did not think that their relationship could last for long. Although Kate really admired David, it was only because of the distance between them. Should they live together, the mystery and fun would all disappear. Furthermore, both David and Kate were very independent. This is what happens in romantic relationships. When both parties are too dominant, cracks will start to form. On the other hand, if one party is stronger than the other, the relationship would be more stable. For example, Laurent had always been the weak one, and Winnip was more dominant in their family. Of course, as one of his principles, Chen Zhao would not interfere with another person's relationships, even if the person was his good friend. No matter how close he and David were, he was but an outsider in David's romantic relationship. Qin Zhao had neither the right nor the reason to interfere. Even though David claimed that the relationship was quite stable, Kate did not come to the party, which could be a sign. Chen Zhao had only been in love twice, once in college and now with Fei Lai, but he knew quite a lot about relationships. The reality was not a movie or drama. You've had quite a lot of alcohol tonight. I think it's better for you to stay here overnight, Chen Zhao suggested. Will that be convenient for you? The thing is, I need someone to help me clean the place up. Can I say no? No, Qin Zhao said, smiling. Just then, Sienna approached the two of them. Jen, come here. What's happening? Why are you acting so suspiciously? David asked curiously. What's in the basement? What? Did she see Hellhound? Or perhaps Little Nine? The skeleton. Sienna stared at Chen Zhao with a serious face. The skeleton? It's a craft that I've hired someone to make. It's not real. Chen Zhao found an excuse. You can't trick me. The skeleton's real. Chen, what skeleton? Did you kill someone and hide their skeleton here? David was shocked. What are you thinking? Chen Zhao rolled his eyes and looked at Sienna. How do you know that it's real? Chapter 402, Most Dangerous Wizard. Chapter 402, Most Dangerous Wizard. The aura on it is too obvious, Sienna said. It's a magical aura. I'm sure that it was very strong before death. Is it your prey? Chen, take me to see it. I want to see what prey it is. David instantly grew excited. Chen Zhao didn't reject them. After all, David had seen supernatural powers with them before. He counted as a member of their circle. Chen Zhao brought Sienna and David to the basement. David instantly saw the huge skeleton that circled the wall. So big. What was it when it was alive? It doesn't have a name. It's just a monster. You could actually kill something so strong. Even though only the bones remain, I can still feel that it contains strong magic power. Can you give me a bone? I'm keeping it here to look pretty. If you take away a bone, my collection will be ruined. It's too wasteful for you to put it here. What are you going to use it for? To make a magical potion, obviously. Magical potion. Qin Zhao thought for a moment. He was getting more and more reliant on magic when treating some difficult patients. Every time he finished, he would be mentally and physically exhausted. If he could improve his magical abilities, it would be a great help to his career. I can't give you this, but I can get you some other bones, Qin Zhao said. I'll help you get some later, but you have to share the magic potion with me. Sure. Oh, Qin, you're here. Just then, Normans and Evely walked down the spiral staircase. They saw Qin Zhao and his two friends. What's this? It looks so realistic. Is it a dinosaur model? Evely asked curiously. Normans touched a bone. It feels special too. No, a Hollywood prop master made it. I see weird creatures in movies all the time, so I paid a prop team to make this for me. It feels so special, Evely said. It's different from bones. Of course, Qin Zhao said. After all, it wasn't cheap. Putting a model like this in a dark basement, you're seriously creepy. Sienna pretended to shiver. Let's go up. Qin Zhao shrugged. Let's go. There's nothing to look here. Let's go up. Everyone in the front yard was having fun. Dell was bragging about his past, something about skydiving, deep-sea diving, or what mountains he'd climbed. Uncle Qin, I want to see your magic tricks, Faith said, tugging Qin Zhao's pants. Qin, I want to see your magic too, Risvar said. How about you do a trick? Qin Zhao snapped his fingers and turned his hand. A coin was between his fingers. He turned his hand again, and the coin disappeared. I can see these tricks on TV every day, Risvar teased. Do something harder. Qin Zhao chuckled. He put his hands together. Then coins of various sizes kept slipping out of the cracks. Pennies, nickels, dimes, and quarters fell out endlessly. Soon the ground was covered in coins. Everyone was amazed at this. Qin Zhao wore short sleeves, so he couldn't hide so many coins in his hands. Qin Zhao piled the coins together. Then he wiped his hands over the pile, and the coins all disappeared. Sienna looked at him in confusion. Was this a magic trick or spell? If it was a spell, how come she couldn't feel anything? Uncle, can you do something bigger? Qin Zhao separated his hands slowly. A bottle of wine appeared between his palms. But then he put his hands together and the wine disappeared. Okay, please clap now. Everyone started clapping and cheering. Qin Zhao finally took out the bottle of wine happily. Qin, where did you hide this wine? Dell asked curiously. How come I couldn't see it at all? Magic is magic. I can't tell you. If you want to know, then go think of the answer yourself. Qin Zhao chuckled. Just then the phone rang. The performance is over. Keep having fun. He went somewhere without people and answered the call. It was from Pierce South. Chen. Pierce, how can I help you? Qin, I'm outside your door. Taken aback, Qin Zhao went to the door. He saw Pierce South standing in the shadows with a robed man. Pierce. Mr. Qin, let me introduce you to Jaisha from India. Hello, Mr. Jaisha. Qin, Jaisha and I are here today to work with you. For that king of the sun golden chalice. Yes, I don't believe that you can be so careless. Such an important thing. Qin Zhao cut Pierce off. Pierce, please let me maintain the last bit of a good impression I have of you. That diary is already burned. I didn't know how important it was until you told me the true background of the diary. Fine. Qin, I hope you can think about it carefully. We can share the Sun King Gold Cup because everyone can only take the effect of one mouthful. Working together is good for everyone. Pierce, you're not welcome here. Please leave. Qin Zhao finally tried driving him away. He hated how Pierce South kept clinging to him. That diary belonged to him. He could share it if he wanted to. If he didn't want to, no one could force him to do so. Pierce South and Jaisha could only turn and leave. In the darkness, Pierce asked, How is it? Did you get a result? He lied, Jaisha said. That diary is still here. Are you sure? Of course. Jaisha pulled a python out. It had a pentagon on its head. My baby tells me that the Chinese man is lying. Pierce's face darkened. So that guy wants to take it for himself. It seems to be the case. What solution do you have? Since he's unwilling to cooperate, I'll have to make him feel pain, Jaisha said confidently. I'll make him come beg me. That Chinese man is really strong. He's not a typical wizard. You best be careful. I won't go face to face. Only barbarians do that. An eerie smile appeared on Jaisha's face. Hiss hiss. Terrifying noises came from Jaisha's sleeve. Pierce glanced at him. This was why he'd asked Jaisha to come. Jaisha was a wizard like him, but he was the most dangerous wizard of all. Chapter 403, Snakes. Chapter 403, Snakes. Rinse these. David, throw these into the bin. All the guests except David and Leonardo had left. As Chun Zhao cleaned the place up, he asked, Leonardo, can you tell me why you failed again? I was holding her hand, sitting by the waterfall. Both David and Chun Zhao stopped what they had been doing. In their opinion, if a woman was willing to follow a man to a waterfall when it was dark and quiet, something ought to happen. And then, for some reason, she kept staring at me. And then I asked her if she was tired. A bit, she said. And then I said, if you're tired, you can go and rest. I'll continue to sit here, Leonardo said with a long face. Chun Zhao and David dashed toward Leonardo and showered him with their fists. Stop, why are you punching me? Just then, Feilai, who had been in the living room, also walked out. She gloated. She hoped that she could sleep with you in the guest room. But I wasn't tired. That's why they're hitting you. Suddenly, Leonardo slapped his forehead. Oh, I get it. I missed such a good opportunity. It's too late, unfortunately. Oh, there's a snake here. David suddenly used a pole to pick a snake up. Is it Raymond's relative? No, throw it into the lake. Chun Zhao shook his hand. I think it's a saw-scaled viper, Leonardo said. What about it? Do you recognize the snake? Recently, 2 people in our police area have died to this venomous species, Leonardo said. You should be careful. Try not to go out at night, especially the wild, David said. Chin, you and Feilai should be very careful. Your house is kind of in the wild. No, the 2 victims died in their homes. Did the snakes climb into their homes? Saw-scaled vipers are only found in Asian tropical regions, mainly India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and Pakistan, and they're most abundant in the Indian subcontinent. They're venomous and very aggressive, Leonardo said. You mean there shouldn't be any of them in America? Yes. Also, you should have killed the snake instead of throwing it away. It'll be really troublesome if there's a species invasion and people might get hurt, given how aggressive they are. Chun Zhao squinted. Coincidence. He hoped that it was just a coincidence. My snake died. Some coldness flashed across Jaisha's eyes. Seems like I've still underestimated him, but he won't be so lucky again. When Pierce South saw Jaisha release about a dozen venomous snakes onto the ground, he frowned. With so many snakes, you'll kill him. If he dies, how should we find the nautical dairy? It doesn't matter whether he's dead or not. We can go into his house and search for the dairy ourselves. Fine. Pierce found the plan sensible. Anyway, he was not going to be the murderer, so he was not worried at all. After showering, David and Leonardo went to sleep. Chun Zhao cast Banshee's charm on them to give them a better rest. On the other hand, Chun Zhao and Feilai sat by the lake with their feet in the water. It was a rare period of peacefulness. Just then, a few heads surfaced from the lake. Little Nine could finally bring its heads out of the water. Immediately, Hellhound did the same. They had such a boring time in Basement 2 and could not wait to breathe some fresh air. Hellhound began to run wildly in the darkness. Woof, woof. Suddenly, Hellhound started to bark loudly at some grass. Did they see something? Fei Lai asked. Chen Zhao could hear the violence in Hellbound's barking. Then he saw Hellhound slap the ground with their paw, and something was thrown toward him. It's a poisonous snake. It was a deadly, many-banded kite. However, the many-banded kite was only found in Asia, mainly central and southern China and Southeast Asia. Why would there be a many-banded kite here? Swish! Suddenly, one of Little Nine's heads seized the snake that had just been killed by Hellhound and swallowed it. Unlike normal snakes that would swallow their prey whole, Little Nine would chew its food. Chen Zhao's face darkened. He could confirm that someone was causing all this. The most suspicious person was the Indian named Jaisha. Given that he was a friend of Pierce, he was very likely a wizard too. Chen Zhao would not be surprised if he had been controlling all the snakes. Nevertheless, the ability was really impossible to guard. Fei Lai, you should go in first. I think there might be quite a lot of venomous snakes around. I'll ask them to clean all the snakes up before they start to affect our quality of life. Sure, be careful, Fei Lai nodded. After Fei Lai went into the house, Qin Zhao's face darkened and he summoned Raymond, Beelzebub, Carrie, Walter, the silly twins, and Princess. Carrie was instructed to protect Fei Lai, while Beelzebub and Raymond were asked to watch David and Leonardo. Qin Zhao was unsure if any snakes had already entered the house, so he had to be careful. At this hour, it was clearly impossible for Qin Zhao to search for all the snakes by himself. Walter, the silly twins, and Princess all had very high resistances against poison, so they would not die even if they were bitten. Go and find every single snake around here. Just then, Blackie floated toward him. That's too much work. Let me point them to you. Qin Zhao slapped his forehead. Blackie could see souls, including those of snakes. Even in the darkness, Blackie could still pinpoint the snake's souls. Blackie, check if any snakes have entered the house. I already did that. There was none. With Blackie's promise, Chen Zhao could finally heave a sigh of relief. Shit, all my babies are dead. Fuck. How dare he? How dare he hurt my babies like this? Jaisha roared madly. Jaisha, is that all you have? Pierce South was very unhappy. The two of them had already been standing in the darkness for a few hours, with mosquitoes everywhere. Pierce would not have stayed with the manic wizard if not for the nautical dairy. For the entire night, Pierce had been listening to Jaisha's roaring. Do you want to see my true power? Fine, I'll show it to you. Suddenly, Jaisha grabbed the cobra, which struggled in discomfort. However, Jaisha pulled the cobra with more and more force. Snap! The cobra was torn into two. Jaisha stuffed the two pieces into his mouth and chewed them. As Pierce watched, he was utterly disgusted. Then, Jaisha's stomach suddenly became bloated, after which he began to vomit, his abdomen, neck, and mouth all somewhat enlarged. Soon, a large python was spat out of his mouth. Covered in some kind of viscous liquid, it looked really nasty. After vomiting the python out, Jaisha became very weak. Go! Eat every single person in that house. Chapter 404. Magic is indeed used for getting food. Chapter 404. Magic is indeed used for getting food. Jaisha was tall and thin, and he looked like he was malnourished. But even with that body, he spat out a 10-meter-long python. Of course, Pierce knew that this was Jaisha's special magic. He'd heard long ago that Jaisha's magic came from the snake god of India. This spell, called Snake Reborn, was especially evil and sinister. Apparently, this spell could turn all of the user's magic and vitality into a divine snake. This snake would listen to the user's orders and eat his enemies, then return back into the user's body. The swallowed vitality would then belong to the user. Jaisha's title as the most dangerous wizard wasn't unfounded. Just in the time he spent in L.A., he already killed 2 people. The python looked terrifying. It was like a monster python from a movie. It didn't have any of the laziness that snakes usually had and slipped into the lake with a whoosh. This python was practically undefeatable on land. No creature could counter it. Even lions, tigers, and bears would flee at sight. "Hey, there's a big guy in the water," Blackie suddenly said. "Such strong vitality. Is it powerful?" Chen Zhao couldn't see the lake, so he couldn't help worrying. "Similar to Princess," Blackie said. What level was Princess at now? It wasn't an exaggeration to say that she was the strongest creature on Earth, but now there was a creature at the same level as her. "Aman, drag it into the water," Chen Zhao commanded immediately. If this thing reached land, it would probably be a difficult battle. In this case, he'd just make sure it couldn't get onto land. After getting Chen Zhao's order, Aman complained while acting. He'd already found the thing and sent a message to Chen Zhao. "It's a python." Another snake? It was definitely Jaisha messing around. "Just swallow it." Getting Chen Zhao's command, Aman opened his mouth and swallowed the python. The python may have no enemies on land, but it was facing Aman, who was 100 times bigger than it and the Lord of the Sea. It was powerless and couldn't even struggle. Aman took a bit. Pure life essence spurted into his mouth, and he instantly grew spirited. Wow, such pure vitality. What vitality? Chen Zhao asked in confusion. This python probably isn't a normal creature. It may be born from magic. But creatures like this need matching vitality to support it. The stronger the vitality offered, the stronger its power and body. Then Aman added, "Tasty." "Ah!" Jaisha suddenly yelled. Blood spewed out of his mouth. "Monster, monster." Pierce South was in disbelief. What had happened? Seriously, what had happened? Why did Jaisha have this reaction? Why was he yelling monster? Immediately after, Jaisha's body started shriveling up. He reached out an arm that looked like a withered branch. "Help me, help me." But he shriveled up faster and faster. Crack! His arm couldn't bear the weight anymore. It snapped right in front of Pierce. There wasn't a drop of blood at the breakage. Pierce stepped back in fear. He watched as Jaisha quickly died. Finally, his body collapsed completely, spilling onto the ground like a pile of dirt. Pierce shuddered. He couldn't stay here. He had to leave as fast as possible. That Chinese man was more dangerous than he'd imagined. Damn it, he shouldn't have attacked directly. Now, Qin Zhao would know it had something to do with him. Little Nine swam around Aman, eating the leftover bits. To Little Nine, even Aman's leftovers were enough for a full meal. Qin Zhao sat beside the lake. His expression was still dark. He'd moved to a new home, but he ran into trouble the second day. He had to solve this problem. The new home's defense was too weak too. He had to fortify it. "Blackie, I want to add some defenses. Do you have any ideas?" "It's time to use my dead soul magic and those bones." "Yeah, I said those bones are useful, right?" "What should we do?" "Scatter the bones around Mirror Lake. Bury them underground. If there are people with bad intentions, I'll be able to know immediately. But you know I can't kill people, so I think you should learn some necromancy spells." Chen Zhao got a bigger headache. Learning those spells wasn't a problem. The problem was that his magic was too weak now. It seemed that he had to move magic up his priority list. First, he had to find time to visit Hell. He would move some bones over from Samuel's nest. Samuel always ate those strong demons. Even the bones still contained strong magical power. Sienna could make magic potions, so he would get some from her. However, he didn't know how effective it would be. Blackie surveyed the surroundings again. After confirming that no one was there, Qin Zhao went back to rest. He didn't have a good night's sleep, though. It was all because of that Pierce South. And that Jaisha. If Chen Zhao caught them, he would definitely feed them to the dogs. He didn't know yet that his wish would never come true. After all, Jaisha had already died, indirectly in his hands. Chen Zhao spent the entire night thinking about how to strengthen the house's defenses. He didn't worry about any enemies coming inside the house, but the other never did it face to face. They always came secretly. If they had put 10 more snakes and Blackie wasn't here, it would be truly hard to defend the house. Fei Lai especially couldn't protect herself. If she was bitten by a poisonous snake, things would get worse. Blackie's suggestion was to use dead soul magic and bury those bones. This plan was nice, but a slow remedy couldn't address the current emergency. The enemy wouldn't wait for him to improve in magic or make all the necessary preparations. Unwilling to sleep, Chen Zhao climbed out of bed and started checking the house's blueprint. Of course, the best solution was to kill Pierce South and Jaisha. They wouldn't appear obediently before Chen Zhao, though. He would visit Pierce's house tomorrow. If Chen Zhao saw him, he would definitely twist Pierce's head off and use it as a soccer ball. Chapter 405, Gimme a Combo. Chapter 405, Gimme a Combo. While it was still dark, Pierce South snuck into a deep alley. The alley was filled with a stench. It had clearly been a long time since the trash containers were last cleared. The entire alley was enveloped in darkness, with sewage seeping out from the ground. Pierce quickly covered his nose. He would not be here if not for the dire situation. He walked further in and eventually stopped before a rusty iron door. Clank, clank. The iron door produced a loud noise. Then, Pierce heard a voice from inside. Come in. Pierce South pushed the door open. The room was similarly very dim. Crash! Pierce had accidentally knocked ajar. Just then, Pierce heard another voice, which he found rather awkward. You've broken my experiment equipment. $1,000. Pierce immediately pulled out his wallet and said, Ms. Rupert, hi, I'm Pierce South. I think you should remember me. Nope, Ms. Rupert answered rudely in the darkness. It was really awkward. Pierce picked himself up and continued, Ms. Rupert, I need your help. Then a neon light sign beside her lit up. Business scope. Revenge, $2,000 plus. Extramarital affairs investigation, $10,000 plus. Stealing a specified item, $1,000 plus. Air! Looking at the complicated business scope, Pierce South felt that he had entered the wrong place. Air, Ms. Rupert, I would like to hire you to deal with a sorcerer. Huh. Oh, I see, sorry. The sign dimmed and another sign lit up. Various curses, $10,000 plus. Evil spirit harassment, $10,000 plus. Nightmare harassment, $10,000 plus. Diseases, $3,000 each. Divination, $1,000 each time. Attacking a witch/wizard, $100,000 each, whether successful or failed. Ms. Rupert, can you please turn the lights on? I would like to talk to you face to face. The room was really dim, so Pierce could only roughly see a shadow. Air, the lights are broken. Let's just speak like this. All right, I need you to attack a wizard. He just killed Viper Jaisha from India's Snake God clan, so I need your help. So he's very powerful? Rupert asked. Yes, very. Then I recommend a combo for you. Attack him plus evil spirit harassment plus nightmare harassment. Discounted price, $120,000. Where's the discount again? I won't charge you for the conversation. Pierce was already regretting his decision. Nevertheless, Rupert was the most famous witch in Los Angeles, and Pierce had no other choices. If Chen Zhao found him, he would be dead for sure. After some hesitation, Pierce said, I want him dead. Murder is illegal. Not if you do it with magic and don't get caught. Fine, $1 million. Wait, why is it so expensive? I'm a witch with principles. Why would I violate my own principles without a sufficient price? The combo you just said. To what extent can you injure him? That would depend on how strong he is. Pierce was dissatisfied, but there was nothing else he could do. When would you begin? Depends on my mood. No, I mean depends on whether I can find an opportunity. Qin Zhao went to town and asked around. Pierce had actually moved away a month ago. The chemical plant that he had been working in had fired him for some unknown reason. Chen Zhao was very annoyed by this, but he had nowhere to vent his anger. He had to move on. Clearly, he would not travel everywhere just to look for Pierce. Then, Chen Zhao went to the hospital. Tiger's arms had already healed. Chen Zhao first helped Tiger to be discharged from the hospital. After all, the hospital was not a good place for Tiger's eye replacement. Tiger boarded my van. With an eye mask, Tiger entered Chen Zhao's RV. Chen Zhao had healed Tiger's arms in just half a month, which made Tiger much more confident in his medical skills. Nonetheless, Tiger's left eye was completely blind. Could Chen Zhao really cure his eye too? It was impossible for Tiger to become a professional boxer with just one eye, because it would reduce the field of vision greatly. Being observant and alert was the most basic requirement to becoming a boxer. Therefore, Tiger was still lost about his fate and future. What do I do now? Tiger was quite familiar with Chen Zhao's pets, so he was not surprised when he saw them in the RV. Lie there. Following Chen Zhao's instruction, Tiger lay on the bed. Then you'll sleep. Chen Zhao snapped his fingers, and Tiger lost consciousness. Chen Zhao took out a pristine eyeball. Replacing Tiger's eye was an easy task for him, since the pristine eyeball would complete everything by itself. Although the process looked somewhat like parasitism in those horror movies, it was a very normal thing in hell. Chen Zhao drove the van to UCLA, during which Tiger had an amazing sleep. He felt that it had been a long time since he had such a good rest. In the last period of time, his damaged eyeball had been continuously causing pain, disrupting his sleep. Slap. Wake up. Tiger felt that someone was slapping his face. He waved his hand. Go away. Wake up. Go away before I beat you up. Swish. The next instant, Tiger was lifted into the air. Tiger opened his eyes and realized that he was being held by Chen Zhao. You want to beat me up? Huh? No. Tiger almost cried for his carelessness. I was dreaming. That's better. Chen Zhao put Tiger back onto the floor. Lucky. Tiger patted his chest, but he felt that something was wrong. He closed his left eye and then switched to the other eye. I can see with my left eye. No way. Is this an illusion or a dream? Mr. Chin, my eye? Forget the past. If anyone asks you about it, say that your eye was just injured, not blind, Qin Zhao said. Do you understand? Mr. Chen, what happened to my eye? Why do you have so many questions? Do you want me to dig your eye out and then put it back again? No, I won't ask any more. Tiger feared Qin Zhao even more, but he also found Qin Zhao mysterious. Let's go to the boxing club and practice. Every day, I'll be spending 2 hours on your rehab training until I think that you can stand in the ring again. Chapter 406, Tiger's Recovery Training. Chapter 406, Tiger's Recovery Training. When the boxing club saw Tiger return, they were all very happy. Everyone crowded around to greet Tiger. But when Chen Zhao came in, all the laughter died down. They all greeted Qin Zhao meekly. It felt like he was some villain in a movie. Move aside now, Qin Zhao said. Tiger just got discharged. I need to do some recovery training for him. The crowd dispersed, and the two put on the gear with practiced ease. Both the boxing gloves and helmet were for protecting both sides. Punching with bare fists could easily disable or even kill someone. In the next few days, you need to practice taking hits. You and Zanla Douglas don't have true differences in fitness, but when you're in the ring, your ability to take hits is far weaker than his. In the following days, you'll need to face even crueler practice. Instead of you calling stop, I'll only stop when I think I should. Okay, I understand, mister. Chin. All right, let's start. Going through Chen Zhao's training again, Tiger could feel clearly that Chen Zhao's power was stronger than before. He knew that Chen Zhao hadn't used his true power when he trained before. Tiger didn't realize just how different their levels were until Chen Zhao broke Zanla's 2 arms with 1 punch to take revenge. Before that, Tiger always thought that Chen Zhao was one of the better professional boxers, but he didn't think that Chen Zhao could compare with the true top figures. He didn't realize the truth until Zanla lay on the ground by Chen Zhao's feet. If Chen Zhao participated in a professional boxing competition, he would definitely be like a demon. He still didn't use much strength. After all, Tiger's arms had just gotten better. They hadn't healed completely yet. Chen Zhao's attacks were still a bit conservative. After 10 stormy minutes, Chen Zhao finally freed Tiger, letting him catch a breath. Clap, clap. Chen Zhao and Tiger turned around to see Wright clapping outside the ring. Miss Wright. Tiger was one of the better students in school. Even his grades were quite well. Of course, that was only on the surface. Privately, Tiger would also take jobs to bully people. For example, the last time he got into a conflict with Chen Zhao had been because he was hired to do so. This was how he made money. After all, Tiger's family wasn't wealthy, and boxing wasn't only his dream. It was a way to get rich. Chin, you don't focus on your job. Wright looked at him with dissatisfaction. You're a professor of the medical school. How am I not focusing on my job? This counts as teaching, right? Chen Zhao turned to Tiger. Am I right, Tiger? Tiger grinned, but didn't reply. Are you free this afternoon? I arranged a public lecture for you. You said you already arranged it. Can I say no? Then it's set. A smile finally appeared on Wright's face. Oh, I heard that in the few days you were in Sacramento, you revived someone who was shot in the head. You can't say I revived him. I saved him. He's pretty lucky. If he was shot by a large caliber gun, probably even I would be powerless. Tiger glanced at Chen Zhao, thinking he was even more amazing now. He also felt fortunate that he had voluntarily resolved their conflict back then. He only got this opportunity because he hadn't continued viewing Chen Zhao as the enemy. Miss Wright, wait, a man in his 30s chased after her. Jared, can I help you? Wright turned around and asked, Miss Wright, can you explain why my public lecture was replaced? I don't think I did anything wrong. Jared stared at her furiously. Why? Wright thought for a moment and looked at Jared. I don't want to get overly involved with your private life, but please put your eyes on someone other than students. I don't want to have 2 girls walk into my office while I'm working and report you for your relationships. Plus, you've missed at least 5 classes in the past month. In that case, I'll give you fewer classes so you can take care of your love life. Plus, since I have a better choice, why don't I choose that? I'm already being merciful by not firing you. I hope you understand your situation. Jared's expression was livid. There's someone better than me in neurosurgery. Of course, Wright replied matter-of-factly. Does someone like that exist at UCLA? Jared obviously didn't think he was the best neurosurgery expert in the world, but he thought that better ones didn't exist at UCLA. Mr. Jared, if you won't object to my decision, please improve your professionalism and career ethics before debating with me. Okay, I'm busy. Goodbye. With that, Wright turned and left. She never hesitated about her decisions. The one who replaced Jared's public lecture was none other than Chen Zhao. If Chen Zhao didn't have his own job and was a full-time college professor, Wright would fire Jared without hesitation. He was already clinging to her just because a few classes had been replaced. Jared refused to surrender. He was the youngest professor in the history of UCLA. Only 30 years old, he already had the honorable title of professor. other than the few old guys with terrifying age and status. He wasn't impressed by anyone. Plus, he always thought that he was the best in his field. He wasn't a typical professor who only knew how to lecture. He'd been a doctor before. He was the main acting neurosurgeon for 4 years and worked a year as an intern. Regarding neurosurgery, even the professor with the highest seniority didn't dare to compete with him. Mr. Ronan. Jared called his own teacher. Once Ronan was the dean of the neurosurgery department when he was an intern. He was also the neurosurgeon that Jared trusted the most. Jared had learned many things about neurosurgery during his internship under Once. Plus, Once was the only expert in this field that Jared admitted was better than him. Chapter 407, Getting Helpers. Chapter 407, Getting Helpers. Jared, what's up? Once Ronan asked. Mr. Ronan, my lecture has been taken by someone else. The principal said that I'll be replaced by someone better, Jared complained. Once frowned. What's wrong with that? It only means that you're not good enough. I've checked the person who's going to replace me for the public class. I've never heard of him before. He's only given one lecture as a substitute, and he's not even a professor in neurosurgery. How can I accept that? You mean someone from another specialty is going to give your lecture in neurosurgery? Once's face darkened. While Jared was not the best neurosurgeon he had seen, indeed, not even as good as himself, he believed that nobody in another specialty could do better than Jared. Exactly. I suspect that there might be some shady deals. So what do you want me to do? I hope that you can expose him during the lecture. At least we can let the college realize that we're specialized for a reason, and no outsider can replace me. When is the public class? In the afternoon. All right, I'll be free in the afternoon. I'll be there. Jared's face was filled with delight. With Once Ronan as his backing, he was confident that he would be able to destroy the substitute. If the substitute was questioned by a neurosurgery authority in public, he would definitely be too embarrassed to stay. If Jared was a neurosurgery expert, then Once Ronan was definitely an authority. In all of California, or even America, Once Ronan was one of the best neurosurgeons, not to mention L.A. Sir. Just then, Jared heard someone call him. He turned around and saw a stranger. The stranger had thin hair and was in his 50s, but his clothes looked decent. Why does he look so familiar? Hi, how may I help you? Jared asked. May I know how to get to the principal's office? The more Jared looked at the man, the more he found the man familiar. Why are you looking for the principal? Oh, I've been asked to be UCLA's external lecturer. I'm reporting today. Are you Mr. Hillnans? Jared finally recognized the person before him. As a neurosurgery authority, Hillnans, nicknamed Surgical Knife, had a near-perfect personal record. He had outstanding performances in many super difficult surgeries. With more than 30 years of experience, he was even more senior than Once Ronan. He would not reject most surgeries, unlike other doctors who would shun difficult operations to increase their surgery success rate. Oh, do you know me? Hillnans was somewhat surprised. We've met during the California Medical Conference a year ago. Do you remember me? Sorry, I have a really poor memory, Hillnans answered, smiling. Suddenly Jared realized something. Wait, is he the person who's going to replace me? I'll be in big trouble in this case. This caused Jared to be somewhat anxious. Mr. Nans, which department will you be joining? I'm specialized in neurosurgery, Hillnans replied. Jared's heart skipped a beat. If Hillnans was really the person who was going to replace him, he would have to ask Once Ronan to not come in the afternoon. Otherwise, it would really be awkward. Hillnans was not ordinary, and everyone knew how good he was. Going to his class and looking for trouble would only end up badly for Jared. But I'm not a full professor, only an external lecturer. Huh. Jared was stunned, but he realized that there was still hope. Mr. Hillnans, given your professionalism, I don't think any school would reject you as a professor, right? No, I'm far from being good enough. I heard that UCLA has many excellent professors in neurosurgery. Apart from giving lectures, I'm also here to exchange and learn, Hilnan said. Hearing that, Jared heaved a sigh of relief. It was probably not Hilnan, who was an ordinary lecturer and would only give professional talks. Usually, public classes were given by at least associate professors or successful people invited by the college. No matter how expert Hilnans was, as long as he was not an associate or full professor, he would not be able to give a public class. Mr. Nans, I'm Jared, also a neurosurgery professor, but I'm clearly no expert before you. Mr. Jared, I'm sure we'll have many chances in the future to interact. By the way, I think you should note that not every professor in the college deserves the title. This afternoon, someone from another specialty is actually going to give a neurosurgery public lecture. Oh, another specialty. Yes, a professor who's only given one lecture before is giving a public class. Is it? In my opinion, neurosurgery is a profound and demanding subject. I do not want my students to be misled by an outsider, so I'll go and expose him during the lecture, Jared said. Mr. Nans, it'll be great if you're there to help me. Sure, but I need to see if that person is a professional or not, Hilnan said. Yes, of course. I really need to go to the principal's office for the administrative stuff now. Of course. The office is in that building, 4th floor, turn left, 2nd room. There's a sign on the door. Right. See you, Mr. Jared. Jared walked 2 steps and saw a bug guy walking toward his direction. He called, Tiger, you're finally discharged. Yes, Mr. Jared. Tiger also greeted Jared. Tiger, do you want to earn some pocket money? I'm afraid I don't do those anymore. Sorry. Tiger shook his head. Since he was beaten up by Chun Zhao last time, he had stopped accepting dirty work. It was bad for his reputation, and he was also scared that he would meet someone like Chun Zhao again. Furthermore, if Chun Zhao found out about it, he would be enraged. I'm not asking you to beat someone up. Oh, is it not? An outsider has snatched my public class from me. I need you to question him during the lecture. $1,000. Tiger was tempted by the easy task, especially when he was in need of money. So I don't have to hit anyone, right? Yes, you only need to question him. Also, find a few people from the boxing club. I'll be great if they can question the speaker with you. That will cost extra. Sure. Chapter 408, Tiger's Doomsday. Chapter 408, Tiger's Doomsday. After lunch, Tiger returned to the boxing club. There were some new members. The coach of the club led the new students to Tiger. You all should get to know Tiger. He's a junior this year, but he's the best of the club. He already has a professional certificate. Hearing that, the students immediately all had reverent expressions. Hi, Tiger. Tiger, have you participated in professional competitions before? Tiger, do you have time to teach us? Okay, stop disturbing Tiger. You haven't even learned the basics yet. So stop clinging to Tiger. If you want to train with him, you might get creamed with one punch. Start with the basics. Dion, wait, Tiger called to the coach. I have a job and need some guys. I thought you stopped taking jobs. It's not beating people up. I don't do that anymore. If Mr. Chin finds out, I'll probably be in the hospital again. It's not beating people up. Yeah, it's to help Mr. Jared. Tiger explained everything. I see. You kids, who wants to help Tiger? I can do it. Me too. I'm free in the afternoon. The newbies were really happy to help Tiger. They just entered college and were filled with excitement about college life. How could they miss this drama? Okay, then, I'll take you guys. Miss, I want that, and that. The cafeteria lady looked at Chun Zhao like he was a monster. Sir, this is your 3rd time getting food. It's not like I don't pay. Chen Zhao rarely got to eat cafeteria food. It wasn't very good, but it was at least cheaper and had pretty big servings. He would naturally eat his fill. Fine, but you should know our rules. You'll get fined if you have leftovers. Of course. I understand. Chen Zhao carried away the tray filled with food. As soon as he sat down, Evely sat across from him. Hi, Chen. Hi, Evely. What's up? Chen, I feel like I haven't been improving recently. My time is always around 8 minutes. Do you have any suggestions? No. How can you be so irresponsible? What am I responsible for? I'm going to scream harassment, Evely said, pouting while glaring at Chen Zhao. Then you better find a place with no cameras. There's a camera here. You have no sense of humor. But speaking of, do you really plan on becoming a professional athlete? Don't you know? I was chosen as an Olympic athlete. I'll debut at the World Championships this year. Oh, that's how you'll reply to me? Evely stared at Chen Zhao. What do you want? Come back and be my coach. My family hired someone who calls himself the champion coach. Apparently he was Phelps' coach before, but after I followed his methods, I was 10 seconds slower. After I changed back to the method you taught me, I went back to my original speed. Evely understood fully now that Chen Zhao was the best coach. The other coaches couldn't even compare to him, even though Chen Zhao was always distracted while he trained. But the effects on Evely were obvious. In 10 days, her fitness and speed had all improved substantially. This was why she kept going to Chen Zhao, hoping he could change his mind. I have to train Tiger. I don't have time to train you. Didn't you say that you hope I can break the men's world record? You really want to break the men's world record? I know it's really hard, but I really want to try. I want to be the first female athlete to break a men's world record. But you can't go compete against men, right? I don't have to. I'll break the record in my own meet. As long as I do it fair and square, what can people say about me? I need to think about it, Chen Zhao said. When can you give me an answer? When are the World Championships? It starts this August. There's still half a year. Take it slowly, don't worry. It's less than half a year, Evely corrected. Wait for Tiger's progress. I can't be a boxing and swimming coach at the same time. How long does he need? I don't know. Depends. Give me an exact time. This way, I can fire the coach at a more accurate time. Hearing Evely's words, Chen Zhao felt really bad. I'll go look at your training results when I have time. How about that? Do you have time today? No, I have a public lecture today. You have a public lecture? Which room? Lecture hall number 3, Chen Zhao said. Then he suddenly reached over and squeezed Evely's arm. Hey, what are you doing? She was both embarrassed and annoyed. Your body fat ratio increased. Go back and eat vegetarian for 2 days. Evely glared at Chen Zhao. She knew that this asshole was flippant, but he did have some skills. He just squeezed her arm and discovered that her body fat had increased. She'd done a checkup yesterday. Her fat content was 2% higher than during the competition. She indeed hadn't paid much attention to her diet. She'd have to start that again. However, her face darkened when she saw the food on Chen Zhao's plate. Why don't you pay attention to your diet? Aren't you afraid of getting fat by binging like this? Please don't think like that before I get fat. I have a high metabolism and I don't exercise any less than you. Chen Zhao shoveled the food into his mouth. After cleaning up, he said, I have to go prepare the material for this afternoon's lecture now. It took him more than an hour to prepare the material. After getting ready, he checked the time. He had to go to the lecture hall now. When he arrived, he saw that there were quite a lot of students. The commotion quieted down instantly when he walked in. Chen Zhao scanned the room. He seemed to see some familiar guys from the boxing club. Maybe they'd come to support him after hearing that he was lecturing. But Tiger, sitting in the back, paled the instant he saw Qin Zhao. There was only one thought in his mind. Shit! I'm dead. Chapter 409, Hitting a Hard Snag. Chapter 409, Hitting a Hard Snag. It's about time. Let's start. Qin Zhao looked at the students present. I'm Qin Zhao. Some of you may know me, and I won't introduce myself. During the talk, try not to interrupt me if possible. You can ask me questions after I finish. Qin Zhao began the class. I'm a professor in TCM, and my favorite treatment is acupuncture. Just then, a tall student stood up. Tiger and the old members of the boxing club could feel their hearts skip a beat. Shit, it's over. What bullshit is that? I've never heard about TCM being used in neurosurgery. With astonishing speed, Tiger charged forward and knocked the student onto the floor. Shut up. Listen to Mr. Chen's talk in silence or scram. Almost. Tiger shivered, but he was proud of his cleverness. All right, Tiger, don't punch people in class. Those who are not interested can leave now. I don't want the same thing to happen again. The student was still in a trance as he was pulled back onto his seat. Senior, is that part of the plan? Why did you? The student asked softly. Are you mad? Do you know who he is? Who is he? He's the one who caused Zanla Douglas to be handicapped. If you don't want him to beat you up too, you better be polite. The student had just joined the boxing club on that day and clearly did not know Qin Zhao. When he heard Tiger's words, his face paled in fear. Senior, will Mr. Qin. Be very polite to him later. Tiger was also very upset. He had no idea that Jared was trying to target Qin Zhao. Had he known it earlier, there was no way he would accept the job. Fortunately, nothing terrible happened. The lesson resumed. Jared looked at Tiger multiple times, questioning Tiger with his eyes. However, Tiger only replied with a malicious glare, as if he was going to devour Jared alive. Jared just could not figure out what Tiger meant. Didn't we have a deal? Why would he change his mind halfway? Is it the price? That's not a problem at all. He should have told me earlier. Forget it. Jared thought in his mind. Anyway, Tiger was insignificant to his plan. His plan would work with or without Tiger. Jared estimated when Aunts Ronan and Hill Nans would arrive. Suddenly, he saw someone outside the windows who looked like Aunts Ronan. Jared was delighted. It's time. Jared stood up. Mr. Qin, what have you been talking about? Are you sure you're not a fraud? Qin Zhao turned his head to look at Jared, who was clearly not a student. A lecturer? Qin Zhao was confused. Why would he attack Qin Zhao so directly? Had there been any conflicts between them? Nevertheless, there was no reason for Qin Zhao to retreat from such a blunt assault. In the American medical community, it's generally thought that TCM is most suited for recuperation, not as a main treatment, especially for neurological diseases. But you've been talking about how to use TCM to treat neurological diseases. So I have to question your academic and medical knowledge. Just because you don't understand it or agree with it doesn't mean you're right. I'm standing here, but you're sitting down there, which proves that I have the right to teach the students with my theories. Also, before the talk started, I asked you to not interrupt me. I hate it when someone breaks my rhythm. Can nobody interrupt you? Jared dug a trap for Qin Zhao. Yes, even neurosurgery authorities. I'm standing here. I am the authority. Is it? Just then, someone pushed the door open. I would like to see which authority you are. Aunts Ronan stood at the door, but when he saw Qin Zhao, his face turned purple. Aunts Ronan opened his mouth. Mr. Aunts, you're finally here. Jared clearly did not notice Aunts Ronan's weird expression. He happily approached Aunts and announced loudly, "Let me introduce you to Aunts Ronan, the Dean of Chantilly Hospital's Neurosurgery Department. He has published 6 academic papers. one of which is in our college's official textbook. The other 5 have appeared in Medical Weekly and been awarded with the California Outstanding Medical Contribution Award. I believe he can be called an authority. Mr. Chin, he should be able to question you, right? The students burst into excitement. Most of them were medical students, and some had subscribed to Medical Weekly. It was already difficult enough for a paper to enter Medical Weekly. More unbelievably, Aunt Ronan's paper had been selected to be part of the official syllabus. Nobody could achieve this apart from top experts. Tiger and the others began to panic. They did not expect Jared to invite a real authority just for Qinzhao. The other students also noticed the unusual atmosphere. Jared and Aunt Ronan were obviously here to look for trouble. It all depended on how the speaker would react. He might just be defeated by the pair and lose all his reputation. Aunt Ronan stood still, his face filled with hesitation. Ronan, how come you're here? Just then, another person walked in. Nans, you're here too? Aunt Ronan looked at Hill Nans in surprise. When Jared saw Hill Nans, his face shone brightly. Mr. Hill Nans, here you are. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to Hill Nans, aka Surgical Knife, who specializes in high-difficulty neurosurgery. He has the top-tier specialist certificate recognized by the International Medical Institution. The students were wowed again. Nobody expected Jared to be so brutal and invite 2 neurosurgery authorities at once. Perhaps many students had never heard of the name Hill Nans, but everyone was familiar with the nickname of Surgical Knife because his surgical videos were used to teach them. Many of his classic surgeries were models in the medical community and had been studied by students over and over again.